Like that's all planar, bro. Like that's all mapped out as a plane. It's
Oh
something
yeah.
that it's nothing curved about it. Every everything in the even the ideology, if you will, for like construction, like everything's plumb level square. I don't know what they don't get, bro. I think it's just the demons. I'm reading the chat. This guy's Rick. You're funny. Are you not able to talk? Is that why you're chatting? Which is fine. I've been there.
I'll be honest, I could never be taken part of any group where I need to do all kinds of rituals. It's just way too much work for me, man. Like, imagine, like, oh, you're gonna meet there, and then you need to have like this. You're gonna need to set up this and have all this stuff. Man, I could never do it. It's not me. I'm lazy, man. I could never be religious. I could never be like a Muslim, doing all the stuff that they need to do.
Praying 3 times a day.
Yeah, yeah, and like I gotta wash my feet, and I gotta ritually uh, have a tour to Mecca or whatnot, and kiss a stone, and could never do all that kind of stuff. I could never be a religious
Yes,
person. It's also all just worldly things. And the Bible says you can't please the Lord with your flesh. So it's all about what comes out of you, out of your mouth, and what you do with your spirit.
yeah, for sure. It's your heart,
Mm-hmm.
heart and mind. For show. A lot of people trying to earn their way in. That's the whole point.
Yeah, we can't earn something through our works. You can't earn a gift through your own works. We just accept the gift.
Are you gonna watch Dave Weiss today?
What is happening?
He's on right now. I think he's on right now. Yeah, he's on right now. You know who Jesse Lee Peterson show is, or what the Jesse Lee Peterson show?
No,
He's this one
I know
guy that
Dave
goes.
Weiss, but
He calls everybody beta. Like he's against like liberals and stuff. But Dave Weiss is on there right now. It's live. I'm actually gonna
oh,
jump
cool.
off and listen to it. It's been going on for an hour. Been talking for since an hour and 20 minutes ago. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna hop off and go check it out. I'm gonna listen to it.
Have
I'll
fun.
be back. Yeah, I'll be back later. I want to listen because Jesse Lee, I guess he's getting into the whole flat Earth. Getting curious about it. I think because he had Mark Sargent on, and now has Dave Weiss on. So, I think he's trying to get get people into the discussion, I guess you will. All right, I'll be back. I put myself on mute. Hello.
Hello guys, I'm banned on site on this channel, so while I have this couple of seconds left, I just wanted to give you a quick daily reminder that the Earth still isn't flat. Have a good day.
I'm a fart in a vacuum gas chamber. Then it's brown alert. You're in real danger. I'ma hang your skin after I skin you like a coat hanger. And then I'm gonna didgeridoo like I'm in the land down under. Some shit that swirls backwards. I'm gonna attack you. Clickety clack you, smack you around, turn you upside down, that smile into a frown. I mean, that frown into a smile. You're gonna see a 6 turn into a 9, Jimi Hendrix style. Wild. I get wild on your bitch. You tied to a chair. I'm gonna electrocute your nipples with 2 jumper cables. It's smelling like hair. Do you step to me? Do you dare? Or will you get smacked derriere? Huh? Nobody wants to freestyle against the master because Flat Earth doesn't have anybody that can flow against me. Everybody's gonna lose. Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth, is flat brained. They have nobody that can step up against the master. I'm the king of the octagon. And you're all Jewish. By trade.
Are there any flat earthers here left?
No.
This is sad. I'm trying to engage in the side chat, but the only active person is someone who just repeats "that's fake" or "that's delusional" on repeat. So that isn't really entertaining. Want something better.
So I have a question. Someone here is the answer.
Is it to the flat or to the globe side? Or just to everyone?
Mainly about the flat Earth stuff.
Oh no, I am not a flat earther. And I don't think there is anyone here currently. Because I asked like a minute ago.
Okay. Well,
I am also waiting for flat earthers because I'm bored.
let me see if I can. Yeah, I think the one guy isn't on. I'll see if I can't find a different. It's mainly just a flat Earth question, so I'll see if I can't find a different. But thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It sucks so much. You either have a completely dead voice chat here or voice chat with like over 20 people on Earth Awakenings where you can't say anything because he will be immediately overwhelmed by all of the other people trying to speak. But I did what I wanted to. I checked out what is happening here in this channel after a long time of not being here. And if this level of activity is enough for you, then good for you. So I think that's it.
Yep. Is there any signs of this globe that many people still believe exists in reality? Is anyone here? All right, I guess we're going with silence for now.
Yeah, I'll say earlier they're in here just bantering and freaking out, and I was like, yeah, whatever.
Many people persist in asserting this false belief of the globe model, don't they? They never actually give us anything tangible and empirical. Weird.
Yeah, so apparently my arguments are so sad, I should try something else. Elon Musk is constantly battling regulators, international leadership over satellites. So so if you don't like Musk, or if you think he's like some sort of goofball, that's a pipeline to flat Earth, apparently. But if you like Elon Musk, then it's a pipeline to anti-flat Earth. Like, dude's just broken, man. His logic is just out there.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Elon Musk is a real man of genius. I mean, you can't deny that. He's so smart. He runs like 12 companies and has no idea what's going on in any of them. But he's a smart guy, I promise
Nothing like the dude who has a chip company, an electric car company, a fucking dumb underground base digging company. What else am I missing? Oh, the speech to the town square. Yeah, that's all.
you. When you're breaking up a little bit, we got my but he's definitely got his fingers in a lot of pies, don't he? What a smart guy. Well, just in case there's someone out there somewhere in the internet lane listening to the sound of my voice right now, if you would like to have a sincere, honest conversation about the shape of the earth and what it is claimed to be that the majority of people believe, please click the link. Come in here and discuss. Thank you.
Why is the Earth flat?
Well, it looks flat.
Oh yeah, but I mean, just because something looks a certain way, it doesn't mean it is, right? Or...
Correct. So why it's not flat? That's how it looks.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's not flat. I'm just asking you why is it flat, kind of thing.
Well, unless there's evidence otherwise and it looks flat, I think that's a reasonable conclusion.
So like, I mean, would you say that like it looks like all the other planets, or like that's like the moon and the sun and the stars, like they all seem to be spheres, or?
Yeah, they look like spheres.
Yeah, I know that doesn't really prove that the Earth is, but I mean, I suppose you could just say on induction, if everything in the heavens is spherical, maybe the Earth is spherical. You know, I don't know.
The Earth is not in the heavens. Is it?
Well, like you don't think it's like floating, kind of thing?
No. No. I mean,
is there like an? Yeah.
Okay, so let me explain. Yeah, there's the idea that you have this very huge space, and the Earth is orbiting the Sun, and the Sun is orbiting the galaxy, and there are many galaxies, and there's a lot of space beyond the Earth. That's not the idea on flat Earth. On flat Earth, you don't have all that space. I mean, you might have, but the idea is simple that you have Earth, and the heavens are something that are not that far and big. It's just something close and small, right on top of the Earth, and that's all you have.
Is like underneath the Earth? Is it like, does it go down infinitely? Is the soil infinitely down forever? Like, or?
I don't think anyone would claim to know that. But the idea is that it might be just Earth and the heavens above it. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, but things like if soil possibly goes down infinitely downward, then it can't be flat, because that would be like almost the other way around. It'd be like a line pointing upward or something, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean that's an idea.
Right. Yeah. But then, I mean, yeah, that would be weird. I think. You know.
I agree.
Do you not feel like if Earth is flat, I should be able to just bend over and poke a hole and like see stars or something?
As I said, the stars are above the Earth. You don't have stars below the Earth, or at least there is no reason to think you have.
Well, okay. Well, maybe if I just poke a hole in the ground, I should be able to see like just blackness or something. Then.
Isn't that what you see when you poke a hole?
I normally see soil or something like worms. You know.
Yeah, if you light it up, you're gonna see soil. But you can't dig too deep. I think the deepest humans have ever dig is like 8 kilometers or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, then it can't be that flat. Then 8 kilometers is quite far. You know, like it's like it would be like a little cylinder or something, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, well, you're closer to a globe Earth if you're into the cylinder. Perhaps that's like halfway there. You know. You know? Okay. Good convo. Anyway, see you guys later on. You know.
Oh, nice talking to you.
Cool. You too, bro.
Does anyone know if there's an application process for these guest rooms? By any chance?
Like testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, Crit, are you available? Crit, can you hear me? Anybody out there? Okay, I guess not.
I joined to see if White makes are still here, but looks like we're pretty empty right now. Not sure what's going on. Are you there, Crit? All right. Get back.
Yeah, I know you haven't defined your
You're
terms
saying
yet.
that mass is not that, or you're saying that mass
No, I'm asking you to provide a citation, and then we can see if we agree on terms.
providing a citation. So I need you want me to
for
go
the kind of mass that you want to use today. What do you want mass to be today? Define it.
what do I want mass to be? That's a very interesting question.
Yeah, it is interesting. It'd be more interesting if you actually got the definition that you want to use.
So I don't really perceive things in that way, like having an emotional attachment to it. I just sort
No
of
one's having emotions right now. I'm asking you to define your terms. I don't understand why you want to go to emotions now. Just cite the source and, the definition of mass that you find most comfortable for you.
Right. Well, the reason why I'm going to the emotional part is because you said, what do I want to use?
Yeah.
And that's an emotional statement. Like, what do you want to use? I'm like, well,
these are the three definitions of mass we've gotten so far. Which one do you want to use? Unless I'm incorrect and you have made up your own definition of mass, then we can go by that. What is it going to be today?
I mean, can I just defer to your judgment? Like, if you know more
I
about
haven't
it
brought up mass at all. I don't make a definition about mass. You brought up mass. You define your terms.
Right. Well, so the reason I brought up mass was because he had referenced density.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that, like, density is mass over volume. But if you disagree with that.
No, I didn't disagree with that. You said you have an equation. I want to define mass so we can agree on it.
Okay. So then, just to be clear, you do agree with what he said about density, right? So you agree on that part.
He used the word density, then you decided to define density as an equation. So we need to know with this equation that you decided to bring into the conversation what mass is defined as.
Right. So, like, I asked if he agreed that that's what it was, and then he said yes. So I was trying to move the conversation.
I said it was compactness of matter, but yeah, that's a formula.
Right. So if that's incorrect, then I'm likely to defer to whatever the correct thing is.
Do you see how I defined it for you? Do you see how I defined it? Why don't you now define mass for us?
Well, I was agreeing with what you. Okay. Well, my understanding is that we have the same definition. That the compactness, like when you say it's the compactness, right? Like you're making a statement about volume, right? Or is that not what you're saying?
Talking about type.
Yeah, there's volume. Then we would have to say compactness. Compactness is the description, but you said mass. What is mass?
So my understanding is that when we talk about mass, it's the amount of matter that, like, a particular thing has. But you said that that's not correct.
Okay, so how would you quantify an amount of matter? No, I'm not saying it's incorrect or correct. So you can quantify for me how much matter is in a given area by using what?
Well, hold on a second. I just want an affirmative statement, right? Like, I'm perfectly fine to do, like, the Socratic on it. I think that's okay. But for me to, like, affirmatively believe it, that's sort of what I wanted, right? So
affirmatively
that's why I was asking about, like, defining terms here for us to, like,
I was the one who brought up the defining of terms. So do you have a definition for mass or not?
What I'm saying is, like, I provided the inquiry initially. I said, do you agree that this is what density is, or how we would calculate it? And if we disagree with that, then that's the part
you want to calculate in this scenario mass being the amount of matter within a given volume. How can you quantify the amount of matter?
So, well, that was actually going to be my next question for him, actually.
Why would that be your question for him? Since you brought it up.
So, well, because he brought up density, and I'm trying to ask, like, so this is the thing. I want an affirmative case for the flat Earth thing. That's what I'm asking for.
You're diverting again away from the mass thing, and now you want an affirmative case or something that you can really hang your hat on with flat Earth. I'll tell you what. How would you describe mass, and how would you quantify it? This would be a great way for you to affirm flat Earth. How would you quantify it?
For me to, how would I quantify it to affirm flat Earth? I have no idea.
Oh, so you're not going to quantify mass. You have an equation for it, but you're not going to quantify it.
Well, no, like, so as I prefaced, if you recall, I said my understanding from what I was taught was as like the preface for that. And that's why I'm saying, like, if it's not correct and you're aware of it, then that's completely fine. You can just let me know. I don't really have an emotional disposition to, it either way. I'm not making like an affirmative claim. I just want to hear what the affirmative claim is for the Earth to be flat. And since density was mentioned, I was like, oh, well, I understand that word to have this definition. Do you agree with that? And then it seemed like he said yes. But if that's the part that's in contention, then we can talk about that.
So you don't want to go any further. Do you want to talk to him again? Is it too difficult for me to ask you to define a term that you brought up, or the way that you understand things, and now all of a sudden you don't want to talk about that anymore? Now you want an affirmative for the case for the flat Earth. How about the fact that everybody that describes the Earth that they live on, even today, which they believe is a globe, the way that they describe it is always in relation to a horizontal plane.
So that's the affirmative case?
Well, I don't know. You would probably end up in this conversation telling you that the Earth is flat as soon as you wanted to quantify what mass was. So what is mass?
So hold on a second. Maybe this is actually, I think this is actually pretty, I think it's actually pretty decent here. So do we have a different definition of what density is? And if so,
I don't know. What is your definition? You haven't brought it up yet. What is your definition of density?
Right. So initially I had asked, like, so I understand density to be this thing, right? And then I asked him, like, is that what you believe as well, right?
Are we just going to do this conversation on repeat constantly? Are you just going to keep bringing up old shit? Are you going to talk about what your definition of mass is yet, or density? Either one. Are you going to cite it for us? Are you going to just in limbo forever, never actually like? What are you doing?
So okay, well then that's a good. So basically, my thing is, like, even if we run the Socratic down to where, like, it gets to a point to where, like, you get to the limit of my knowledge or whatever, that's not going to be enough for me to, like, believe something in the affirmative case, right?
We don't want you to believe anything. Are you under the apprehension that if you came here, we would make you a believer in flat Earth? Is that what you thought?
Yeah, I mean, you forgot what I told you at the very beginning, right? One, I told you we are not here with a belief system. We are here because we've lost the belief in the globe, okay? And two, I gave you the logical argument that spheres have curvature, right? You remember that argument?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do is you can go out and prove all this to yourself. You don't need us.
So I guess my thing is, like, let's say I try to do that, right? And it doesn't come to the result that, like, the Earth is, like, round. Why would that make me believe that the Earth is, like, flat? Like, couldn't it be a different shape?
If it's not curved, what is it?
Oh, sorry, says.
Well, no, I don't. Well, no, like, I'm not asking that part. I'm saying, like, as a logical proposition, right? Like, could it be the case that the Earth is not a sphere or flat, but is a different shape? Is that possible, logically?
This is a true dichotomy. If something is not curved, what is it?
I don't. I mean, it could be it could be anything. Like, I guess I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question of a true dichotomy? If something is not curved, then what else could it be? You don't understand that question? I don't think any amount of hanging out in here with us is going to help you believe anything if you can't understand a very simple question like that.
Yeah, Ben, they're saying it's a dichotomy between the surface of the Earth is either curved or not curved. That is a true dichotomy. And if it's curved, it could be different shapes, as you're saying. But that's the dichotomy they're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
well,
gonna
okay,
go
well, then
ahead
I
and
would be.
we're gonna go ahead and look at still water, right? Take measurements over the still water. And what do we all know about water, right? That's like a base axiom, right? That you could fill up a tub or a pool or anything with this water, and the surface of that water lays what? Flat.
Okay.
Do you not agree?
I guess I don't understand the. I guess I don't understand the meaning of the statement to agree or disagree.
So
I think
you
I might need
don't.
more context.
What do you observe water to do when it's at rest?
When water is at rest.
Yeah, what is the surface of water, like a body of water, when it's at rest? What is the surface of the? How would you describe the surface of the water?
Well, depending on the container it's in, it might have a meniscus, right?
A
So
body of water at rest, the surface would
yeah,
be
like
what?
if I have it like in a cup, right? Like depending on like the container, like it might dip a bit.
How about
And
ignoring the meniscus? How about the middle of the water? How would you describe that?
Yeah. Or are you just being like purposefully obtuse in this situation?
no, I'm trying to
No.
like
Okay. So in a bathtub, what is the? Could you describe the surface of the water in a bathtub, or do you want to hang out and talk about the meniscus? Maybe on the edge of the bathtub. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the surface, the overall body of water. How would you describe it?
I mean, it's not like wet. I just
Oh, so you don't want to, yeah, so you don't want to actually engage honestly in this conversation, right?
How would you describe the shape of the surface of the water?
Wait, are you
Oh,
unwilling to say flat, Ben?
Yep, he's avoiding flat like the plague at this point.
What? No, like it. No, I can say flat. I thought you were asking about the container. Like if water's in a tub, it fills the shape of whatever the shape of the
Yeah,
tub is.
because
Like
I
it's
didn't
flat,
ask
whatever the
anything
shape of
about
the
that.
tub.
No, yeah, I asked exactly how would you describe the surface of the water in a tub?
I'd like to see Garmin, Raytheon, and
Huh?
Rad get involved.
Please
in
stop with the
Flat Earth.
non sequiturs and red herrings. Okay, all of those things use a flat Earth. Okay, guaranteed. Now, if you want to be able to transform that to a globe, you probably could do that easily too. So please stop with that.
Nelsa Faruna.
What's happening?
No, sir. You were asked to describe the surface of water in a tub. Can you please just honestly answer that question?
I thought I was. I don't.
All right. Is there anybody else that's honest that wants to have a conversation here today? We ask you to describe the surface of water in a tub, and we get wet. Come on, folks.
I would say the shape of the surface of the water is level.
Level. Okay. So is level curved?
Yes.
Okay. So you can measure the curvy water for me.
No. It's hard to directly.
That's a bummer. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Any
don't think anybody's
else besides Matthew in this
nobody's going to
particular?
try and prove the globe by measuring a bathtub.
Yeah, I know. No one's going to try and prove the globe by measuring water surfaces. No, not until the Black Swan showed up. Really, nobody. Okay, well, I'll unmute Matthew Troll and I'll unmute Spider-Man Troll, and you guys can talk to him.
Yeah, no, I, if there's no like affirmative case, right, that will be presented, I think that's fine. I was just under the impression, I was told that like there was you guys have like affirmative cases for it that's like testable and stuff. But
The affirmative cases are generally listed as 3 points. One is that the curvature of Earth has never been directly measured. Two, that the rotation of Earth has never been felt. And three, that gas pressure requires a container. And so the idea that air pressure is due to gravity must be false. Those are the affirmative cases generally presented.
And I'm pretty sure we went over all of those with you, sir. So for you to say that none of that has been convincing to you, that's fine. Okay. But I would encourage you to apply the same amount of skepticism that you're applying here to your globe model. Isn't it funny though, Matthew? Like, wouldn't even your ruler be curved, right? Like, even your 12-inch ruler technically is curved, right? Because that's also another level.
Well, hopefully a
So, like,
12-inch
can
ruler would be
anyone
perfectly
measure?
straight.
If it's a ruler, it's perfectly straight.
Well, I mean, I would hope so. If you're going to get 12 inches, like the difference between straight and slightly curved around the Earth would be so minuscule, I don't think you'd notice.
Wait, so you don't think a ruler is level? It's different?
I think a ruler is a straight line, yes.
A ruler is a straight line. Okay, I put a ruler on top of a spirit level, and there's no gaps in between the two. I got a yardstick and a 3 spirit level, right? So that thing is showing level, but obviously that's curved, right?
No, nothing's curved. What are you talking about curved?
Well, that's what you were saying. You're saying level is curved.
I'm saying that the surface of water is curved.
Yeah. You described that as level, though.
Yeah, level meaning the conforming to the same gravitational equipotential forces or lines.
Okay, then how did you eliminate that force when you were creating the 3-foot yardstick or the yardstick?
I suppose you could use lasers or machining equipment or something like that. I don't know how you could create one like that.
Really? So we couldn't, so a ruler, like a 12-inch ruler, is not going to measure a 12 inches on a sphere then? Or like what? Like, I would think all of your measurements came from measuring the ground or something like that, like taking measurements and going, this is what a mile is. And that was all taken off of a curved surface. How could we possibly then apply those measurements to straight surfaces and build anything properly?
Oh, because on the small scale of buildings and roads, it doesn't matter. It's close enough to being perfectly flat that you can treat it as flat when you're building things.
Okay, so on the small scale, the Earth is flat and stationary.
They don't build on flat surfaces. They build on curved surfaces because their level is curved. So a ball, if you take a bubble level and put it on the surface of the ball, it's level. For them, it's level. You put it in any side of the surface of the ball because for them, the level is curving. The horizontal is curving also. So the basketball is just a level surface. The surface of basketball, for them, it's a level surface. That's what they imagine in their world, their belief. Religion.
Yeah, even to the point that an architect, even though he makes all those straight edges, those are all curved lines, dude. I don't know how you don't understand that necessitates from the logic of level being curved.
They don't have level. A marble is level. Why not? why not the surface of a marble, small marble, is not level? It is level, depending to what you following, what you understand, following your stupid logic, because level for you is curving. So the surface of a small marble is a level surface, and it has its horizontal and vertical.
Hey, Matthew, do you have like what is your background? I guess in science and all this stuff.
Oh, I don't have any formal education. I have a degree in math and computer science, but I like thinking about science. So, and I generally subscribe to the mainstream model for science and the heliocentric model, except for when it comes to the origin and design of the universe. That's where I disagree with most mainstream scientists.
Yeah, I don't have a degree in math, but computer science and cybersecurity. But I was curious. So I'm sure you know are familiar with calculus and whatnot.
I'll be
I
back.
was
I have a meeting with the dietitian online. Be back.
Eat more fruits and vegetables.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so like my understanding, or at least I remember when they were explaining like like derivatives and limits and everything. I remember our teacher like he used a circle and he like zoomed in to it and started explaining about how like you zoom in far enough, like at a certain point it might seem indistinguishable from like a line, even though it is in fact curved. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. On the surface of the Earth is so large that it's going to be hard to directly measure any curvature, whether it's on a bathtub or a lake or whatever.
Yeah, do you know, Ben, what they claim the drop over the distance is, like at the surface of the Earth?
I can't hear it. Something cut out. Can you
Tony
repeat
was
that?
losing sync.
Yeah, hold on.
Can you repeat that?
Okay, yeah. Do you know what the claim is of the drop over the distance, say over a mile on the surface of the Earth, the sphere?
I have no clue. I've never.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done the math to show you exactly what that is, because they give us all the numbers, right? We know the radius, we know all this stuff about the Earth. So it's 8 inches per mile. Squared, it goes exponential from if you stay, at the first. So the second mile will be, squared, obviously.
It's not exponential. Go ahead.
It gets exponentially, it increases. But if you look up at any earth curve calculator or anything, say is over a mile. So if we have a mile of water, there's going to be an 8-inch drop. So what Matthew's saying is over a mile, we cannot measure 8 inches. Can you believe that?
It's quadratic, not exponential.
To be clear, I said.
I'm sorry, quadratic.
Yeah, to be clear, I said directly measure.
Okay, yeah. So you cannot directly measure 8 inches over 1 mile. Can you believe that?
I neither believe nor disbelieve it, but
Well, it's just like, that's almost, in my opinion, like smacking mankind. Can't measure things over a sense of a mile.
you keep cutting out for me. Could you repeat that last part? I just heard mile.
I was saying it just seems. I'm sorry, I'm in a bad area here. Is it any better?
I can hear you now. Hello?
We build a lot of things miles long. Roads, build lots of things miles long. To think that we can't measure a deviation of 8 inches over a mile directly, I think is like slapping mankind in the face.
Okay.
So here's something I've heard, right? I think it was it's either Lake Superior or Lake Michigan. Some people have put out, have tried to measure with cameras that zoom in quite a lot, and then they use that as a proof that there's no curvature. Have you guys heard of that? And how many of you guys have done that yourself?
Yeah, long distance observations. That is one of the things. Just because.
Yes, but have any of you guys
like
done
if
it?
you go to
Right? I live in
Hold on a second. Before you freak out, do you have any measurements over these lakes that show curvature? Because that would be the positive claim. So can you show us the curvature?
Well, I'm looking at both sides. I hear what I was taught, and what I was taught is there is a curvature, but then I see people talking about when they do their own little independent studies, there isn't curvature. I'm just curious if any of you guys have done that.
When you were taught that you could measure curvature over water, was the claim that the horizon being the Earth curve, the geometric sphere edge was blocking out boats and buildings as they go into the distance? Is that what you were taught?
Yeah, what I remember is that they use the illustration of somebody standing on a ladder or whatever and looking out with binoculars or whatever and measuring from a distance. And then the argument from the flat Earth side is what I've heard is that those tools didn't account for the what do you call it, the horizon, the illusion that everything basically comes to a point. And now with more powerful cameras, people can zoom in further and expose the bottom of the ship hold and expose the bottom of the buildings. So I've heard it before. I have not done any research into it myself. I guess I was curious if you guys had, like, you'd gone out and done it. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people have done it. We've demonstrated that the horizon is not Earth curve. It's already been done. Have you not heard of the Black
the
Swan?
horizon. Oh yeah.
No, I was just bringing up, I was wondering if you guys had ever done it yourself, where you'd gone out with the camera and zoomed in. I mean, I've tried with my camera before, but I just have just a fucking cell phone.
This is not about zoom. I'm asking the question: is the horizon Earth curve or not in your mind?
In my mind? You mean from my perception? No. I mean, it's not. From my perception, it's not curved. But again, I haven't done any kind of like research or anything.
Okay, so in the side chat, I put the Black Swan image with the Modus Tollens. So in that particular photograph, from a 1 foot observer, where is the horizon in relationship to these forms? Is it in front of, in the middle of, or behind forms?
What am I looking at? Sorry, is it a picture or a video?
Picture 8 minutes after the hour.
8 minutes after the hour. Okay.
Okay, so those oil rigs.
Mm-hmm.
You know where the horizon is?
Mm-hmm.
The horizon is defined as the apparent sky meets the ground or sea, right? It's that dividing line. I hope we all know what a horizon is. So in that photograph, can you show me where the horizon is? And for behind the oil rigs.
You're showing that it's above the level of the ocean. Is that what you're showing me?
I'm asking you where you see the horizon. Where is it in that photograph?
It's a very small line. It's blurry in the background.
So like the other guy
Here's higher because it
to
goes
call the
like
water wet. Now you don't want to tell me where you see the horizon, even though we all know.
I see it. Do you want me to go on my? Do you want me to go on my screen and like mark the line for you? I could do that if you would like me.
Please do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how. Yeah, that's the only way I could describe it to you.
You don't even have to do
And I just asked you to give me the location of it in relation to the oil rigs.
I said it was slightly above the appearance of the oil rigs. That's what I said.
Above.
That's where it looks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the picture, that's where it is. The line, that gray line.
In relation to the oil rigs, in front of, in the middle of, or behind, you went above.
Yes, the gray line where the yellow meets the gray. That's where the horizon is.
It's above what now?
I agree. I understand your point. I'm saying that the perspective, you're asking me to tell you where on the picture the horizon is. I'm using descriptive language to tell you where it is. It's the yellow.
So it's above oil rigs?
It's above where the line where the oil rigs meet. It's that gray line in the back. It's that gray line in the very back.
In the back. In the back. So behind the oil rigs then.
Yes, but I'm saying that it appears to be above the edge of the water because that's what perspective does to the horizon.
Edge of the water.
Gross. You
So
gotta
the
hop
horizon is not the horizon is not the water where it meets the sea.
I'm agreeing that the perspective is showing that the line appears to be above the level of the two oil rigs. See, the 6.21 mile one appears to be lower in the picture where it meets the water. The 9.41 appears to be higher. Yeah. And then the horizon in the back where the ocean meets the sky also appears to be higher than the platform habitat.
I'm asking you in relation to
I'm
the
telling you where it
distance,
is. The gray
elevation, and I'm asking you in relation as far as distance is concerned. In front of, in the middle of, or behind, and you said back. So I'm assuming you mean behind.
I don't even know what you're asking me at this point, man. Ah, wow. I'm like literally telling you it's that gray line there. And it's behind, obviously it's behind.
Behind, great, thank you, because this is about distance. This is about
That's what I
distance.
said.
Elevation, it's about distance. So behind, okay. So at a 1 foot observer height, you're telling me that the Earth, according to the distance to horizon, which would be a physical tangent point, that the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 250,000 miles in radius?
I haven't told you anything, sir.
Okay.
I asked you a question. I never told you anything.
What is the question again?
I was asked if any of you, I have heard and seen people using their cameras to zoom in and see the buildings on the opposite side of either Lake Michigan or can't remember which one it was. It was from Michigan looking across to Canada.
That's the conversation that we're having right now.
Right. And I asked you, have any of you guys done that yourself personally? I'm curious.
Yes, I've taken measurements to the horizon. You want to know what happened? I got a bad reading. Apparently, according to the globe, it's way bigger than they measure. You want to know why? Because as you can see further down in the chat, someone decided, hopefully thinking that there was a gotcha in there for Daniel, but maybe not, at 9 minutes after the hour, all of a sudden the horizon is not in the same place as it is in the image that I gave you. So that means either the Earth is blowing up and, shrinking like a yoga ball, or the horizon is not Earth curve.
You got a bad reading when you went out. What did you do? And
I got a
what
bad
is
reading.
the
So
bad reading?
you are saying that the horizon is definitely Earth curve, even though I've shown you that in that photograph it is exponentially.
I never said that.
Okay, so
I said that's what I was taught, and I heard both sides. I haven't said that I believe in one way or the other.
No, there's no both sides. Either the edge of the Earth is the horizon or it's not. It's the sphere edge, it's the tangent point, or it isn't. This subjectively shows that it is not. This is not agree, disagree. Just geometry.
I haven't made a statement in any way. I just asked a question. That was how I answered.
No, I didn't say that you made a statement. I'm just letting you know that objectively, the horizon being the edge or the tangent point of a sphere Earth has been soundly debunked.
I never thought it was the edge of the Earth, the horizon.
I don't care whether or not you think it is or not. You're not the arbiter. The argument up until 2020 was that the horizon is the edge of the sphere edge. It's the tangent point.
You mean the drop-off point where the curvature happens?
Right.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay. So no globe.
Yeah.
Sorry,
If the experiment proves out that there was no drop, then there would be no curvature.
Yeah.
And you've done, but I was just asking if you've done the experiment. I haven't. I was curious to hear about, your experience.
Yeah, I've got my own observations, but why do you care? Why don't you go make your own measurements?
I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I'm sorry, man. I like hearing about people's stories. That's all.
Well, you're going to have to just understand that most people come in here, and I'm not putting this on you, but they always want to know if we've done it, as if somehow that's going to change the fact that the horizon is not Earth curve. It doesn't change the fact the horizon's not Earth curve. There is no tangent point sphere edge to measure to. So the Earth is objectively flat.
What tool would you suggest? Like which, because I've seen different people talk about different cameras. What camera would you use?
You don't even need a camera, but if you want to get a camera, you can certainly use one, and you can get an expensive one.
Some odd thing or whatever.
You get a P900, it doesn't matter. It won't help you.
No?
No.
Well, wouldn't it be, then I'd be able to repeat the thing where it shows the holes keep appearing and the bottoms of the buildings on the other side of the one of the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
And then that would show no curvature if I could see the bottom, right?
What? I just told you that the horizon's not Earth curve, and you agreed.
I'm saying to prove it, like if I wanted to actually go out and prove it to myself or to others, if I got that camera and I zoomed in, that would prove it.
Spend a month. Go to Lake. Are you near Lake Michigan?
Sorry?
Are you near Lake Michigan?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you can go to a bay and you can get some distance demarcations, along the shoreline, and every day for a month you can gauge or measure how far you see the horizon in relation to those distance demarcations. If it ever changes, you've debunked the globe.
The demarcation distances, how I don't know anything about this, so I'm asking because I really don't know. So what are demarcation distances?
Distance markers, like if you were in a bay or if you were any coastline, right? You look
Is it
along
like
the coast.
little floaty things out in the water, or is it?
No, not buoys. I'm talking about you can use any feature. You can use docks. You can use piers. You can use buildings. Whatever distance demarcations. I mean, a buoy would work. They don't move that much. They're chained to the floor of the ocean or the
And
lake.
just track the map and see the distance, and then see if I can see the bottom of it, and then if I can do it out. What did you say it was?
No. All you got to see is if the horizon moves in relation to those objects. Because you're thinking that physical Earth curve is blocking things in the distance still. You think, well, if I see the bottom of it, then the Earth is flat. And that's just not the case, because I showed you 2 photographs in the chat where the horizon has moved. Same area, same distance demarcations, but all of a sudden, one day the water appears to block the oil platforms, and the next day it doesn't.
Talking about the one at 214? No refraction.
No, I'm talking about the same oil rigs at 8 minutes after the hour, the one that I posted, and then 9 minutes after the hour, you have Daniel who posted the same observation.
Okay, I didn't realize those 2 pictures were connected.
Yeah.
I was looking at only the first picture with the yellow sky.
You have a moving horizon.
I'm on my phone, so I'm scrolling up and down between the 2 photos.
That's fine. If you have a moving horizon, is the horizon Earth curve?
Why would the horizon move, though? I don't understand.
Why would the horizon move? What is the horizon?
I only know what I know, and what I've been told. The horizon is just the point where the sky meets the sea, and what we perceive when we look out because of the
right.
What's it called? There's an effect, like when you're drawing,
yeah, it's perspective, or it's an apparent
vanishing
position.
point. There it is. Yeah.
It's defined as an apparent position. Apparent means looks like, but not actual.
Yeah, because of the vanishing point.
No, because of a myriad of optical effects or perspective effects that, depending on the day, can change where the horizon appears to be.
And that was what Necros was posting, where with certain environmental factors, there's refraction, which which changes how we see the vanishing point or horizon.
Yeah.
Just posted an
Exactly, and
example of vanishing point in the
that's the
chat.
opposite of what the
Yeah.
Globers claim. That's exactly the opposite of what the Globers claim. That's exactly like the image I just sent with the two photos of the oil rigs being hidden by the horizon, and the other one, which we call the black swan, where we see the horizon behind the oil rigs. That's the exact same thing in those videos. It shows you how the refraction and the atmospheric conditions will just block your vision and limit your vision, not extend your vision. But when there is lower atmospheric conditions in the air, you will be able to see farther, like in those videos, and it's applicable in a flat surface.
Yeah, in general, I think that trying to squint at the horizon is not going to be helpful for either side, just because of air turbulence and you know, if light bends slightly, then things are off. So that's why the horizon isn't super helpful, in my opinion.
I know that even with my camera on my phone, and it's like, you know, when I got it when it was newer, like you zoom in, and like when you're standing on the beach and you're seeing the freighters, sometimes it looks like half the hole is like, it looks like it's deeper in the water than it is because it's way out there. And then when you zoom in, it's like all of a sudden the hole has risen. It looks like it's like, you know, lighter, and it's not riding as low in the water.
One thing I'm curious about would be, and again, I'm not sure if everyone's on the same page here with this, or maybe we have different opinions. Again, it's possible. I'm just open to whatever, but would we agree that, like, depending on what like wavelength of light you're engaging with, like, you might see different things, you might even see through certain things? Would we agree with that, or would we disagree with that?
You'd have to show an example of it before we start agreeing to things.
So, like, one thing that, and this was actually legislated against, I believe, as being unconstitutional, but using infrared to like look into people's houses without a warrant. Like, we would agree that they're really just looking at like a different band within the spectrum of light, right, to be able to do that. Or would we disagree
I would
with
agree
that?
with you to show an example of that. You're always asking us to agree with hypothetical things. Why don't you show an example of what you're talking about?
You're saying that.
I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you to demonstrate what it is that you're claiming.
Do you want me to show you the legislation that was passed, or?
Dude, all right. Honestly.
Well, no, I guess I'm just.
Why can you not just have a decent, honest conversation? Why is this so difficult?
Wait, I don't understand. He's saying that there's legislation to block infrared technology. What was this technology used for?
No, we're not going to red herring across. We're not going to get away from the topic. We're not going to talk about people apparently using infrared to look into other people's houses. I want you to show an example of what you're talking about, and then connect that to the claim that you're making.
What was the point of bringing up infrared? Do you think that would have been a useful tool to view out in the distance and do these measurements at home? And then you think maybe they outlawed it, perhaps, to stop people from doing that? That could be a connection.
Infrared helps us see farther. Definitely, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like in
so I think he was bringing up to be probably like, why do you? It could, that could have helped improving things for people, but maybe they banned it. I mean,
nobody's banned anything. You can take infrared photography anytime that you want. Meanwhile, I need you to demonstrate your claim and what point you're making with it.
So I was really just asking a question just for us to agree on terms first before I was going to make any kind of like,
what terms do you want us to agree upon? What term?
So do you or do you not agree that what we would call visible light is electromagnetic radiation?
What? What does that have to do with the topic? Electromagnetic radiation.
It might be
Well,
you might have to wait a little bit for him to illustrate what he's saying.
well, yeah, I'm starting
he's
as
laying it out. He's laying it
Are
out.
you defining light as electromagnetic radiation, or does it have elements of electromagnetic radiation? Because you have the photoelectric effect, right? You have X-ray, you have infrared, you have the light spectrum, the visible light spectrum. You've got all this stuff baked into light. So what
so
are
is
you
that all
trying?
part of what light is?
Yeah, there's a lot of things about light. What is it that you are trying to claim, and what are you trying to get us to agree on? That light has elements of these things? Sure. And
So the thing I was asking about is
claim
like
ether.
if come again?
Maybe he wants to claim the ether and where the propagation of those waves happen.
no, we're not talking about ether right now. Damn it.
Yeah, no, I was just asking if we all agree that, you know, we have like a certain that the spectrum of visible light that, you know, you and I, you know, engage in is just one fraction of like the whole like EM spectrum, right? Then perhaps we would be able to, in the attempt to make an affirmative case to, you know, see all this stuff, you know, beyond the horizon and so forth, if the Earth is flat, to just essentially alter.
Beyond the horizon, is the horizon Earth curve in this scenario that you're describing?
Whatever I mean, the curvature, that part's not. I'm asking about like a means that we could provide a proof one way or the other, right?
You said beyond, as if somehow the horizon was a point that we could see beyond, like a tangent point.
And Ben Rayleigh, we are not talking about seeing things beyond the horizon. We talk about seeing the horizon itself in different distances. The horizon.
Okay, fair,
not things
fair.
beyond the horizon.
That's fair.
The
So
horizon being not a physical curve, abstraction or edge of a curvature. That's what we are talking about. Not the things
right.
beyond
So
the horizon.
right. So like the statement that was, I believe, referenced to was about how, you know, when things go far enough out, like especially like over the sea, right? Like we are limited in our capacity to actually like see that far out, right?
What's that far?
So
how far is that far?
Well, didn't you say like when like things start disappearing, they'll start disappearing at a certain point?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So then do you agree that if we were to look far enough out and we were able to see far enough out that we would be able to see everything then?
Oh, so light apparently travels forever. There's no attenuation. It doesn't run into things like, I don't know, humidity, smoke, dust.
Right. That's why I was asking about the different, like, you know, going from like infrared to like ultra, whatever you want to say, right? Because depending on and this is from what I understand, you might disagree, that depending on what wavelength you're discussing, you would be able to see through certain things, and you might lose the ability to see certain things.
Well, why don't you
And we
demonstrate
see in
that?
a
We're
really
back
particular.
to I don't want to really deal with hypotheticals. I want you to demonstrate the thing that you're talking about.
But wait,
Right.
says who? He just brought himself into a trap. He trapped himself by himself. So okay, I will agree with you. So now I will put on the table radio waves being in the same spectrum of electromagnetic wave spectrum. So the radio waves, Marconi did shoot radio waves horizontally on the surface of the Earth. First time it was 2,000 miles. Second time, it was 10,000 miles. And they received the signal from 10,000 miles using radio waves horizontally. Now you see farther. You agree with me? You see farther, 10,000 miles.
I'm not sure what you're
We are
referencing. I'm
using
just
the
asking
same
if that.
we are using the same electromagnetic waves. I'm using radio waves, being a part of those electromagnetic waves. Yeah, like infrared, like microwaves, and the spectrum, the visible spectrum. Yeah, I'm using we used already. Marconi did that, and it was a long time ago. So we can see further now.
I have no. I'm not sure what you're referencing. I don't think you have any reason to mislead me or to be dishonest. So I mean, if that's what
No.
happened, then sure. I mean,
You were talking about infrared and visible spectrum and electromagnetic waves that and the propagation of those waves in distance. So if we are able to see just, for example, the visible spectrum in near distance, and if we use infrared and we can see farther, why don't you use other type of waves like radio waves, and you will be able to see for or measure for long distances. That's like seeing. So if you consider them the same thing, if you consider the propagation will be just the same. Yeah, consider radio waves, and the propagation happened 2,000 mile first attempt. They received the signal for the 2,000 mile, and the second test, first attempt, 10,000 mile.
okay.
Nice. Propagation happened in the same way. So we see over a flat horizontal plane. And we can shoot those same waves, radio waves, that are in the same spectrum, and the same line of electromagnetic waves. We can shoot them horizontally, and you can receive them from far distance, 10,000 miles. It was you, the one who bring that to the table.
Yeah, no, I was just asking if we could utilize that. If you're saying the experiment's already been done.
We already did. Now, what's the point? We already did. Now, what's the point? I already sent an image with infrared long distance observation. Yeah, we have long distance test with the radio waves. We already did that. Your question.
So wait, how far would it? So you're saying that they used infrared to look at the horizon? Okay.
But what's your contention with infrared? Because we have a lot of infrared footage of the glow or the Earth itself.
I'm sorry, I did crash. If you said something to me, I didn't hear it.
Joe, you want to post that footage, dude, that you think is legitimate photo evidence that the Earth is a globe?
That's a neato one. What evidence do you have of the Earth being a globe? Hello? Did you not hear me or something?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe.
No, I was asking Ben Reale. I'm supposing that you're a globe Earther, correct? Believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I believe the Earth is an irregular spheroid, as it was told to me. But if that's why I was asking for like an affirmative case for like, to like reject the null hypothesis here. Like, if you're saying it's not, right? But then the other guy said that you're not going to provide like an affirmative case for it. It's just more of a skeptical case. And I'm like, okay. So
No,
then I
we're
just started
giving you.
brainstorming about different experiments that could, be done to sort of demonstrate it like one way or the other.
Well, there are
I guess I'll go.
demonstratable experiments that prove that the Earth is not curved. Is that was your point? You just wanted to see evidence for flat Earth, or?
Yeah, if would there be any evidence that I guess would run counter to the Earth being flat? Or I guess what would you
I don't
want to
know,
see?
man. You'd have to tell me that one. That's what I'm trying to figure out. If any round earther has any evidence to the contrary. That's sort of the issue, is that there's never really any real evidence of the Earth being round, but there's testable, demonstratable evidence of the contrary position where it is flat.
We are all here just waiting for that.
It's sort of a strange burden reversal, right? So the claim is that the Earth is curving. The flat Earth position would be no, zero curve. It's a negative. So you're asking us to prove a negative. Well, no problem. I see no Earth curve. But if you say that you do, or someone has given you evidence that there is, then we're going to need to see that. That's the positive claim.
Well, wouldn't both be a positive claim? Because if a person's saying that, I believe that the Earth is, let's say a person says, I believe the Earth is like a cube, right? And another person's like, I am not convinced that the Earth is a cube. They have not actually made an affirmative claim as to what it is. They just said that they don't believe in your claim. But if they say the Earth isn't a cube, the Earth is a triangle, then you're both making a claim and both have a burden of proof.
That's not what people are making. That's not what anybody is making.
Well, listen. When you are holding a position, a default position, for example, when you are saying that unicorn doesn't exist, so it's for the one who is putting a positive claim about the existence of that bullshit, who will have to prove that thing. So for the person who is just holding a default position, he didn't say anything else that what we observe, what we all observe. We see the flat horizontal horizon. We don't feel any motion. We see those lights in the sky going above us from east to west. But now the positive claim is it's curving. It's not what you see. It's spinning. It's not what we feel, and the stars. It's not they. The ones are moving. It's us spinning on ourselves. So we are just saying that you are claiming, putting a positive claim against the standard position, which is the default. We are saying it doesn't exist. The curvature, like the unicorn. You say a unicorn exists, we say that it doesn't exist. You say that the curve exists, we say that it doesn't exist. And something that a surface which is not curving up or down, it means that it's flat. That's the default position.
Yeah, and I actually don't. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing or making contention with that. I think the thing where there's perhaps a misunderstanding is that the fact that one is making a claim at all would support that they have a burden. That is the statement.
Okay, no problem. The Earth is flat. I see zero Earth curve.
Okay, so that's the claim. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, zero Earth curve.
Curvature doesn't exist.
All right. So then, to, I guess, provide an example, then this is because this was actually helpful, because then it's okay, we can actually come up with some type of experiment to falsify that, or to implausify, if we're going to be, I guess, a bit more technical. So
you're finding Earth
to believe, for you to believe that that's not the case.
Yeah, the experiment would be, and it's not an experiment, by the way, you just do a measurement. You would measure Earth curve. That's all it would require. So do you have measurements of Earth curve that we can verify?
Oh, I haven't measured the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, well, who has?
It's a great question. Who has?
I could not tell you.
Okay, so there's no evidence of Earth curve anywhere. Nothing to even falsify or debunk a measurement of zero curvature.
So, and I think that's actually why like the burden of proof conversation is like actually pretty helpful, because so the statement that there is no evidence versus the statement. Well, I'm just saying,
Ben, before
well,
saying that, just think about it before saying. Never ask to the one who is telling you that the unicorns doesn't exist to prove his claim. He's claiming that the unicorns doesn't exist. You can't. You can't. It's a fallacy. It's called shifting of burden of proof fallacy. You can't ask him to prove his claim, to prove that the unicorns doesn't exist. You have. If you're against that claim, if you're not agreeing with the claim that unicorns doesn't exist, you have to prove that the unicorns exist with the empirical proof. So I have to verify it by myself, not attaching a piece of plastic to the forehead of a horse and take it in a photo and tell me, here is my proof for a unicorn. No. That's not.
So the best way would be to tell the person the tools they need to go out and verify it themselves. That would be the best way to go about it, in my opinion.
Right. Well, and to Jade's point there, like that's we're exactly right. Like I'm basically saying like, hey, you know, you see this in court all the time. Like, you know, we have someone's making a claim. What then would you consider to be evidence? And I think someone said, go out there and just make a measurement. It's like, okay, that could be one thing, but there's probably more than just that could prove
that's
or
it.
disprove
That's all you need.
the claim, right? That's not going to be the only thing, right?
I don't
Nope,
want
that's the only thing is verifiable measurements of Earth curve. That's all that you need. It's really very simple. I don't know why getting something so simple is so difficult when it's 2024 and we still haven't gotten it.
So to Jade's point, then what would be the tools that you would use to measure that?
Well, why don't you ask the people that measured it before how they got their measurements of Earth curvature? Why are you asking us, the people that aren't making the claim? Why don't you ask the experts that you appeal to who would get the tools to measure the Earth curvature? Why aren't you asking them?
So
wait a second. Wait a second. You wouldn't ask the people who made the measurements before, because if they falsified the measurements, then or they're getting or they just don't want to tell you. I mean, it's made when all these people that I've ever seen talking about it, they talk about what tools they use. Why is it so terrible to say this is what I use?
What are they
Something
using?
similar to that would help you. The Nokia P90 thing or P900.
The people who have measured the curvature of the Earth are using P900s?
That's not what I said. Again, sir, you are not listening to what I'm saying. I said,
so who's making the claim
the people who claim to have disproved the curvature by showing that zooming out, it's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion that there's and there's a curvature.
We're talking about
measurement.
They proved this.
Good grief, you guys! We're talking about the positive claim of Earth curve. How was that measured, and what was the means they used to get that?
But what Ben is asking, how do I show that there is no curve? What tools do I use? And a lot of people talk about looking over a body of water. If you can see the bottom of the building where it meets the concrete, then there is no curvature if it's a sufficient distance away.
No one made that claim. That's a straw man. Now you're straw man.
I did not say that anybody here made that claim. I said there are people who talk about flat Earth that I have seen.
Well, why don't you go talk to them, not us? Why don't you actually use their claims against them? No one here made that claim.
All Ben is asking for is, how would you suggest I go and measure it? Where, like,
no. How do you measure? I can't show you how to measure zero. You can show me how to measure curvature,
not to measure the curvature. Not to measure the curvature.
The claim on the table is that the Earth is flat from the flat earther's perspective. Where we measure zero curvature, we cannot find it. It is unfindable. That's a negative aspect. It's a negative claim, basically. The globe Earth position. The Earth is curving, and apparently people have measured this curve. Why don't you get the tools and find out if you can make and help the affirmative claim that the Earth is curving.
Yeah, so this is where I would say,
What,
like,
he
as a
just asked me
person,
a question and people are getting so hostile. My God. Fucking hell.
so what I'm basically saying here is, let's say, like, forget, like, okay, let's say I no longer believe that the Earth is round, right? That doesn't mean that I believe the Earth is flat. I might just be agnostic about the proposition.
I'm
right?
sorry, do you
I'm
think
saying
that
what would
flat
allow
is
me
a
to?
shape? Do you think flat is a
What I'm
shape?
saying is, like,
Do
what
you
I'm
think
saying is,
flat is a shape?
no, I don't think flat's a shape.
Okay, so it's a description of a surface, right? And it's not about belief, it's something that can be measured.
Okay.
So we go out, we go looking for curvature, we find none, it's zero. So we find flatness.
Uh-huh.
So the Earth's flat. It's objective, it's not a belief. You found it. You found nothing. You found flatness. Unless you think that you can find curvature somewhere, then I would ask you, what tools would I use and how would I verify that there's Earth curve somewhere?
So okay, so then here's my question. Do you believe, how do I phrase this?
Why is this always about belief?
What is
this a
what is
religion
the
that we
shape of
need
the
to
Earth?
follow?
Well, no, I'm asking you directly. What is the shape of the Earth in your view?
I have no idea what the overall shape of the Earth is. I know that the surface of it, especially the water, which is about 70%, rests flat and level.
Okay. So then, would you say that if someone were to show me, like, hey, I believe that the Earth is flat and level, as you said, and they have it flat and level, but it's round, and someone else said, hey, I have it flat and level, but it's like a square, which would you defer to?
A
Or would you
square?
just not have an opinion?
Who's saying that? Why are you bringing this hypothetical into the conversation when we're talking about the surface and not the whole, which I've not made claims about, but the surface? Why would you ask about squares now?
Well, I'm asking about, well, if we're having a conversation about the surface of it and, like, the shape of it, then that would necessitate that, like, the whole, like, you have an opinion on. But if you don't have an opinion on, you just
Why?
like, well, I
Who
know
cares
it's flat,
about
but I
this?
don't
Is
know
not an
what the shape
opinion
is.
form. This is not about whose favorite color is the best. This is not about cake decorating. This is not subjective. This is about the nature of the surface of the Earth and how it can be measured. And you're talking about opinions, and that's not what this forum is about.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So would you disagree then with well, I think the other person left, but would you disagree that, like, like in calculus, like, if you zoom in on a curve to a sufficient degree, it will appear flat even though the curvature still exists?
So
Would
on a
you
computer
agree with that or
screen,
disagree with
pixels, which are square, right? We're talking about pixels, and if you zoom in on a computer program, that eventually you get to the pixel level and it looks flat. Yeah, I'd agree. In a computer program, that's what it would look like. However, you live on the Earth, which is supposedly curving at 8 inches per mile square, which is definitely measurable from where you stand. It's curving away from you every direction, 8 inches per mile square, and that can be measured. A tangent point should be found, and yet we find no tangent point. So,
well, would you agree then if you had a flat surface, right? If we had an area, let's say like the Salt Lakes or somewhere like the Salt Lakes, a large enough area of, let's just say, to draw a circle, right? Just like a basketball, court circle. Anyway, if it could be as large as what they say the radius of the Earth is, right? And you were standing on that line and it was curving, the radius was 8 inches per mile. I mean, do you think that you could stand on the line and look straight ahead and you would see any curving to the left? If you're on the left side of that circle looking, as far as you can see.
what are you asking me?
Or anybody.
Do you think that you could measure curvature on a curved surface that you're standing on to a tangent point?
Yeah, you know how they take, no, this is a little different. You know how they take like a highway and they spray the yellow lines in the road? Well, if they took spray paint like that, and sprayed a white line at the same, the same width of what they say Earth is on a flat surface, right? if they did a radius, a giant circle of how much they say that the Earth is curving per mile. So have the radius of that. Do you think that you could be on that flat, that white line looking straight ahead? Do you think you would see it starting to curve? You know what I mean?
If you're standing on the line as it's going away from you?
Yeah, as if, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there'd be a tangent point. That's how the Earth was supposed to have been measured. There'd be a tangent point, right? Or is there now no tangent point on the globe Earth?
Well, I mean, if this line was just drawn, like you draw a line, like you draw a circle in the dirt, you know what I mean? But if it was a big enough circle and you're standing looking forward, as it moves away from you, supposedly being as wide as the Earth is, so it's curving at 8 inches per mile. But the circle would be so wide, should we be able to observe, because we can only see, 3 miles maybe on a flat with nothing in the way. Do you think the line would look like it's curving?
No. That's the tangent point that you're talking about. You say that white line that you're standing on, that radius, that should disappear if you're about 6 foot tall at about 3.2 miles. That's the tangent point I'm talking about. And that tangent point's been debunked. So why are we having this conversation?
Well, okay, then I guess I'm asking anybody else, because I'm trying to imagine this in my head, because if we're on the salt flats, right, and it was large enough, and drew this circle, could we see it curving? You know what I mean?
That's the tangent point that's claimed to be on the globe.
Yeah, but that would be going, sloping away from you, going down, right? I mean, like, just
I think I see what you're asking. Yeah, I think I know what you're asking.
I might not be saying it very good, but in my brain, I know.
You're saying that, like, if it's a straight line going, because like it would be like you could probably do this experiment with a basketball and just look really close at it, and you had like a string, you would see it like curve away from you, right?
Like a roundabout, like a roundabout in a highway. And the roundabout has a white line, so the cars stay in their lane. A flat piece of concrete, if it could be as wide as what they say the world is, as far as the radius. But so this roundabout would have a white line, which would have the same radius as they say the Earth is curving down away from you. Could you, on this white line, look straight ahead at this road and see any curvature? If it's really, what do they say the circumference of the Earth is? Like the 24?
24.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not being very clear, but
yeah, I'm having a hard time.
I think I get what you're saying. You see this on the highway, right? So yeah.
I also understand what you're saying, but just to tell you something, that's what the guys were talking about all the time, because says who just debunk that thing with the black swan observation. So yeah, I agree with you. If you are on a circle which is 44,000 kilometers on circumference on the equator, and you are standing on that the top of that circle, so you have to see that circle curving away from you, so curving down away from you. And you will measure that 8 inches per mile square, and you will always be able to measure where will be that geometric horizon, dependent to your elevation by foot. So you will be able to measure that horizon, and if you see the horizon, that's the point of which is in contention now. If you see the horizon at a farther distance than what the globe model tells you should see it, it means that you are not on that sphere of that radius of the 3959. So that's the point. So if you are on the surface on the top of that circle, and you see the limit, the edge, the horizon of that circle, farther distance than you should, it means that the circle that you are on is not the radius that you are imagining, or the circumference that I gave you earlier.
At this point, we're having people come in and tell us that you would never see the curvature or be able to measure it. The Earth is so big, it's flat.
Why? Why? Why they would?
I
Why
don't.
would they would say that? They didn't say. Didn't they say that the boats are just hiding behind that curvature, and the curvature is that obscuring the boats from bottom up? It wasn't that the claim.
Yeah, that was the claim. But we had a
So
tangent
now,
point, and now there's no tangent point, so it can't be detected or measured. The Earth is
yeah.
still a ball. It doesn't have any of the features of a ball. It's flat. It looks flat. It feels flat. It measures flat. But trust me, bro, it's still a ball.
So if you just think about this, imagine yourself watching a boat going far in the ocean, and you see the boat just being starting to be obscured by the horizon from bottom up, and consider that the axis of between you and the boat will be the z-axis. So that z-axis is going from the observer you to the boat, and the y-axis is that horizon, is the top of that hill, which is covering the boat from you. So that is hiding the boat. And if I go to the extremity of that y-axis, which is I go to the extreme left or extreme right, far enough to be able to see that curving horizon, that curving hill that were between me and the boat, but I won't see it. Unfortunately, I won't see it. I will always see a flat horizontal horizon. No hill between me and the boat. Just imagine it. You and the boat, and there is a hill obscuring a curvature, a physical curvature, and that's what you imagine. So a physical curvature between me and the boat, and the top of that curvature is hiding that boat. So if I go sideways, I won't ever see that curvature that you are imagining.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear here. I'm, you know, you meet me in real life. I'm not a confident. Like I don't, you know, I'm actually just trying to understand. Like that's all. Like I don't have any malice or anything. I think
I
for the
understand
most
you.
part, you guys have been pretty patient. It's just like you know. So
No one here is against you. Just understand something. No one here is against the Globers. We were all, I think, we were all, the majority were all Glovers. That's for sure.
I certainly was.
We are coming from the your side.
Yeah,
We
we're
just
on your side, man. We're trying to like open up eyes here, like, you know what I mean? Like we're here fighting this battle with you, dude.
You'll get over
yeah,
it, man.
no,
When you
I
realize
appreciate. Yeah, like I like, you know, I work so much. You know, I just take, you know, I come on Discord and I like to, you know, just learn, and I don't even, I don't put a lot of, like, I'm not like a debate bro or like whatever. Like I literally just don't, like I'll I don't get any joy out of that kind of stuff. I'm just like inquisitive, I guess. I'm not a, you know,
And I don't,
like life's too short to
come,
be.
I
Yeah,
don't come to
yeah.
Discord to debate people. Really, to be fair, to be honest with you, I don't come to Discord to debate people. But I found something. I found some truth, and I think that's a belief. That's my own belief and my own understanding. I think that I have to share the truth, even it just help people go middle way and leave them with themselves to try to research the thing by themselves. We are not asking people to trust us or to believe us. I hate believers. I hate people who just believe something that you will just say without checking it in reality. So if you tell me that, oh, I understand, now I'm flat earther, I will just be mad against you because you didn't verify any shit of what we said. You didn't make any observation, at least make an observation about water and try to understand water. That will be the least thing to do. So yeah, we all hate believers and we all hate people who just trust assumptions.
Yeah. Well, But no, I appreciate the conversation. Like I'm in here sometimes. I appreciate the conversation at least. So
Oh yeah. I'm glad we could help you out. If you want, I can give you some reference material on the subject. So if you're ever home and alone and you feel like you just want to look into it, I could send you that.
yeah, sure. Hit me up. Friend request.
Oh, okay. This is what I'm about to send you is from the International Flat Earth Research Society. It was made by a man named Eric Dubay. Now I spiritually disagree with the man, and on some metaphysical levels I disagree with the man,
Me
but
too.
he's still right about the Earth being flat.
Me
And
too.
he compiles these evidence pretty well.
I think the same as you. So we are the same boat. And yeah, brother, you can go and check the things by yourself. It will be good because when you understand the reality by yourself, you will be able to explain it freely. You will not be dependent to a script, what you found and what they told you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I'll definitely look into that. So, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Hope to see you around.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Don't forget
You
that
guys take
curve
care.
argument I gave at the very beginning. I think that one's
No, that
pretty
one's kicking
sound.
around in my head actually, right? So yeah, I remember that. Take care.
Yeah.
Have a good one, brother.
Peace.
Damn, so we're all flat earthers in this bitch.
What's up, Quetzal?
Oh, what fun. Huh? Ahoo!
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Are you guys flat earthers?
Hell yeah, but I'm just off to the gym in a sec, so
Oh, that's a shame.
we can get into it for a few minutes if you want.
Sure. What's your rationale?
Every single globe earth argument I've heard is a fallacy.
Every single globe earth argument you've heard is a fallacy. A logical fallacy? Or, okay, that, I don't actually know how that would make sense, right? Fallacies are like, logical arguments, whereas like you can have empirical like evidence, right? Like I don't think they're like expecting you to take it on, I guess what I'm saying is like there's going to be evidence backing this, and then there's also going to be like reasoning backing it. Are you saying like all of their reasoning is backed? Or are you saying the evidence doesn't exist?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Cherry picking evidence would be a fallacious form of validating something in this case. That's what
Wait,
the flat
evidence?
earthers do.
possibly. But
Wait, what did you say? Sorry, evidence would be would be fallacious. Like they're
Cherry picking.
faking evidence.
Cherry picking evidence.
What is that?
It doesn't matter anyway.
When you say cherry picking evidence, do you mean like selecting only for things that like conform to one point of view?
Favorable. Yeah,
Are favorable?
So like if you
Or it's like discounting?
if you were trying to prove
You
that
guys don't have
Tylenol
to-
worked or something, and you tested 100 people and 10 people, had their headache removed out of the 100, and you only published those 10 people, like you'd be cherry picking the favorable evidence.
Okay, so you're saying so my understanding is you're saying that there's evidence that they bring to light that would support it, but they're ignoring all the evidence that wouldn't support it. Could you provide me the evidence that wouldn't support it?
Listen, man, you came in here saying like there's empirical evidence for the globe. So do you want to give us self-evident proof for the globe?
So this is why I was asking these questions kind of to start, because I was just trying to get the understanding that you guys had. And if your understanding of it is, well, it's being cherry picked, well, then I could show you, look at it from my perspective. I could show you evidence, and then you could say, well, this is just one thing. I have evidence that proves otherwise, right? And my evidence that proves otherwise is, it supersedes what you've proved. So, so the structure of the argument, based off of the way that you're framing it, would be that you would be showing me evidence, and I would have to consider it and acknowledge it, right?
No, not really, no, because what the claim on the table is the globe Earth, right? Your experience is not the globe Earth. When you go outside, all of the testimony of mankind says the same thing about the Earth. It looks flat, seems stationary, don't feel movement, don't see curvature. So I'm wondering with you, isn't it a little bothersome that they tell you you're on a sphere, right? And spheres have curvature. But then if we go to measure the drop over the distance, say over a mile, the sphere Earth claims there's an 8-inch drop over that distance. We can't measure that. So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere because we do not measure the curvature that's required for the Earth to be a sphere in the first place.
No, we do measure it. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead. Who measured it, or did you measure it? And if you could give me the repeatable, demonstrable task, I'll go ahead and do it too.
Sure. Yeah, plenty of people have done this. There's lots of YouTube videos that you could watch that show people measuring this.
The drop over the distance.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give us one.
Oh, you want me to Google it for you? Okay, I mean, I guess you can Google it
No,
for you.
I'm asking for who measured the drop over the distance. You're saying plenty of people. So you obviously have an arsenal of names in your head right now. Why don't you give me one?
Why would you assume that? I've watched videos. Why would I have like a Rolodex of names?
Oh, plenty of people. When you say plenty of people, you're just generalizing. You don't even know who any of those people are.
No, I do. I just don't have their names memorized.
Okay, well, so then who did it? Like, what was so convincing about this evidence that you didn't even remember the dude that measured it?
I didn't memorize his name. No, why would I memorize his name?
Okay, well then, what was the method they used to measure the drop over the distance?
Oh, sure, yeah. So basically what they were doing is, I think they're kind of in an area that's like relatively flat, kind of like a desert-like thing. And one dude was at one point and the other dude went some measurable distance away. And I can't exactly remember what they were using for the height, but somehow they were accounting for like the height differential from the guy who was at like the at the starting point, right?
What
And the
elevation
guy
were
that
they
traveled
at?
like a mile away. Yeah, they basically had something that kind of
What
measures like the elevation
sir,
relative
sir,
to.
what elevation were they at? Because I'd like to see this experiment done over sea level, because we all have a base axiom that we know about water, right? Like if you put it in a bucket, in a tub, if you put it in a pool, the surface of that water is flat. So that would probably be the best place to go ahead and measure this curvature. Wouldn't you agree? Like, why would we go to a place with topography? Obviously, nobody here is claiming the land is flat. We understand there's topography.
Okay. Yeah, you could do it with water. Yeah, people do this as well. There's a classic example. I'm sure you guys. This is like probably a major thing that you guys end up arguing about a lot. But there's a lot of examples of like the sailboat stuff where people, bottom of the sailboat, can't see. The bottom of the sailboat as it goes a certain distance away.
There's tons of examples of the boats being raised up and look like they're floating in the sky too. So that's not conclusive.
What's your standard of evidence?
Did you not hear me from the beginning? I said something demonstrable, repeatable, like something I could set up an experiment.
What does demonstrable mean here?
Demonstrating, being able to demonstrate the claim. So if you're claiming the Earth is a sphere, like just for example, if you're saying the Earth is a sphere and it revolves around the sun, there must be an experiment that I could do for myself in my backyard here on the Earth that I can prove that to myself, right?
Sorry, an experiment that you could do that. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, that I could prove that to myself, right? That I would experience the experience, right? So then I would have firsthand knowledge of this experience, correct? Rather than having hearsay, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so do you have an experiment that we can do from the Earth that would tell us that the Earth is moving around the sun?
That the Earth is moving around the sun? Yeah.
Do you believe
there's
the Earth is moving around the sun?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, why do you believe that?
Oh, well, there's a lot of different, things that evidence this, right? So one example is like celestial bodies and how like they rotate around the sun, and time zones, for example, I think is a really good example of this, right?
Okay, wait. China has one time zone for the whole country, and then you said celestial bodies rotate around what? How did you figure out the Earth is a celestial body?
Hold on, I want to say something. The time zones be the same whether or not the Earth is rotating around the sun and the sun is rotating around the Earth. So that doesn't help.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. You have a bunch of static in the background. Huh?
Time zones are arbitrary.
Well, it doesn't matter if they're arbitrary. What he said doesn't make any sense. He's trying. That was supposed to be evidence for why the Earth.
Yes, he's using fallacious reasoning, which was already brought up to him. The reason that a lot of people don't believe in the globe is because a lot of the globe claims have to use fallacious reasoning. Like, because time zones, therefore the Earth is a ball.
You want me to explain it to you?
Especially when China has one time zone for the whole country, bro.
You want me to explain it to you? I can explain it to you.
Yeah, you want to explain how the sun moving over the top of the Earth is a problem for time zones, or if the Earth is spinning? Go ahead. Tell me how it's exclusive to a globe.
So we can at the very least tell that if like I can go and I can talk to somebody on like the opposite side of the globe or in different locations around the Earth, and they're going to notice the sun at different positions, right? For some people, the Earth is going to have like appeared like as it's setting, right? And some people it's not going to, and that's because the Earth is rotating around the sun, and it's also spinning on its axis, right? And it has like some kind of like angle to it, which is like responsible for the seasons, right? So different people seeing the sun in different positions in the
different globe argument is a begging. This is a begging question fallacy. If you're just going to use,
if I can just finish my explanation.
No,
All right, I guess
you
you guys don't
can
want to
just
listen.
go ahead and tell us why you're affirming the consequent and begging the question. Because Crypto told you that every globe Earth argument is a
Affirming
fallacy,
the
and you proved
consequent and
that
begging
spades
the,
today.
the
Yeah, so you begged the question. You said other side of the globe. You begged the question. Why did you do that?
well, because I was giving an explanation.
No, you gave an explanation while you begged the question. That's a fallacious argument.
No, wait, no. If I were to say, hey, you don't understand what that phrase means. Begging the question would be like me saying, like, oh, well, like the Earth.
Saying globe is begging the question. So, once again, tell us how your time zones actually prove anything about curvature.
You muted me?
Yeah, I did.
As I was explaining things? Wait, really?
Yeah, I mean, every time that you commit a logical fallacy, every time you commit a logical fallacy, I'm just going to stop you, and we're going to talk about it, or you can just go ahead and give your Earth curve measurement. You know, it's up to you.
Don't expect to be heard out or have questions answered, Feather. They don't tend to do that.
Yeah. Don't expect for us to listen too much to you guys. You know, beg the question.
So I guess once again we have fallacious arguments for the globe and no logical arguments for the globe. Cool.
I mean, you're literally muting me while I'm trying to explain things. I don't know how you guys think this is a good argument. You just think to mute somebody while they're explaining.
Let's get Harry away from this and let's appeal to format. Or you could just go ahead and give us your evidence for the globe without begging the question.
Okay, as long as you promise not to mute me while I'm explaining something.
I'll promise you every time you commit a logical fallacy.
A fair shake.
No, a fair shake to beg the question? No, I'm not really going to do that. I'm not in the mood for that today.
But isn't that like a perfect defense? Like you can just throw out a logical fallacy and then just mute the person and say they're doing that and not give them the opportunity to respond?
Yeah, right. Let's still appeal to the format. Let's still appeal to the format, which is another logical fallacy. At what point are you actually going to prove Earth curve and not use a logical fallacy to do it, like Crypto brought up earlier?
Your format is not letting people respond.
Yeah, so we're appealing to format right away, right? Instead of just demonstrating the Earth curve that you believe that you have.
Kind of a non-starter, isn't it? Like you can't let the other person talk, you can't have a conversation.
Let's just keep appealing to format. You're still not dealing with the globe that you're evidencing. So are you going to give us any globe evidence or just appeal to format?
Okay. All right, I'll try one more time for you guys. So basically, I'm explaining what's happening with the globe as I see it. I'm explaining things from my perspective, okay? So I'm saying this phenomena is happening, and this is how I'm explaining it. Now, you can say this is a phenomena.
I asked for scientific experiments, sir. I do not need to hear your just, what you feel it is. I want a scientific experiment to prove it, so that way we don't have to go off your feelings.
Wait, this is a scientific experiment.
Really? So what's the observed phenomena?
The observed phenomena is that the sun will be at different positions for different people on the Earth in ways that is very predictable. And as a result of this, the time zones were created because the sun is only going to be shining on specific areas within predictable time periods. That is a observable phenomena that you would have to explain using you could use a different model.
We would only have
two competing models, and we'd have to.
Whoa! We're not talking about models. This is a scientific experiment. Now, what are you going to vary to prove the cause?
What are you going to vary to prove the cause?
What's your hypothesis as to why people
make sense, but not in that order.
So okay, fine. What are you going to use? What are you going to vary and manipulate? What's your hypothesis as the cause of why people see the sun in different places at different times?
Well, I'm telling you, my hypothesis is that the sun is a globe, and I explained it to you earlier. I was saying this is my model.
That's not a scientific hypothesis. How are you going to vary and manipulate a globe?
What are you talking about?
Well, you said this is a scientific experiment. You need to vary and manipulate the thing that you assume causes the effect that you're observing, which apparently right now is angular relationships, which requires a flat plane of the sun from the observer's position. So you're asking me, how come I measure the Earth flat in this example?
What you just said is fallacious.
How is it fallacious?
You don't need a flat plane to have the observed phenomena that I'm talking about.
What is the observed phenomena? Angular observations to the sun, which is not a scientific, there's not cause and effect relationship here. What the heck?
It's not just angular relationship. Like, it's literally, well, if you want to call it's relationship, sure, but like the sun literally disappears and is out of sight during periods of the time that's very predictable for different people on different points on the planet.
Planet, begging the question.
Planet doesn't assume globe or not globe. We'll just.
Oh, so the planet is not a sphere. The planet is not like Mars isn't a planet. It's not a sphere hovering or floating.
No, I'm just saying you're crying that I'm begging the question, and planet doesn't even assume globe.
As soon as you say planet, apparently planet does not mean spherical Earth now.
It doesn't assume that. No.
Okay, so what is the planet then? What is a planet?
Well, I have a different model of the entire planet, but I would say that generally speaking, the planet Earth that we are on is a celestial body.
Is it a sphere?
Yes, I think that's what it is. We are contesting that. We're contesting that point.
No, we're not. You assumed it in the beginning of this. You brought it up that you were assuming that it's a sphere by using the word planet.
I'm trying to argue that it's a sphere.
How would you prove it? Just because people see the sun at different places?
Doing that right now, but you're crying about the premise.
It's a baseless assertion fallacy. You're saying people see the
I'm
Earth.
not. I'm just explaining to you that this is what I'm arguing. I'm not assuming anything. I'm trying to prove it to you.
Prove it. Don't explain it. Prove it. Explanations are not proof.
They can be. Of course they can be.
Just to be clear,
proof is proof. Evidence is evidence.
Celestial objects are in the sky, bro.
Listen. So you are assuming that the Earth is a planet. So you are calling.
I'm proving it. No, you're not even listening. Why do I even talk if you're not going to listen?
That's fine.
I'm telling you this is what I'm trying to prove to you.
Hey, if you interrupt,
how would you prove it? You have to get us from A to B. Prove it. So how does seeing the sun at different places and different times prove that you're on a ball?
Because, well, it's a starting point, right? I'm explaining some of the evidence that I see, and it doesn't have to be. I guess you could say there is some sort of torus-like rotation of the sun around the Earth that then would mean all we know as far as our starting point is, listen, the sun appears in different locations at different points on the Earth, and that means that something has to be moving in relationship to each other, right? We can at least agree upon that, right? We know that if the Earth is static, right, then the sun has to be moving around it for that phenomena to exist, or vice versa, the Earth could be moving around the sun. Do we at least agree upon that point?
No.
Okay, so then how could... Okay, so in your model, the sun and the Earth are both static?
Model, no. The heliocentric model says that it's the rotation, not the orbit, around the sun that determines the height of the sun or the time zones or the zenith point. So it doesn't have anything to do with orbit.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah, or there's a rotation. Yeah, or there's a rotation. Yeah. That's true as well. It could be moving around it. It could be rotating, but there has to be, some of these bodies have to be moving, right?
No, yeah, the sun, objectively, everybody describes the sun moving in an angular relationship to the Earth. Everybody describes it that way.
Okay.
So why would you assume that the Earth is moving or that it has curvature when you're describing angular relationships of the sun to the Earth, which would require the Earth to be flat?
You'd think that things can have... You can take a piece of paper or a ball and move something around it, and they can both have angular relationships with each other. I don't
Okay, how would you get the angular elevation angle of the sun on the Earth, assuming the Earth to be a sphere? Give me the angular relationship and measurements if the Earth is a sphere. How would you get an elevation angle with a curved surface?
An elevation angle with a curved surface?
Yeah.
An elevation angle with a curved surface. I don't think that that's necessarily how you would have to do that.
I don't care what you think. You just told me that angular relationships are described and can be done on a ball. So I'm asking you, the angular relationship of the sun to the Earth can be described or measured as at a ball. So that would be your baseline is a curve. So how would you measure that angle with a curved baseline?
Okay, well, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying you could talk about like a point. Are you talking about a point on the sphere?
Is
and
the
its
Earth a
angular
sphere?
relationship to the sun?
Is the Earth a sphere?
Yeah.
Okay, so how would you get the tangent point to measure from?
You can pick a point on the Earth and measure its angle to the sun.
Okay.
Yeah, that's possible.
So there's a tangent point on the sphere to measure from. There's a radius with a tangent
It
point.
doesn't have to be tangent.
Well, wouldn't you need a tangent point and then a tangent plane to measure an angle from?
No.
No? So you can measure an angle from a curved baseline then. Show me how you do that.
You can measure an angle from one point to another point. That's just like it's obvious. But the point is that you have to have,
show me how to do it inside chat. Go ahead. Don't scream. Just show me how to do it.
I'm not screaming. Jesus, you got some soft ears there, buddy.
Go ahead and just go ahead and not red herring away from the point and show me how you do that on a curve.
So funny. You're just throwing out like logical fallacies as if as if they mean something. That's hilarious.
I'm asking you questions. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you dare ad hom me, son.
Why are you red herring away from the point? I asked you to demonstrate what it is you just claimed, and you won't do it. Why are you not doing it?
Okay. Just addressing. I think you just want to have it both ways. I think you want to be able to ad hom me and
go ahead and describe what it is that you're talking about, or you can just kind of red herring and talk about anything except what I asked you to do.
But I just don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can both like bad mouth me and ask me.
No, I'm not bad mouthing anybody. I'm asking somebody who's decided to red herring away from the claim he just made about, taking angles from a curve to a different point. I'm asking him to demonstrate that, and he doesn't want to do it all of a sudden. He wants to go back to logical fallacies. So why is it that you're avoiding the thing that you claim?
I'm not avoiding the thing that I claim. I'm talking about it right now as you're talking over me, telling me I'm not.
Okay,
So there's a coordinate system.
Don't tell me about coordinate systems. I want you to demonstrate an angle from a curve that you said can be done.
Demonstrate an angle from a dude. You didn't even say anything there. I hope you don't think you just said something.
So now he's just saying that I didn't say anything. Apparently, he didn't say that you can take an angle from a curve. So you can't get an angle from a curved surface. You have to use a flat surface or zero. Is that right?
Oh, you finally unmuted me. Okay, holy shit. Jesus Christ.
So you can just swear and avoid the point, or you can say you can get an angle from a curved surface, or you must have a flat baseline. Which one is it?
All right. Can you stop muting me, please?
Okay, well, then just demonstrate what it is. What were you talking about earlier? The point-to-point measurements that you were talking about? Angle,
Yeah.
angular measurements?
Yeah.
Demonstrate.
Okay. So
like on the Earth,
the way
the
that
sun.
I see it,
No, I don't want your subjective analysis. The way that you see it, I want you to demonstrate the thing that you claimed.
Okay.
It's not that difficult. You make a claim, then you support the claim.
Dude, how bad faith can you get? Okay, let me just.
Yeah, what's bad faith is when you make a claim and then you don't support it. That's bad faith. So make a claim and then support the claim. Not difficult.
What's your IQ? Is it like
now
2?
It's not IQ. Now this is an actual ad hom, another fallacious tactic, right? So Crypto was right. Every globe argument, there's a fallacy involved. And at this point, we're not even talking about the globe anymore. He wants to talk about my IQ. I ask him to support a claim. He doesn't do it. So to make himself feel better or to somehow salvage this conversation, he's going to ask me about my IQ. Why is it about me and not about the claim that he made?
Because you keep muting me. You said you'd stop muting me, and then the next second you're muting me.
Yeah, no, I said I was going to continue to mute you when you make a fallacious argument. You keep doing that, I have to keep muting you. Show me how you measure an angle from a curved surface, or whatever it was that you were claiming earlier. Maybe you can clarify for us so we can stay on topic.
Yeah, and what he's asking for is a measurement, not a calculated distance using a coordinate reference system.
Okay, let me just clarify my position. You can measure angles from one object to another in a given coordinate system. But the reason why I'm bringing up coordinate system is because it's necessary to have a point of reference, right? And if you have two points, in a three-dimensional space, they can have some angle difference between them. That's plausible. All this stuff about elevations and curvature, these aren't things that I'm saying. I mean, maybe those are points that you want to bring up within your own argument about to prove your point, but I'm trying to prove my point. And that's what I'm trying to structure.
You have angular relationships between objects. So is the Earth an object that you could measure an angle from?
Yeah, of course.
Is the Earth a sphere in this scenario?
That's what I'm trying to prove, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to beg the question that the Earth is a sphere and it would have a radius and a tangent point.
I didn't say the tangent point thing, although you could draw...
You have to have one. So listen, when you look at the horizon and you think you're on a ball, you have to imagine that what you're seeing across your vanishing line is below elevation of your feet.
Hey, do you guys take questions? I have questions for Flat Earthers.
I mean, if that wasn't English, I can possibly do it in another language with AI, if that was too much. Okay.
Hey, do you guys field questions?
Wait, okay, I just want to point out that you guys asked me a question and then muted me.
I'm sorry, I unmuted you now.
Okay. Could you repeat your question and then I'll answer it?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was more of a comment. So look, I mean, if you think you're on a ball, right, then the vanishing line across your field of view, which you think is the horizon of Earth, has a lower elevation than your feet, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you need to measure that.
Yeah. Well, and I agree with that, and I think this would be true for like if I was doing arguments from like talking about the curvature of Earth, and we can get there, but I was just talking more about celestial bodies, which wouldn't really have to deal with elevations. It's a separate type of argument. But I just want to be clear about this.
Yeah, we're not flying spaceships around.
Okay. I guess the way I'm trying to structure this argument is just provide you guys with evidence of observed phenomena that maybe we can agree upon, and then we can talk about what makes the most sense in terms of like modeling this phenomena, right? Like that's to me that's the scientific method, right? We have
modeling can come later and should not be construed as the culmination of all knowledge and experience gained on this, right? Because it models for an observable phenomenon.
Yeah. Yeah, you model observed phenomena. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you need an observation.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
don't
we
understand the
begin
point
with that.
you're
So what
making.
is the observation that you want to model? And is there an observation that you can present that would indicate that Earth is curving in accordance with the prescribed dimensions?
Yeah. Okay. You want to? I mean, we can go more the curvature argument. I was talking about celestial bodies as like an explanation for why we have. We can go the curvature route, which is fine. So okay.
Yeah,
So
we can
let's
go
do
that
that.
route too.
That's what you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Sure.
celestial bodies, the celestial sphere model is not exclusive to the globe. So we can
Okay.
definitely park that aside. It's not going to help.
Okay, how about we do this? Okay, we'll do the curvature model, right? Like, the phenomena of gravity is explained in my model. I can talk about how it is. Can I ask you, how do you observe? Like, what is your understanding of gravity?
I'll accept gravity. Okay, it's your responsibility now to link it to globe curvature.
Sure. So I think that like ultimately, so here's some just, this isn't like the hard line proof or whatever, right? But like gravity as a force, it's gonna go toward the centroid of mass, right? It's going to point in the direction of the center of mass, right? And we can observe things like, for example, things like bubbles, right? Bubbles form in like spheres because ultimately the shape of a sphere is like equally distributing the pressure in a way where the how do I express this? Basically it equally handles the surface tension, right, of the bubble, and then so it's like, how's a good way of explaining this to you guys? But basically, it's
bubbles are spheres, therefore Earth is a sphere. This is another one.
There's the formula of an inward force. Okay, because like the pressure, the outer pressure. Okay, all right, fine. Okay, if you guys are gonna go that direction, how about this?
Listen, I'll stop you right now, and I'll tell you this: gravity is not going to work because you can have multiple geometries. It would produce the same effect that we have. For example, a cylinder. You could have a cylinder with a developable surface. That's where we live. If the cylinder is sufficiently long or deep, like to infinity, then you've got a downward vector that's universal and across the entire developable surface. And we've modeled that out. So you don't need a ball.
Wait, what you said doesn't make any sense.
You don't need a ball, kid, for gravitation. You can also use a cylinder that's really, really long, and you're at the top of it. And there are other configurations that also work. These are just two.
They don't. They don't. And the reason why they don't
do.
Work, it's not.
I can give you the paper if you want to read it.
Sure, I could get the paper, but it wouldn't work because it's an inward directed force. The
inward, but hold on. The cylinder is like deep, like light years deep.
There's like a light years deep cylinder.
Light years deep cylinder Earth. Yeah, that configuration works great. Just as ridiculous as light years far away balls of plasma in an infinite void.
No,
if you get outer space fantasy, we can invoke outer space fantasy too and make things work and model it, and it works. It's got a lot of practical use.
What, dude? No, it doesn't work like that. No, it's not like
it is working that way, which means you don't have exclusive claims. You do not have an exclusive claim to a globe.
What does that adjective mean in front of that word?
It means what you are proposing works flat or globe.
Okay,
you brought up gravity. That works flat or globe.
Yeah, no, it really mostly supports a globe. It really does.
No, it really doesn't.
Okay, you can say that, but I think that okay, so
it can be modeled.
How it works? Can I please? Okay, you're not gonna let me get a point.
Yeah, we're literally watching you cracking up, dude. This is your cognitive dissonance kicking.
No, it's just you're not like actually respond to the thing. You're like, explain my point.
The paper's by A.C. Tort at a university in Italy, and he modeled gravity on a cylinder. General relativity.
Okay, can I ask you just really fast? What's your background? Do you have like a physics background? Are you familiar with?
Yeah, I empty garbage for a living.
Okay. Can I ask you? Let's just do some basic physics here. Okay. What is like? Okay. What is energy? Could you give me like a quick explanation of that? What is the concept? Or like potential? How about potential?
Yeah, it's a big. Well, it depends what kind of energy. Heat energy?
No,
You want to talk about heat? You want to talk about electrical? You want to talk about any
just
kind of
energy.
forces in
No,
energy?
the
Like what?
concept- no, the abstraction energy. It's an abstraction. Just talk about energy.
Oh yeah, I asked you a question back.
I just answered it.
Oh well, you stepped aside and said no. Let's just talk about it abstractly. I'm like, okay.
No. I said it's an abstraction. Energy is an abstraction. You don't have to attach it to an adjective.
Right. Let's be specific about it. What kind of energy?
So you're sidestepping the question.
What, quantum flux in the vacuum energy? You want to talk about that?
Sure. Let's talk about quantum energy. Okay. So let's talk about.
Well, it doesn't prove you live on a ball, so it's probably a distraction, right? Because you can't link that to a ball either.
Okay, explain wave particle duality to me. How about that? It's a very specific concept.
All right, look up Schrodinger and Heisenberg.
I just asked you to explain. I'll explain it to you right now.
I know what it is, kid. You don't have to go into the basics with me, all right? What is this? None of this will prove your globe.
I'll just do it. I'll do it right now if you need me to. I'll explain it. If you can admit that you don't know it. I'll explain it right now.
What, you want to talk about like the delayed choice experiments? You want to talk about the quantum eraser? Or you want to talk to quantum eraser? I can introduce it to him.
You're dodging. You're dodging so hard.
I'm trying to understand what your point is.
So hard. My point is that you don't have a background in physics, and the things that you're saying make no sense.
It's not the topic of the channel. It's not the topic.
Explain wave particle duality if you know it.
So what physics claims were made?
You're dumb. You don't have a brain. That's why.
Cool. All right, yeah. Talk about him some more. So what physics claims were made that are incompatible with reality being a globe?
I'm not. Okay, I just wanted to be very clear. You're dodging.
You're dodging, actually, because I just want to know what physics claims were made that are incorrect, right? That would incorrectly lead somebody to believe the Earth is not a sphere. What?
I think I've answered plenty of your questions. I want one question
So you're not going to answer.
Just
You're
one,
just going to answer by telling me you've answered plenty of questions while not answering. Cool stuff. So what was said with regards to physics that has anything to do with the fucking topic?
I'm literally checking if he has a basic understanding.
Okay, so you're talking about him. He's not the topic. So why don't you get it back to the topic and tell us what you can say about physics that tells us in some way that the Earth is a sphere or isn't? What do you have?
Well, I can tell you this much. I can tell you that if somebody doesn't have a basic...
Okay, so you're going to talk about us again. I already told you the people here are not the topic. The Earth being a sphere or not, that's the topic. So what do you got for us within the realm of physics that pertains to that? Try again.
Do you think that it shows weakness that you have to mute me?
Yeah, no, I think it shows weakness that you literally cannot address what I'm saying. And so every single time you just talk about me or being muted or something other than what I'm trying to get it back to, which is the topic of the place. The fact that you can't address that shows a lot of weakness on your part.
It seems like you'd have to have a massive push.
Yeah, so you're going to talk about me again. Seems you, hey? Okay, so what aren't you getting about this? Like, are you just a retard or what?
I'm just way more confident than you are, and you can't handle it.
You have Dunning-Kruger, like, whoa, kid.
So you literally cannot talk about anything but the people in this room. It's going to be me, it's going to be Amish, it's going to be you. You can't address the topic. You're fucking bricked, bro.
Yeah, weak minds talk about people instead of issues.
No, weak minds mute people because they can't.
No, I mute people because they can't get on topic. That won't happen. Here's my promise to you. If the next thing you say is on topic, guess what won't happen? You getting muted. So I've told you what the topic is. By now you should know, and you should know how to avoid getting muted. Let's see if you figured it out. I'll give you a try.
Well, I think I should at least have some say in the direction of the conversation. Do you think that's fair?
Not if you're going to take it off topic.
Yeah, like, why did you ask about what is energy? That has nothing to do with anything. And throughout the course of this discussion, the audience has learned who is driving the discussion here and who holds more knowledge.
He already told us what he was trying to do. He already told us what he was trying to do with that line of questioning anyway, which was to suss out you and your knowledge and your level of Yeah. So you're talking about the people in this room, not the actual topic.
Well, I think that energy has a lot to do with the topic if we're talking about gravity. Gravity and energy are interrelated. How about this? Let's talk about gravitational
Gravity's
potential
not energy.
Let's talk about gravitational potential energy. Okay?
Gravity's not energy at all. Gravity is not energy at all.
Gravitational potential. Yes, gravity. There is gravitational potential energy. It's a real
Gravity
thing.
is not energy. Can you provide a measurement of gravity as energy?
Yes. Okay, so let me talk specifically about gravitational potential energy. So gravitational potential energy is stored up as things are raised above, up to a certain elevation, right? So if something is higher up, you can notice that it's storing gravitational potential energy. As you let that thing go, it drops to the floor, and that's a release of gravitational potential energy. And that potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. Okay, so kinetic energy is like movement, right? So it's just
static from that equation.
Because it's completely irrelevant. Electrostatic would have to deal with like a charged particle moving from a point. Yeah,
is hundreds of times stronger than the force of
Hey,
gravity.
before we get to electrostatics, I want to butt in real quick and just say, hold on. We can get there. Let's party here with what gravity is supposed to be. So, are you saying that once you pick something up, you disturb its inertial state, right?
Not in the way that you might be thinking about it. Can you describe what you're saying before I agree to it?
Okay, an object at rest has inertia.
Okay.
An accelerating object does not.
Does not what?
Does not have inertia.
No, incorrect.
Oh, an accelerating object doesn't have inertia. Do tell.
Yeah. Okay, so when you drive in your car, the car overall has inertia, and it's a lot harder to move your car at first. However, once you get it going, it'll start going, but then it's still going to struggle. There's going to be some types of friction related to the thing. You have to keep
gish
putting energy
galloping.
into the
Let me
system.
stop you and teach you what the answer is. Acceleration is a change of inertia.
Yeah.
All right, so an object that's sitting on the ground is not accelerating. There's no change of inertia, but you're going to claim that it is accelerating under gravity at 9.8 meters per second.
Okay.
So which is it? Is it accelerating or is it in inertia? Is it in an inertial state or not? Which is it?
You're using the word inertia wrong.
No, I am definitely not using the word wrong.
Let me just
It
give
is
you
at
the
rest.
Let me just give you the physics definition for inertia.
Yeah, inertia is
property of
resistance
matter
to
by which-
acceleration. Inertia is a
property-
resistance to acceleration.
Let me just read it. to you.
Acceleration is a change of inertia. That's the relationship.
Okay, can I just? Are you not going to let me read it to you?
No, because I defined it for you and I gave a textbook definition. So anything you say regarding the definition from now is just going to be sophistry and muddy the waters.
How would
Now, are you going to
reading
challenge
the
that definition or not?
Yeah, I bet. At least in the way that you're using it. Yeah, that's what we're having the conversation.
Okay,
I'm
so
saying the property of
wait, is
matter-
it wrong? Is my definition wrong though?
At least in the way you're using it. You may have read
Okay.
from a dictionary, but your understanding of it seems very questionable.
No, hold on a second. I'm testing your understanding. You're trying to tell me an object that is in an inertial state is also accelerating.
Wait.
Is
say
Earth
that again?
itself an inertial reference frame or is it an accelerative reference frame? Which one is Earth itself? Inertial
Wait, what
or
do you-
accelerative?
wait. Are you asking two questions back to back? This makes no sense.
It's
Just
follow on.
ask one question.
It's directly following the last question because this is the question that I was leading up to. Is Earth itself at a
Do you know what a
state
gish
of
gallop
inertial
is?
rest or is it accelerative? And how do you differentiate between the two?
Do you know what a Gish gallop is? So what you're doing is a Gish gallop. You're asking more questions than I can respond to.
We're still talking about motion.
No, I'm just
and
talking
gravity.
about a logical fallacy. This is a logical fallacy. What you're doing, it's fallacious. It's fallacious
All right,
thinking.
what
What you're
is
doing
the
is you're
fallacy?
asking more questions than I can respond to.
Okay. Well, why don't you?
So you just need to ask one question.
All right.
So ask one question.
All right.
And let me
Fine.
respond.
Is Earth inertial or accelerative as a reference frame?
Is it inertial or accelerative as a reference frame? That is okay. I would say that it is this question to me is another fallacy known as a false dichotomy.
Oh, is it? So Earth moving or not moving is what the question asks. Okay.
Okay. You can ask that, but that's not what you said. So
if you want to ask, it's moving, it's not accelerating in a circular path. No, it's actually not a false dichotomy.
It is. Okay, here's my conception of
Earth
it.
is moving and it's not moving. Let's hear this.
Okay, at least let me
Someone's
respond.
incredulity is showing.
No, you're just not letting me respond.
And
How
here's
is that
the best part.
incredulity?
I'm
You're just
gonna
not letting me
step away,
respond to the
and I'm
thing.
gonna
You're just
work
going
on
to
the
talk over me and then mute me. It's
Listen,
so
I'm going to
unfair.
step away. I'm not going to say anything more after this sentence because I have a spreadsheet to work on and I'm going to finish it. So take it away, and whoever else wants to move in, feel free to take over for me. Thanks. Tora for Ya, I think you're up.
All right. So the inertial reference frame is the way that you're conceiving of that is wrong. The inertial reference frame responds to like an object moving at a given velocity, and then like you can also compare it to other objects, right? So like you could say like, for example, like we're going to take inertial reference frames kind of almost deal with relations of objects. So you'll have like the sun and then the earth, right? And like relativity, we can say like, let's consider like the sun a constant, like constant or whatever, and then the earth would be moving relative to that thing. That's like a fair statement, right? So talking about is it static or not, it's like, well, it depends. Like that's the point of the frame. We can just use one thing as a frame of reference. This is why, like, for example, if you're in a car, it feels like you're not moving because you're not changing speeds, you're not changing velocities, right? As long as it's the same velocity.
Acceleration would be turning, dude.
Well,
Yeah,
acceleration.
Constant
with
circular
respect to
motion
what?
is constant acceleration. So you're wrong again.
Constant. No,
Yeah.
you have a
So Earth
misconception.
has to be
Okay.
non-inertial. All right, I'm
No,
really
okay.
stepping away.
No, it's moving. Earth is moving at a constant velocity. However, it is being accelerated toward a center point. This is like, it's a, was it centripetal or
It's not a
centrifugal?
constant velocity if it's being accelerated, and if it's circular motion, it's also not a constant velocity.
It's not the way it works. No,
Really?
you can have a constant. Okay, here's the thing. Here's a question I can ask you. So wait, let me just respond. Jeez, Louise, man. Okay, so here's the deal. So you have like, for example, you can have something accelerating in a circular motion. So like you can take like a string, attach a ball to it, spin it around. You are accelerating it, right? But it could be moving at a constant velocity, a constant rate around your arm.
Dude, this mumbo jumbo. If it's accelerating, it's not moving at a constant velocity. What is acceleration?
Yeah.
Why is that your answer every time?
So this is basic physics, dude. Basic
you're not
physics.
getting it. I know. That's why it's so sad. What is? I know you're a physics guy, and you don't get it. So why instead of chanting basic physics like a bricked fucking retard, why don't you just tell us what those basic physics are?
Okay, so something can be being accelerated.
What's acceleration?
You just muted me in the.
Yeah, what's acceleration? What is it? You don't know.
Are you gonna let me respond?
You don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to get you.
I will. If you let me respond, you.
Now, what is acceleration?
You muted me in the middle of me.
What's acceleration?
Acceleration is it's when a force acts on a body and it will increase its velocity in a specific direction.
Oh, really? So not exactly. You're kind of wrong. It's actually a change in velocity, but an increase would be change. So if it's keeping a constant velocity, then it's not accelerating. And you said it can it can be keeping a constant velocity while also accelerating. So you obviously just don't know what either of those are. Thanks. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
No, you're misguided. Okay, so what happens is
you are.
You're just gonna mute me and say you are? Really?
Yeah, because we just demonstrated.
You sound like a child. No, you,
dude. Yeah,
retarded.
No, it's not. No, you. We demonstrated it. I asked you like 6 times what acceleration was. You couldn't answer. You tried to sidestep it, like you kept accusing
Are you a baby?
And then you finally attempted an answer. It wasn't quite right. And anyway,
Okay,
I was just
let me give you an answer. Let me give you an answer.
That you don't know what acceleration is, and I just thought that was kind of rich from the guy who's chanting about basic physics and trying to get a gotcha there.
You mute me and then just like
yeah, I mute you because you talk through me.
I'll talk through you every day, baby.
Well, it won't work. Like anything else you've tried here.
Dude, if we had a one-on-one discussion where you couldn't mute me, I would destroy you. You would
don't even
lose
know.
so
Yeah,
bad.
that's a really cool cope. You don't even know what acceleration is, bro. You're the physics bro who doesn't know what acceleration is. But tell yourself what you need to sleep.
Dude, I have a degree in this shit.
Yeah, and you don't even know what acceleration is. That's the saddest part. You have a degree and you don't even know basic physics. Your words, basic physics.
I mean, you're a giant pussy. You can't even let me respond.
Well, why would I? Everything you say is stupid. But yeah, actually, that is a good reason to let you respond. Hang yourself some more. Go ahead.
Okay, so just to be clear, from your perspective, it's impossible to have something with constant velocity, but also accelerating. Just to be clear, I'm not straw manning you. I'm just asking a yes or no question.
Well, the answer is in the question I'm asking. What's acceleration?
You answered my question with a question?
Yeah, because the answer is in that question. What is acceleration?
You guys haven't answered a single question I've asked.
Okay, so how about this? I'll ask you this. Can something be changing velocity and also have constant velocity?
It depends on the inertial reference frame. So basically, you can have something moving in a circular direction, meaning it's accelerating toward the center, but actually has constant velocity. Yeah, this is a very common.
So what's acceleration?
You have to consider the direction. It is a change in. Here's the thing: if you move, let's just do this thought experiment. If you move in direction, are you cutting me off in the middle? Just let me respond. You want me to hang myself, right?
The question.
You want me to hang myself, right?
Your sidestep.
If you're moving in direction X, and if you're moving with constant velocity in direction X, right, and you turn to the right a little bit, right? Let's just say an itty bitty bit, right? You could have changed your velocity with respect to the with the where it's going, but the magnitude itself hasn't changed. Can we agree with that? The vector has changed, but the magnitude hasn't changed.
So what is acceleration?
Acceleration is oh my God. Can you just stop asking the same question? I'm explaining it to you right now. Let me just explain this to you. Just give me 20 seconds to explain this to you. Okay,
you're not.
You can be moving in a direction.
It's a simple definition. You could have said it in 3 words.
Okay, do you know that there's a difference between a vector and the magnitude of the vector?
You can't tell me what acceleration is. You don't know.
I do know.
I told you what it is. You still don't know.
It is the change in velocity.
You still can't tell me.
No, it is a change in the velocity. But the important point here is that there is a vector.
That's it.
There is a vector to it. There's a magnitude and direction.
Velocity. Okay, we're done. It's a change in velocity. You've contradicted yourself because you said something can maintain a constant velocity and accelerate. So what you said is something can maintain a constant velocity and change in velocity.
Will you let me explain this to you, please?
No, rest in peace, dude.
Let me just do it.
You can't explain your way out of it. You're in a contradiction. You said that something can maintain a constant velocity but also change velocity at the same time. You're not explaining your way out of it. You're cooked. Just take the
It's changing direction. You can change velocity by changing direction.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The vector.
Good. Changing direction. So what's velocity? Do you know?
I do know. It's a change in position over time. Can I ask you just 2 questions, please?
Speed or direction,
You
right?
could understand this concept. This is a really easy one. Okay, so let me explain this to you. Okay, do you know what a vector is?
So you're going to explain stuff to me.
Can you just answer 2 questions? Just do you know what a vector is? I'll explain it to you if you don't.
So you're going to explain things to me, the guy who doesn't know what acceleration is.
Do you know what acceleration is? Okay, here's what a vector is. A vector is a direction plus a magnitude, right?
Oh,
now, what
direction.
happens?
So change in direction would be what?
A change in direction could happen as the result, but it wouldn't change the magnitude sometimes, and that's what happens.
Change in direction be would it be acceleration?
A change in direction would require it to accelerate. You would have to be changing the vector for the velocity.
So that would be a change of velocity, a change in direction.
Yes, you can, and that's what's happening with centrifugal force. You're having the vector, the direction's changing, but the magnitude's not changing. So overall, it's at the same constant velocity, same magnitude of overall velocity, but the direction's changing over time.
Velocity's just magnitude now. Now it's not direction, but a second ago you said it was both. Which one is it?
So it is both, but I'm saying that in this case, it's 2 things.
That'd be a change of velocity then if you're changing direction. So that'd be acceleration.
Velocity is a 2-component thing. It has a magnitude and a direction.
No shit, that's what I've been telling you this whole time.
Yes. Okay. And what happens is you can have a change in the direction of velocity through acceleration, but the magnitude is going to stay the same at a constant rate. And this happens when things move in a circular path around a center point.
So the velocity changed.
Yeah, but it was the component is the direction.
So it didn't remain constant.
No, something changed, just not the magnitude. It's the direction.
Velocity did.
The one component of the velocity changed, which was the direction.
Right. So when you said it maintained a constant velocity, but it's actually changing velocity, that was incorrect.
When people refer to velocity in the colloquial sense, they're referring to the magnitude. They're referring to the magnitude typically.
No, they're not. They're referring to velocity, which is magnitude or direction.
Magnitude and direction. So okay.
That's what velocity means.
He's cracking up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It was so... All right. I think I've had my fun for the day. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, I'm cooked, man. You got me. You got me good, boys. You crushed me. Dude, I can't believe you don't have a basic understanding of this shit.
You're done.
I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked.
Yep.
Oh my god.
At least.
Oh Lord.
All right. Thanks for coming out. Physics major. Learn some basic physics next time.
Dude, I'm like a top EE student from a top university. You're retarded.
All you've done is just flexing your credentials because you don't really seem to have much knowledge. So I guess that's why you have to do that instead.
You got me, buddy. You got me. What can I say? You defeated me.
Where do they grow these people? Like, seriously, where do they grow them?
Okay, I ran them off. Sorry about that. The fun's over. My bad.
Crazy how he couldn't hold back the cracking up. That was interesting.
That was cringe, and I kind of cracked at that myself. And yeah, I should wait till later in the day when I have more patience for this activity. Welcome.
Anyone here that believes in a globe Earth and wants to prove that? Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's too hard.
Imagine a physics major telling you that bubbles form spheres, so therefore the Earth is a sphere. Like, man, I wouldn't even claim I'm a physics major with logic like that.
That was cringe. I mean, the attitude and then the ignorance to go with it.
What's up, Killian?
What's going on, brother? I was just about to open my mic and hail up Mr. Amish for his post. Holy crap. It's absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah, that's a gravy drop right there. I was looking at that a second ago.
I just thought that was like so stupid how he said that it's keeping a constant velocity, but it's accelerating.
Apologies, I got a phone call. I just want to wrap up what I was just saying. Praise to Amish for his post. It's not just velocity, but a change in velocity over a change of time. Founding Feather, you're getting schooled by flat earthers on YouTube. Smile. You'd have to apply a force to continue in a circle. Gravity isn't a force. So good.
Yeah, you could have things accelerating at rest now, apparently. Amazing. Amazing thought processes. Is that like dialetheism or whatever?
I don't know where they keep coming up with all these magical forces. It's befuddling.
Globe, 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 it's magic. You know.
So I was just washing a plate. So I cleaned the plate after I rinsed it off. I rinsed it off after I finished rinsing it with soap. And then I put it down on the counter. And as I put it down on the counter, I noticed the plate like slid. It like shifted, reoriented itself. And I thought to myself, why did it do that? And then I realized that the plate was still wet. And the water that was still stuck to the plate, because I hadn't dried it yet, it was still wet. When I put it down on the countertop, that water that was still stuck to the plate was actually causing the plate to misplace itself or displace itself, if you will, shift its location. We're talking like an inch or two. So I was thinking to myself, I'm like, is the water itself, that strength of the water, if you will, the resistivity of the water, the hydrostatic properties of that water, causing the plate to resist the so-called gravity? Is that what's happening? It was more of just an observation and asking questions as I observed it happening.
You know what's interesting about that too is like sometimes it feels like it causes the force of gravity to be stronger, right? Because like sometimes you could put a can of like soda, say that's sweating, and you put that on a flat table, And when you go to pick it up, it's almost like that surface tension of the water, like creates like this magnetic effect to the table, when really it's like the tensile strength of the water, I guess, or something, right?
I believe that would be it. The tensile strength. Yeah, causing some, but I mean, the other thing too that you can also observe, if we actually start to think about it, is like if we have a soda can that's cold, we take it out of the fridge and we put it on the countertop. There is like the underside of that pop can is what would be concave or convex. It is curved, right? So no, Globers, don't get excited. I'm not introducing the potential curve I've found. No, I'm actually introducing the idea of the difference in temperature between that little air pocket that is within the can itself, like the outside of the can, right? And in between the countertop and the underside of that can. So what about the potential difference in temperature that could actually cause a kind of a vacuum almost? Kind of like a suction cup, if you will.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
As it's literally devil's advocate to what you put on the table for consideration, because I think it's definitely the medium at work, whether it's condensed, being the water condensation, or it's uncondensed, being the air. Either way, it is definitely the medium at work. So I think hydrostatic. Or tensile strength, whatever. I'm not sure exactly what we can call it, but I definitely think it's the mediums that's causing it to do that.
Yeah, it's like a multitude, right? It's like a lot. There could be multiple things, and for some reason we're so binary in our thinking. It's got to be this or that. But yeah, that's a great way to point out. Like, couldn't it also be this? Couldn't it? Couldn't they all kind of have a little bit of a factor on it? I think so.
I definitely think so. So I mean, again, if we're dealing with an electromagnetically charged system that's closed, and the only varying, the difference between the solid objects that we're observing is literally just the medium that they're interacting with. And there's like physical properties changing that I would imagine like it's the medium that's causing those things to actually change. Whether you have potential swelling occurring, whether that object's getting more excited with the particles inside of them moving at a quicker rate, causing that item to expand, or it's the item's colder, and the colder item is causing the item to contract and get smaller. I.e., to quote George Costanza, "I was in the pool." I was in the pool.
He has to wear a small shirt to dinner that night. That was so funny.
How are things in Florida, Tora?
Pretty flat, stationary, I gotta say. Very nice. It's hot.
It's crazy. You got that hard surface peninsula that sticks out into the water, into the ocean, and you're surrounded by this medium that, according to nature, that medium is always constantly seeking its level, like it's actively seeking its level all the time. Surrounded by level. Water seeking level. Land laid level. Buildings built to level. Damn. Level. Frontwards, backwards. Level.
No matter which way you look at it, it's still level.
It's true. Even the letter in the middle of the word can be flipped around because it's a V, and a V reads the same forwards as it does backwards. Cherry on top is asking in the side chat, who is that guy who is just here explaining acceleration? For anybody who can answer that, please go ahead.
I think that's who Amish was referring to in his post. So, the feather dude.
I believe that would be Inarma, founding feather.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's it.
What was his explanation for that?
Oh yeah, he was the one with the, constant velocity acceleration kind of contradiction there. He was a physics major, throwing his credentials around and then cracking up, and then he just said he got wrecked and cracked up a little more and then left.
Was there any Globers in here at all? Damn. We got the YouTube bot and nobody to talk to.
Well, I mean, there's so many contradictions they could bring up.
What's going on, Mr. D?
What up? How you guys doing?
Chilling, bro. Just got in and looking for the globe, looking for the curve, looking for some evidence that can be put on tables so we can unpack and talk about it. But it seems as though it's drying up. Or has it dried up? Is the globe dead?
Well, extraordinary claims require extraordinary explanations, but zero demonstrations.
Talk about it.
So hard.
Hard as it can be. That stuff's hard as the cold. Now, when I tell you about the cold, nothing is harder than the cold. The cold can make a diamond break like nothing. It can turn you to porcelain or glass. Not exactly, will shatter way easier. That's funny. The coldness is a bad mofo. What about that detecting sunlight with their detector? They beam off the sunlight 93 million miles away. Their little handheld toy gadget. Yeah, this bad boy's got the ability to shoot something 93 million miles and it comes back 93 million miles. That's 293 million miles. That's a lot. Dang. Why don't they just make a car out of that? They just told you that they got something they can shoot 93 million miles and back. A signal.
But I can't get a measurement of drop over distance of 1 mile, dude. How crazy is that?
You can't get a good signal on your cell phone either. That's crazy. So 24,000 miles is stumping these signals, but 93 million, no prob. Yeah, you can't even get a measurement of curve. Crazy.
I mean, according to them, right, Demog, even the yardstick is curved then. Like, they wouldn't even know where to begin to find a straight line.
No, they can't. That's the funny part. They can't find a horizontal line. They don't believe in them. They can't tell you what would prove a flat Earth, right? Or how to demonstrate a horizontal line. They don't know what that is, and then they don't know what a curve is. So here we have a conundrum. We don't have a horizontal line in the hardware store, and we don't have a Earth curve stencil in the hardware store. So what the hell are we using?
What are these architects doing, dude? What are they? Why do they call those straight edges? That's weird. That makes no sense.
Remember, the Earth's atmosphere is just like the sun and Jupiter. I mean Saturn. What about Uranus? Imagine a floating turd in space with gas on it. That would be a turd with the sun on it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Are people in here?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's already 2 o'clock. Okay. People are in here?
Yeah, there's people here. Yes,
Were you guys talking?
we are now.
Oh, all right. Do you guys want to battle rap? Did I say something crazy? What's going on?
Battle rap. I don't know if this is a battle rap station. We
I generally suck at rapping, but I can once in a while like fucking sound cool. So I'll challenge anybody that also sucks at battle rapping, but believes that they can be cool once in a while. I was in a server with battle rappers, really good fucking rappers, and they fucking cleared the fuck out. And I don't know if it's because they're so bad.
Whoa. Calm down.
I don't know if it's because they're so bad or I'm so bad, right? What's going on?
Oh, not much. Just a flat earth.
Flat Earth doesn't exist. It's a concave Earth. You guys should know that by now.
Show us water curving up a hill from a horizontal line.
Okay, if you guys don't know it's a concave Earth by now, you guys have a fucking problem.
Brother, we need to see water curve up past a horizontal line, and then you could be on the concave too and not imagine it.
You're on a concave. You better behave before I get your bitches behind and remind you that if you rewind, you'll see on the tape the same thing. I get between the pootie tang and I do whatever and anything. And when you see that, don't get mad. It's a fact. It's on tape. It's not rape. Take that to mind. I think everybody got mad at me in the rap thing because I went like for their religion, I went for their race, everybody. I didn't give a fuck. Like everybody.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I haven't even figured that out yet.
I was in a rap server where the people freestyle, right?
For free?
Yeah, for free. And they were all fucking angry at me, and I was like, look, don't get mad at me because I found a fucking angle. Like, just rap at me harder, right?
Were you trying to charge them money?
No, they were just like doing it for free style. But at the end of the day, they were just like really fucking angry at me. And I was like, look. Just listen to what I'm thinking. I'm a bad rapper, right? I'm going to take any angle and every angle. I'm going to take it home for you. I'm going to make it personal. That's like how I will fucking feed off of your energy. That's how I have to go. So if you want to make me white, I'm going to be the KKK. If I'm going to be Jewish, I'm going to be the most Jewish. If I'm going to be black, I'm going to be the most black. If whatever thing you think of me, I'm just gonna feed off of that energy. And I
just think of you like space.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: whatever thing you could fill me into the nook and cranny, whatever vulnerability, there you go. I'm going to be the silly putty to like stick in the cracks of that, and it will fulfill like whatever thing that you're filling in that situation.
That sounds pretty silly, just like putty.
Well, I'm gonna spank your behind, you little buddy, and I'm gonna make you cuddly until you stop cuddling when your wife is next to my nut suckling. I don't give a fuck. That didn't mean anything, but that's okay because I'm not a good rhymer, like I said, right? But I am kind of mean, right? And my rhyme's kind of tight when you come to my demeanor when the world is round, right? Like my nutsack. You can touch that, but you can't even have a comeback. And you're never gonna come back like I did on your wife's fucking ass crack. And that's okay. That's a wisecrack. I'm gonna give you a nutcracker. This is what's the composer's name for Nutcracker? Fuck. If I was more well educated, I would know this, but whatever that is. Here's what I gotta say, and it flows as it is. I'm gonna snort cocaine to my brain as it enters the host to my nose. And that is. Fuck it. Here I go. Another drop in the bucket. The earth is round. I bring something to you profound that I found through looking through a book, flat pages and all. By the way, I'm not, I really don't. I'm not taking a side here. I do think the earth is round, but I'm not dissing people that think the earth is flat. They are very educated. I'm not pretending to know that.
You sound discombobulated.
Well, come at me, full throttle and shit. I'll leave you like that.
Why do you think the earth is round?
I mean, everything in my world view has told me the earth is round. That's not profound. And I'm not here to double down. I just
like what?
If it is, it is. Like I don't see anything unsound. I think people that have come to that conclusion and there's no protrusion to the rest of the logic of the sound earth, nobody's to benefit off of this. It'll leave you in a hearse. It's get worse. It's brought worse.
What do you observe and experience?
I'm gonna go ahead and put 2 dots on your head. Like
what do you observe and experience in reality that tells you it's round?
Wait. I'm trying to rap and have logical thing.
Very
here,
poorly, I must admit. But yeah, what do you observe and experience in reality that tells you it's obviously round?
Holy. I'm airing you out. Holy moly. I'm gonna fucking tear your trachea out and poke holes in the fucking ventilators that they have to put on you after we have our bout. I don't give a fuck what it's about. Here's my thing. Here's how I secure my clout. There are no clouds. There is no earth. There's just you leaving whatever you believe you are on in a hearse. It gets worse. I'm brought worst. I brought worst. I mean, German shit. Think the worst. Nazi shit. German shepherds. And pit bulls, too. I poke in every angle that he's tried to step to. Have I been muted? What's going on?
You hear that?
What's going on?
It's called The Sound of No Applause.
I don't expect applause. I'm a bad rhymer. Like once again, I'm not great at what I do, but I feed off of tension, off of anger, off of discord. That's why I'm here. Namesake. But I do want peace. I do. I think I believe in the round earth because I don't understand who has to benefit from a flat earth. I don't get why, like, if somebody had anything to benefit off of a round earth, like, it would make sense eventually. I think
What do you mean by benefit?
Well, it's mostly a religious thing, I think. It's like you guys take the literal, so Bible bully. But I meant the Bible, so literally. That's what I meant in
No.
verse. But you guys take the Bible so literally that you want to make the science conform to your literal
Are you
interpretation
assuming
of the
that
Bible.
about us?
I'm not here
assuming
to. This is just my interpretation, man. Don't fucking hate me for my
Interpretation of what?
interpretation.
Something I haven't said.
Well, I thought you were talking shit in the background. My bad.
I didn't mention anything about no Bible.
Well, I assume it's biblical. I assume it has Bible stuff embedded in it because I know
Based
most
on
people
what?
are. Because the most of the people that I talk to that are like flat earthers are kind of religious, kind of.
How many have you spoken to?
As many as I've spoken to, it seems like there has to be some kind of religious thing. I don't know what it is.
Give
I'm
me a
not saying
ballpark. You've spoken to like 5
I'm not saying
people,
it's
10 people.
I'm not saying
50 people.
this is you might be mishearing me. I'm not saying believing in the flat earth is a religious thing in itself. I'm saying because of religion, they're interpreting the way that they see the world, right? That's what I'm saying. Is that a understanding we're coming to here?
Okay. Can I ask you, are you some low IQ degenerate?
Say what?
Are you low IQ degenerate? Maybe you like Downism or something?
I don't know. Maybe I am. I have no
Yeah.
idea. If I was
Yeah,
low
okay.
IQ and degenerate, would I be able to tell you? No.
Okay, try to think about this.
I don't know if I could think about it if I was low IQ and I that whatever the words you said were.
What do you say to me?
I said I'm not the words you said you are.
Okay. I'm not black if you want to know.
I'm not whatever you said you are.
Mm-hmm. But try to be high IQ, man.
Look, if I'm low IQ, that's
no,
fine.
no, you're not like you. I never say you're low IQ. I try to
But
say
if
like
I was, but let's address it. If I was, right? I couldn't address you if that was the truth or not. I might be very fucking middle ground IQ, and you have low expectations of low IQ people, which gives me the fucking benefit of the doubt, and I take advantage of that. And there you are. You're now stuck in my realm. And that's a high IQ
Why
move
not?
for a low IQ person, which is a weird fucking situation. But human beings are weird, okay? Human beings are fucking weird. My IQ?
No.
I never had my IQ
No,
I never had my IQ measured that I know of.
Okay.
I think they never told me my IQ because they'll have to rearrange their whole fucking system after they test my IQ, honestly.
Okay, you're from America?
I am American. My people made America. I'm not just American. My people made America. No America
Okay,
existed
okay.
before we came.
Okay, fuck this shit. I don't believe in this bullshit.
Yeah, well, come
Okay.
to America and you'll believe in this bullshit.
I never believe in this bullshit. I'm not from America, and I never believe in this bullshit. America built it by. I will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
America was built by wasps, and that's how it was. And you can do with anything with this. Just cope with this, and this how it works. Just stop this. It's okay. It's okay. It's history. Black people is okay, but
There's
stop
a
this.
big history. There's a big amount of history that happened before you learned about white people coming here. White Anglos coming
Okay,
here.
stop this bullshit. Stop this bullshit. I try to imagine this. I'm never. English is not my perfect language. I'm
That's
from
fine.
North
That's fine.
America, and I support people white from America. Why? Because I tell you, because this bullshit. I'm not Nazi. If you think about, I'm not Nazi. It's just
I'm a
about
Nazi
like
and a Marxist Leninist.
yes. It's just about like African Americans. They like whites is like our say whiny and everything. What the fuck? No. You should to
Because
just
you're
go.
racist. That's because you're racist.
No,
And you
no.
can't
You
embrace
just
this dick in your mouth.
so yeah. You should just work, study, and you will give everything. Just work and study. Try to do this.
I'm young Bill Gates. Get it right out the gate before you say anything gay.
Maybe you good rapper. I don't know.
I identify as rich. Give me my money.
Okay, but just shut up. Shut up.
Was
Stop
that not
being
good though?
whiny bitch.
Was that not good though? I know that's a
Shut up.
trope, but it's funny, right?
No, it wasn't.
Shut up and stop being whiny bitch.
I identify as rich. Give me my fucking money, or I'm gonna sue you. What the fuck?
Stop being whiny bitch.
Okay, I'll stop being whiny.
No,
I don't believe that the Earth is flat or concave or
Okay.
whatever shit. Why do I not believe this? Because I don't see the benefit to anybody to deny the fact. That's the reason why I just
You
don't
like religion?
believe.
Okay. We see the proof.
I can't debate math with you in this shit. I'm retarded, honestly. Especially in that area, I'm retarded. But
Actually, you're truly retarded. It's
yeah,
true.
I'm truly retarded. Yes.
Yeah,
But
it's a bit.
at the end of the day, you have to convince people like me to believe in the shit that you believe. And I'm like, well, what's the benefit to
Okay,
anybody
tell
to
me.
believe this?
Okay, wait a sec. Tell me what books you read.
Oh, well, I spent the last 2 years reading philosophy, namely
about
the phenomenology of spirit and the science of logic were several months of my life.
Whoa, you read Hegel? I don't.
Yeah, I read
Really?
Hegel, yes.
Yes,
But
you really
I'm retarded. So keep this in mind, right? But keep this in mind. I did not read Kant before I read Hegel, so I don't know what the fuck I'm reading.
It's true. It's based. Should be before Hegel, but
Well,
Hegel for me, Hegel is like so hard shit. Kant is based, but no, I don't know about Hegel at all.
Well, if you read Hegel, like I don't know, I just don't like. I have no place in the world to read Hegel. but understood
What
like,
you
okay, the Marxist project starts off of Hegel. I agree with the Marxist projects as far as I understand it. But to understand it, I have to read Hegel. But hold up, I have to read the pre-Socratics. I have to read Kant before I read Hegel. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about for the most of what I'm talking about. Obviously, that's kind of the mirror image of what I'm saying though here. Like,
That's
why
how
do you why do you well, okay, let's hold this mirror up to you then. Why do you expect people to believe in a flat earth when they just what prerequisites do they need to have?
Tell me. I don't know. We can expect here like intellectual discussions. Maybe we have like discussing something.
I guess we could try. My question is, who's to benefit? That's my only question. I'm not good at math. Otherwise, I would just be like, well, apparently the Earth is squared by this number of measurements and
Yeah, so you're just
lenses
going to
or
appeal to incredulity, right?
I
You're
don't
gonna give an
know.
argument
It's
from
not
incredulity.
incredulity. It's not. It's
Yeah, it
It's
is.
just literally. But what
It's also
the
an
fuck do
appeal
you
to
want from
motive.
people that don't know all this
You
shit?
cannot control yourself.
Okay,
You
you
can't
want to
control
say
yourself.
I'm
When someone
appealing
else
to
speaks, you will
incredulity.
be consumed.
Stop, please. Stop, please. Stop.
I'm stopping.
No, not you.
Right. So
yeah.
why don't you start with what you observe and experience in reality?
I'm
Is what
telling
they're
you what I
telling you Earth
observe.
is. Oh my goodness gracious me.
I'm literally
Stop.
telling
what
you
they-
what I observed.
Stop pushing, bro. Stop pushing, bro.
Is what they tell
Let
you
him
Earth
talk.
is, right?
Let him talk.
Is that what you
Let
go out and experience in
What
reality?
Brother,
What
you guys are all better at math than me. You guys can outmode me at
I'm not
math
talking about
any
math at
day.
the moment.
I know
I'm not
you aren't. I
talking
know
about
you aren't.
math at
I
the
know you
moment.
aren't. I know you aren't.
So
I understand that.
is what you're told Earth is that what you go out and observe and experience in reality when you go outside? Do you see
I can't
that?
see over the horizon. They say the Earth is curved because I can't see over the horizon to see China, right? So like I'm like, okay, China's if I dig deep enough, China's there, right? That's the idea, right?
Why
That's
is
the
there
joke.
China? How it came to China?
Well, the joke is you dig your way to China, basically, here in America, right? Like if you dig deep enough, you'll go to China. That's what it is in America. So I don't even know if that's right. I really don't. I'm just saying that because I've heard it so many years as a younger kid. And when you start to analyze things, it's like, well, I don't know what this or that is about. What I do understand though is like somebody has to benefit off of the earth being flat or round. And if you guys are saying, well, people make money off of textbooks, I don't believe that. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. They can make money off of so many other things. Why?
Who here said that?
Why?
What did you say that?
No, I've heard people say that before. I've literally heard people supporting flat earth say that before.
Well, some guys like me working hard, and you in fucking your USA living in bullshit.
I'm not here to hate on you guys, by the way. If you guys have an argument for flat earth and it's the right way to live and the
No,
right
it's
way to
not
be.
about flat earth. It's not about flat earth. It's about hard life, hard characters. I'm hard character. I have hard life.
You know what it's about? It's about flat brain and
no, it's not about flat brain.
No, it is. It is. It's about flat brain and flat brain science and empiricist science.
I have conversations with you. What the fuck?
Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I have conversation with you. You can speak with me in my language. I can speak in you with your language.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got me. Go ahead.
But I can. Yeah.
I was on a riff. That's what I was doing. I was on a riff. Okay.
Because you never learn any language.
Well, I don't know any other language except for English.
Yeah.
So
You don't know any language. Yeah.
no other language than English.
Yeah. I know. What I know.
Okay, that's fine. You got that. That's
And
fine.
guys here who are not from America or England, they know English language just because.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All right, making sure you're there because you stopped suddenly.
No, I'm here every day.
All right.
Oh,
I wish we could have some. I wish we'd had some globe evidence.
I have
Okay,
globe
okay,
evidence.
what-
Okay, I have globe
what-
evidence. Why are my balls round?
Who's here?
All right. Okay, not that funny. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Why is your bitch booty round in my face? All right. Okay.
Because there ain't no curves in any place.
No, that's flat. That's a disgrace, and I will disface your dysmorphic face and wear it as mine because it doesn't make any difference. Everything's flat everywhere, anyways.
My
You're right.
my friend killing American on Ukraine. He's shot me some photos, and he was proud about this, and I'm proud about him. Yeah,
You know
it's
you know in the United States we hate Ukraine, right? Not hate Ukrainians, but we hate the
I
government.
mean, I mean that's like,
Who cares?
You pay
Where's
them
this
billions
globe
of
evidence?
dollars.
my friend killing American with proofs. I can send this photo, but I can't because this will be like Goro. Guru. I don't know.
Guru.
Yeah, Guru. Yeah, I can do this. Sorry. Because there was like
If
documents.
you guys want to talk about something that isn't the topic, then I suggest you find another channel in this server. There's plenty of them.
All right. Well, okay, let's come back to the topic then. Let's come back to the topic then. I don't
Okay,
believe
what's
there's a round Earth. I don't believe there's a round Earth because there's no need to
not a
believe in a
belief.
round Earth. There's no
It's not
incentive
a belief.
structure for
It's not a
people
religion.
to deny to bring up a
It's
education
not
system
philosophy.
around.
It's not a
Wait a sec.
philosophy.
Can anybody tell me why is not about topic because we talk about politics?
What? Hold on, brother. One guy said one thing and you said another thing. Do you
No,
want to
we're
answer
responding
his
to each
question?
other.
Hold on, stop for a minute. Do you want to answer his question and he can answer yours? Let's see how this works.
We're responding to each other, by the way. I understood what
Yeah,
you're saying to me.
but he say moderator say me like it's not about.
Yeah, he said it's called the Flat Earth Discord. Do you understand that?
We understand that. We're speaking in that language right
I
now.
mean, does the other guy understand that?
He does.
From
He
my-
does.
It's not. It was
Okay,
about
so do we
politics.
have any evidence of a globe, guys? Since you don't believe in any religious shapes, right? Do you have any proof of your religious shape?
If you don't believe in the globe, you don't believe in God. I'll leave it at
No, I don't have to believe in a religious globe, brother. That's
yeah.
what
I'm just
science
saying,
will
if you
prove
don't
itself
believe in the
about.
globe, you're not
No,
religious.
I don't have to. I don't have to believe facts. A fact is a fact. A belief is a religion. You believe it's round. I know it's not. I know for a fact it's not. You believe. You have the damn religion. I can go measure a board and tell you what it measures. It's not a belief. There's no religious, not philosophy, no science indications there. We can demonstrate and guarantee what we agree this thing to be when we touch it and prove it to each other.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's go.
so now,
Let's go tee it up. Let's go tee it up, buddy. Let's go tee it up.
So check
If
it
you
out,
don't
buddy.
believe in the
Do you
globe,
have
you
any
don't believe in
curving
God.
water? I don't have to believe. Do you have any curving water?
I don't believe in the facts. Facts are flat. I send it to you like that. It's black and white for you. In fact, I leave your fucking whole mentality intact, and I'm tactile. I leave you fucking erectile. I don't give a fuck. It's nothing.
And
keep on coming.
I will ever believe in God.
Me? Yeah, I do. I do.
I'm just never believe in God.
Is God a round ball to you or gravity? Draw God. What does that mean? What I mean, is it gravity? Is that what you call God?
If we're on the internet, I'll throw some wild shit around. I will be honest. I throw some wild shit around on the internet. Yes. I will use God against you, but I don't think it's personal because everybody says crazy shit on the internet at this point.
No. Okay, it's you like a silly person who like I'm okay.
Yeah. I told you like on one. If you want to engage me in a bad faith way, but I will take it in good faith. I will engage you like that. But if you want to have a good conversation, I have one question. Only one question for you. Who's to benefit off of a fucking flat earth? And that's all I need to be answered. And
Everybody who doesn't like liars, everybody who wants the truth, everybody who wants to know reality and not what might be somewhere out there, maybe, might be, coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe a million years from now. Pay this guy money in a lab coat that's going to tell you coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe. What if what you see isn't happening? Your science is based on what if it's not happening, what you see happening. That's what your science is based on.
Look,
Do you understand?
I do understand, but I don't understand like
water on a ball doesn't happen. Your science tells you it does.
Well, it happens because of gravity.
No,
because,
no, it doesn't happen. No, it doesn't happen. No, it doesn't. Where does it happen at?
Apparently happens on the ball of Earth, but
where is that at? Where do you have one of those?
Shut up.
Do you have a ball with water on it?
Just shut up. If I was in America, I will beat your ass.
Do you have a ball with water?
If I was in America, I will beat your ass.
Listen, you couldn't find your own dick. You couldn't find your own dick, maggot. Listen, can you get a water ball?
I will invite you guys to my home and literally I will treat you with kindness. Please don't threaten to beat me up. I like you guys. Please don't.
Yeah. Okay, little guy. Walk into the doorway for us.
I like you.
Go walk into the doorway and jump up and down for us, tall guy.
I'm not a cool guy or a tall guy. I have nothing against you, but I will.
I know you can do push-ups underneath the door. We know, tall guy.
I will spit whatever
Brother,
venom I have to spit on the internet in the terms of logic.
Brother,
but
you
I have
can't even
nothing
swat
against
a
you
fly
guys.
out of the air. Be quiet.
But if you want to step to me,
brother, do you have a ball? We're talking about the earth, and you said you believe in your daydreaming religion. You and this other guy have a religion that water sticks to balls.
Yeah, it's what.
Yeah,
that's like when your bitch is against my draws.
No, there ain't no. That's why.
Draw.
Without the ball, holding water. No, we need water on a ball, buddy.
Okay, water, literally water on a
balls. Now
let me explain. Gravity, because the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. It has a core that is more dense than the outer layers, right?
Show me.
And it's spinning around a larger body. This is the idea. Is that not the idea that people say?
One of those cores. Go get me a little.
I'm not pretending to be smart. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
You
we
might
don't.
know that
We
that
know
might
you
not
don't know
make
anything.
sense. But that's
Brother.
what has been told to me. What you need to explain to me
What's been
is not
told
the
to you is the
science.
religion. Stop
what you need
believing
to
people's religion is what you need to stop doing. Stop believing strangers. Don't fucking eat candy from strangers, and definitely don't believe science from them.
What you need to explain to me.
No, I don't.
because
You need to
I'm
go
not
out
a man.
on
I'm
your
not a
own.
man of the
Eat
science.
candy from
I'm not a
strangers.
man of the science. I am not a man of the science. Please do not bring me into your
Well, then
wheelhouse.
don't.
I will not. I will not compete with
Then
you.
how do you know?
It will not make sense to me,
Then how do
sir.
you prove me 10,000 times?
Please let me explain myself.
No, we're
It
not
will
dealing
not
with
make
explainers.
You're fucking nothing.
We need water in a ball, man. That's pretty simple. I don't know what the fuck you
This
guys are.
it's been explained to us. Your whole thing has been
I
explained to
can't
us.
explain water on a ball until you show it to me.
The Earth is spinning. It has a
No,
denser
it's not.
core.
You haven't shown water on a
Gravity
ball yet.
exists. That's
Brother,
what has
we
been
need a ball
explained.
first.
You have
Brother,
you have an alternative hypothesis.
planes
I
are not
agree with you that
science.
you have an alternative
Planes,
hypothesis. Let's stop yelling
planes
at
are
each
not
other,
fucking
sir.
science.
Let's stop yelling at each other, sir, please.
Planes are
So I
not
can
science.
can I explain to you? This is
No,
what has been
it's not
explained to
science.
us.
Okay,
This is what's been.
can you stop?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why he so pushing? Why he so pushing? I don't understand. Why he so
Why are you so
retarded?
dumb and unable to fucking do any science?
I'm not here to do
Stop
science.
this.
What I'm here to do is who fucking benefits off of this shit. Lying
Reality
to
is
people.
what we need to pay attention to. Reality benefits. Every human in the world benefits off real stuff and not fake stuff. How can you benefit off gravity? Tell me, how'd you benefit from gravity?
You understand
I
that
really don't
you
You
understand
benefit
why.
from water sticking to a ball. What kind of machine did you make where water sticks to balls and you got the never-ending potential of gravity where it never stops, and you got the infinite gravity machine that never stops working?
I don't know, bro. I literally don't. That's the question I'm fucking
What
asking you.
did you understand that you do anything like everything everyone will be against you?
I would like everybody. If I'm wrong, I want everybody to ask me. Yes, if they beat me up and I learn from it, I want to be beaten up. That's the whole thing. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. I love it. It makes me a stronger person. It makes
Water,
me a stronger person.
brother.
So why would I
just
want to fucking
talking,
deny the
talking.
truth? If the truth is the truth, then I want to be a truthful
That's
person.
right. Go get water, pour it on a ball. That's the truth. It doesn't stick. We're done
But
here.
if
No,
okay, but
reality's reality. Stop laughing. Reality's not funny. It's not a joke. It's real. You're the joke.
what happens? What happens when
We go do it and we see. If you're not doing it, then we don't know.
right? But what happens when people?
We don't know. Stop imagining what happens when what happens.
Let me
Demonstrate
explain
what
to
you're
you.
demonstrating, and we'll all
Let me,
see, and we can
let
write
me
down the
explain to
specs.
you. Let me explain to you what I'm
What
saying.
are you explaining? Water sticking to a ball without the ball?
Let me explain to you. What happens when somebody doesn't benefit off of making money from this whole scenario? What happens then?
When I
That's called
explain
truth.
him,
Oh, that's called truth. Okay.
Yeah, I don't make money off telling my kids stuff and teaching them how to eat and read and walk and run and shit and jump and wipe their butt and stuff. That's all free, brother. You tell people the truth, it's free. You don't sell them science. You don't sell them NASA for billions of dollars like you goofballs do. Sell them magic that they can't touch.
But don't you think that maybe if it was
That we're
not worth
benefiting
it
from
for,
magic that only David Copperfield can do, and you're paid $80 billion for it, and you can't do it. You can't touch it.
no,
And
I'm
maybe
just saying
you can't experience none of it.
as soon
When
as
can
it
you
doesn't
experience any NASA stuff? When can
it
you go
would
experience at the fair? You can sit
there
on a
would
ball and sit rubs
there
around
would
a
have
metal
to
ball
be
without being attached to something.
there would have
When
to
can
be
you experience the
oh my god.
mechanicism of gravity without a mechanical arm holding you? When can you experience not, oh my God, it's not a religion. We want to do science. We want to know how we can use gravity to go swing people around without touching them. And if you can't do that,
If you
then how
have
do
to
you know
interact with me on
gravity?
this level, brother, this is why I
What
can't
level?
engage. This is why I can't engage with your ideas. I'm asking quite literally, if somebody's
Asking
not to,
questions isn't helping us.
if somebody's not to benefit from the whole schemata that I'm putting forward.
I
That
don't
the
even
Earth
know
is
what you're saying,
round,
brother.
that water
Who's to
sticks
benefit for what?
to a sphere, etc., etc., as I'm putting forward, right? As I've been taught, right?
No, it doesn't stick to a sphere.
I understand that
So why
in
would
your
you be taught
understanding.
that when
I'm conceding that to you. I'm conceding that to you. Okay.
So
And
why
this,
did you keep saying that? Why do you keep saying it
let
sticks
me
to it when you
explain.
know
Let
it
me
doesn't for a
explain.
fact?
Who's to
You know for a
benefit?
fact it doesn't stick.
Who's to benefit in this
The
scenario?
liar, the guy who gets money for being in the lab and lying to you,
Why?
idiot.
Why?
Ask the
Why?
fucking retard
Why?
who's lying.
No. Why
Ask your
would they?
mom why she
Why
doesn't know
would
your
they
dad.
lie, sir? Why would they lie?
Because
That's all I
they
care
don't
about.
want you to know who your dad is.
Who? Identify who. Identify who.
Identify who? What?
Who's lying?
The fucking people saying the Earth is round. Who else? Whoever
Saying that? Who's saying that? Who's
Who else is
saying
saying
it?
that? Everybody's saying that in school. Yes, when you go to school, they say the Earth is round.
The
Yes.
kids in the school. Kids in
No,
school.
the teachers in the
Kids in school
school
don't
say
get
the Earth
paid to
is
say
round.
that. Kids in
The
school don't get a check to tell
textbooks say
kids
the
in
Earth is
school about
round.
the
The textbooks say the Earth is round.
brother. Who gets paid for those textbooks? Not
Oh
the
my
kids.
God.
No, not
All right.
God. Who's getting paid off that information?
All right, guys, I gotta go to sleep, man. I'm
You go buy
sorry.
a textbook and it might have a globe in it.
We'll
Go pay
catch
him
up
some money.
another. We'll catch up another time. But
Yeah,
I
when
gotta
you
go.
figure out who you're paying for your globe info.
Well, I mean, you're not giving me any good fucking.
I'm giving you reality. I'm not making you pay for anything. Mine's free. Go pour water on something. It don't stick.
You know what? You know what?
You tell me what what do you benefit? What do you benefit? What do you benefit from believing the Earth is a ball in space?
There's nothing for.
What do you shush?
Nobody's
Shush.
paying me.
What
That's the
do
fucking
you
crazy part of it.
benefit? What do you benefit from believing the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space?
I don't. I'm not going to outer space anytime soon.
What's the use of it then?
What the use of it is like I don't understand who's to benefit saying one way or the other. Like what's the
Oh, let's throw all that
underlying-
garbage out. Exactly. Throw all that garbage away. We don't need none of it then. We're good.
It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't.
Yeah, it's what you're saying right now. I'm agreeing with you. So you're not making no sense. We both agree.
So why is there opposition to begin?
Throw it out. Up to what? What doesn't matter? You just said none of it matters. So what are we talking about right now? What doesn't? Let's talk about something that matters.
Why is there an opposition?
Let's
on
talk about
either
something that
side?
matters.
On either side, who's to gain anything?
What side? Or what don't matter? The flat Earth.
Yeah. Yes.
What about the flat Earth? What do you want to know? What do you want to know about the fact
Who's
of the
to
flat Earth?
benefit off of the Earth being flat? If we all just wrote the textbooks tomorrow, that
Who's to benefit? What the fuck are you talking about?
Who's to benefit off of it?
Who's to benefit off you
Builders.
breathing air? What are you talking about?
Builders benefit.
Okay.
Builders
Who's
benefit from it.
Who's to benefit off of saying the opposite of that?
Your
Builders.
military. The scary bastards who don't want to have war in the back or front of them. The guys
Okay.
who set up your map and the guy who gave up your orientation. The government who gave you your compass and they gave you longitude and latitude. It's called the Military Department of Defense. It's called NASA. It's called the Navy. It's all the same thing. Every country's connected to it. You can't not be, or else you'll be fucking not a country. That's
That's
as
an
simple as
answer.
that.
That's an answer. It sounds a little bit implausible, but it's an answer, and I respect it. So there you go. I'm gonna go to sleep, but that is a fucking answer.
Well, go to sleep with this. If the government had to be forced to pay you millions of dollars and all you were doing was sitting in a fucking office drawing cartoons and you had no clue what the fuck they were paying you all this money for, then what would that mean?
Well, that would mean I'm going to sleep, and I love you, and I'm gonna give you a little smoochy on your ear.
Well, you'd go to sleep with all of our money and you still couldn't make water stick to a ball. That'd be crazy.
I'm gonna make water stick to my balls, regardless if the Earth is flat or round.
Nah.
There you go.
You should go work on your sloppy raps.
I'm gonna spit on my sloppy raps, my fucking slobby raps. I fucking spit like I'm
Go have that sleep, bro. Hello, Catholic Winged Hussar.
Hello. What are you guys doing?
We're discussing the nature of reality. What do you think about that?
Interesting. I'm just kind of here to listen.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Like yesterday, like I talked with you guys about like the James Webb, and like I was surprised to see like some of the flat earthers believe the James Webb, and it's like I've been looking into it, and like I don't understand like how can two mirrors? So you're telling me that with two mirrors you can see a gazillion miles away?
No, hell no. That's garbage.
Because like those mirrors aren't even that big.
They can't see 24,000 miles.
But listen, some flat earthers. This is what I find incredible about flat earthers. So they're so skeptical, but comes the James Webb, just triangle, 3 meters tall mirror, and they believe it.
Well, why don't they just go pour out like a liquid pool of mercury that's a mile by a mile by a mile, and then they'll see 80 billion galaxies away then, right? Because it's just a big mirror, right? How about our ocean? How big is our telescope ocean? Because it's a mirror last time I checked. Do you see the idiocracy in these guys? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty stupid to think that.
If the James Webb mirror was 50 meters diameter, I would consider, I was like, wow, that's a big mirror. Okay, so, but if you show me a 3-man tall mirror, and you tell me that's able to see into the universe, I mean, it's the most unbelievable, like in recent times, it's the most unbelievable machine since like probably ever. I don't know, I might have to buy a telescope. Like, if I can save some money, I will buy a telescope my own and try to see like how that works with my own hands. Because I understand like normal telescopes use like the same technology, like there's a mirror and there's another mirror, and it just, the big mirror reflects to the small one.
And you have a magnifying glass at the end that can be brought closer or back according to focus or to magnify the image to you.
But think about it, like what is best, like what a good business it is to explore something that you claim to be infinite, right? They can just milk you for generations because it's infinite. So we just get a bigger mirror, bigger, and we just can keep raising money because it's infinite. So there's always gonna be a new star, a new galaxy, we always gonna need more money. It's just beautiful business. I love business.
It's expanding, like their wallet. It's ever
Expanding. Like, it's
expanding.
never going to end, guys. Like, we need more money because it's infinite and expanding.
Well, they're
So we
still
need
looking for
infinite
gravity.
money.
They're still looking for gravity. They're going to find it one day.
Listen.
They're going to find a guy's
I'm not a
idea.
scientist. I'm not a scientist, but I know when someone is doing business. You know, I have an intuition. Like I've been tricked a lot. Or and these days, like when I sense the smell of the businessman, I can see it from a mile away. I can see it with a telescope. And this narrative of I just need to keep exploring because, you know, it's infinite. It's like, yeah, beautiful, beautiful business.
Well, I mean, they're selling you ifs and buts. Well, somewhere, somehow, there's got to be a ball with water sticking to it somehow. Somewhere, there's got to be gravity working somehow. Oh no, no gravity anywhere. No balls forming anywhere in space. It's weird. The very thing they're supposed to be staring at is evidence of galaxies getting made and bangs and this and that, but they don't have any of it. It's all on computer.
Show me the half-made planet. It's halfway
Right.
there.
Right. From scratch to the beginning to we want to play and rewind and shit.
Demo, I haven't seen you since like a couple of months. I almost forgot about your existence and how smart you are.
I'm still alive.
That's good.
How what I am? I didn't catch the. What'd you say?
I only said that you're smart.
Oh, okay. I thought you said aspired.
No.
Okay, that's what I was making sure. I was making sure I heard you right. That's all.
Okay.
You think I'm smart?
Yes.
Then that means by law I have to, by the law of attraction, think you're smart too. What the hell?
It would be the third Newton's law of motion, that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. But according to that law, I would have to have the opposite effect. So I would have to be
Isn't that a
stupid.
contradiction in terms? Yeah, it's a contradiction in terms, isn't it? Cool, but opposite.
Equal in magnitude, but in the opposite direction. So you have a force that is equally strong, but is applied in the opposite direction.
It's the same. It's the same but different.
Yeah, but the same and different, they apply to different properties of that force. One is about the direction, and another one is about the magnitude. I mean, you can push something with the same magnitude as someone else, but in completely opposite directions.
It's like,
So, like
I saw this fire truck, only it wasn't red, it didn't have wheels, and it wasn't a truck.
I saw a truck on fire.
I can agree that under just common interpretation of that term, you could say that it's a contradiction, but it's a general statement that really means a more specific phenomenon that you can describe mathematically. And
the sun's a fire truck of helium and hydrogen.
And then that contradiction disappears because mathematically forces are modeled as vectors, so as constructs that have both magnitude and direction. So they can be equal in magnitude, but applied in the opposite directions. That the arrows can be pointing at the opposite directions, but be the same length. So, for example,
I heard one time that somebody did something and they didn't get the equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, like putting energy into something, right? Didn't get the same amount of energy back. So we spend energy to create energy. We're using energy that is being like produced from someone expending energy in order to produce the energy that we're using. Is that right?
Yeah.
Why didn't we just use the energy that they used to produce the energy that we're now using?
Because you can't keep that equal action or reaction going. You need more work to do more action. Equal and opposite reaction would also mean perpetual motion. Is that what we're thinking? I mean, does that not make sense? Like, because if any object can be yeah.
So those the little sequence of balls on the office desk. You pull one and let it go and it taps the center ones and it makes the one on the other end go out and come back and to just go on forever, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I was confused why people are talking over each other, and then I realized I have opened both the live stream of 24/7 on YouTube and hear this channel at the same time. Oh yeah, I wanted to end the practical example of the third law. So let's say you're shooting a bullet with a pistol. So the pistol exerts a force on the bullet that sends it somewhere far away with high velocity. And the force exerted by the bullet on the pistol will be the same in strength, in magnitude, but will have the opposite direction because you will be kind of pushed in the opposite direction as recoil.
So you could have two bullets going both opposite directions. The same with the same force.
Yes, if you replace the pistol with a bullet and somehow created a mechanism that would allow.
If you can hit it in the centerpiece, but then you would need it. Then you would have another one going the other way, right?
Wait, so if I was like the bullet, right? It was the same size, and I'm a bullet, and I pull the trigger on the gun, right? And the bullet flies out the end of the gun. And me being the bullet that pulled the trigger, I'm going to fly back the other way at the same rate.
Not the same rate, but the same force. and force is mass
Same
times
force.
acceleration. So the acceleration you will experience will be also dependent on the mass, and the greater the mass, the more inertia, so the more resistance to acceleration. So because you're much more massive than the bullet, with the same force you will be
No, he
accelerated
said a
much,
bullet.
much less.
No. He said a bullet shoots the bullet. So there's a bullet on the back of the gun, and there's a bullet in the barrel. The bullet pulls the trigger. Now, does the other bullet go that way, same as the bullet goes forward that way, like you just described?
Yeah, if the bullet would be like connected with the mechanism of the trigger, and had the
No.
exact
Hold
same
on.
mass.
The person's holding the handle, right? The human's got the handle in their hand, and they shoot the gun. The bullet goes out the front, and you're saying the recoil is enough to send, instead of a human-sized human, a bullet, because it would be the equal amount of weight as the other bullet. So you're saying that I can shoot a bullet if there was a bullet on the other end. When I pull the trigger, if I pull the trigger like mechanically, like with a remote, and I'm not doing it, it's just a remote button, and the trigger gets pulled, you're saying one's going to get exploded from gunpowder and go that way, and then you're saying the kick of the gun is going to send another bullet with the same velocity at another target that way, and they'll hit both targets. That's what you're saying right now.
Yes, but
that's not
it
true.
wouldn't be a gun anymore. It would be like a empty pipe, which would be empty, had a hole from both sides.
No. Now you're talking two explosions, and the reaction from the same explosion sending two things the opposite directions. We already know that. We're not arguing that. What we're saying is the recoil from that pipe after you send those two bullets that way shouldn't be able to send a bullet on the outside of that pipe the same velocity as the bullets going out of the pipe. Do you understand what we're saying? Recoil's not doing that. The explosion of the gunpowder and the hitting it, and the resistance off the shell. So that resistance and the amount of resistance for the compacted amount of explosive material inside there, and you hit it and it expands and forces that thing that way. That's what's forcing it that way, and that's what gives the gun its recoil. That's the offset energy of that. It's not enough. Yeah.
In any of the variants of this thought experiment, the bullet, like the opposite bullet, would still be one system with the human, because you can physically remove the human or the gun. So that force would be distributed over the entire system of that human and that gun, which would be obviously more massive.
Yeah, but when we use the bullet the same weight of the object, we can even take the powder out, and it's just, so the bullet weighs the same as the one that's going to leave, right? Just a piece of metal, right? Just the slug. It's not going to get pushed away from that gun from the recoil. It's just not the same rate. Now, what I can agree with you on is there's going to be an action or a reaction of some sort. Now, whether it's equal and opposite, whatever that means, I don't think so. I think these are like catchphrases in order to sell this science to everybody, because you can't refute equal and opposite because it's so ambiguous. It's like, huh? Must be true,
It's ambiguous if you only use the definition formulated like that, but the same principle could be expressed mathematically, where mathematics is already much more specific.
The word equal and opposite is a very ambiguous word, like the word if, or while I'm running, I'm sitting still. You see what I'm saying?
So have this. You have two bodies, body A and body B. If the body A exerts a force on the body B with some magnitude, then the body B will exert the force on the body A having the same magnitude, but the vector would have the opposite direction.
So it's like schoolyard kids, bully pushes the other kid and the other kid pushes back. It's like, hey. Mass B is like just sitting there minding its own business, and Mass A comes along and gives it a push, and Mass B goes, hey, what was that for? And pushes back. Have this fight.
And if that's still not enough specific, then you could go to the law of conservation of momentum, which is basically derived from that third law. The third law is like the more generalized version, but it is basically saying the same thing. So you can torture the kids with the third law in some lower classes when they are younger, when they don't know enough math to comprehend the law of conservation of momentum, but it is basically the same thing. Because it says that when before a force is applied, then you have some momentum of the entire system, and then after something happens, like for example one body exerts a force on another, then that total momentum of the system would be conserved, so it would be still the same. So even though one of the body will gain momentum in one direction, the other one will gain some another momentum in the opposite direction. If you sum up these momentums, they would still have to add up to zero, because at the beginning the system wasn't moving.
We're not going to add numbers that don't make any sense. What we're going to do is find out how the conservation of momentum doesn't exist, or else, yet again, sir, you would have perpetual motion. Where do we have this at?
Yeah, because you're saying that one thing has to exert, right? One thing has to exert a force on another thing. That means it's doing something, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but regardless of what do you think?
Spending energy, right? Spending energy.
On what? Yes. On if you exert the force, you're spending energy.
That come from
conservation. It's supposed to conserve its own energy and keep conserving it and keep conserving it and keep. Conservation means to not let go of the energy. It means to conserve.
Yeah, but all of these levels of conservation, they have their limits.
You guys are calling conservation of momentum me throwing something and it going after the thing gave it its momentum, the thing leaving that, you're calling conservation of momentum. That shouldn't be the case, because that thing's going to stop. It's not conserving any momentum. It's going to stop. It's slowing down every second. It's not conserving shit.
Why wouldn't it be slowing down?
Huh?
Why would it be slowing down?
Conservation of momentum would mean it can't slow down, brother. If you're conserving momentum, when are you stopping? When do you stop conserving momentum?
It wouldn't stop.
No, listen. So if it's not going to stop conserving momentum, where's it? It's still going to be imparting momentum on itself. A ball would never stop spinning. Once you threw it and it started spinning out of your hand, it would just never stop spinning. Neither would your hand. It would still have momentum.
Yes. Yeah, but this would be conservation of angular momentum. So like a version of momentum, but in rotational motion. But yes, it would be spinning forever. The reason why it wouldn't be somewhere, if you made like an experiment here on Earth, would be because you have some external forces.
So on Earth, in reality, that doesn't exist at all. It's not even a thing. Conservation of momentum can't exist. But then somewhere in your mind, somewhere it can.
No,
that's how our science is based, brother, on maybes, and I hope somehow, some way out there it's doing it, because I know it ain't fucking happening here.
Yeah, conservation of momentum. All of these laws of conservation, just as with energy or mass, they all have their limits. So while you use them, you have to make some kind of assumptions, and they aren't ambiguous. In physics, it's very clear under what assumptions these laws operate. And conservation of momentum, it holds, assuming that there is no external force applied to some objects in the system. And external force, it means that some object from outside of the system you're considering is applying the force. I'm sorry, but
I thought that was force exerted. That's why they're moving, right?
Yeah. But now I'm talking not about the objects that are part of the system exerting forces among each other, because then the momentum is still conserved. I'm talking about a force of something outside of the system being exerted on something in the system. That's the point at which that law breaks. So, for example, air resistance, where you don't consider the air around the system, the part of the system that you're applying that law to, and that air will obviously slow down these objects.
Yeah, but it's like if the object does not have any resistance, if it does not have any other force, is it even moving? Like,
yes, it is.
So it's moving on emptiness, right?
You could have it moving on emptiness in orbit that you don't believe exists, but if you want to stay here on Earth, then the closest thing you would get is to minimize the friction of the surface, because the friction of the surface is what's in most of the cases stopping the motion over time. So if you put it on ice, for example, then you would have it going for much longer time with the same force as if you were pushing something on the asphalt.
What about space-time?
Space-time? What about it in this context?
Is that frictionless, is it?
Well, space-time, it is a coordinate system. It can't be either frictionless or including friction, because it's just a description of everything that is inside. So you will have locations in space-time that have matter, so that would apply friction, or ones that have almost perfect vacuum. So,
but it's a fabric, right?
Yeah, you could call it like that. It's a coordinate system.
Frictionless fabric.
Again, it would depend on what do you have in given region of space-time. Asking if space-time has friction is like asking if a Cartesian plane, a Cartesian coordinate system, has friction. That would depend on where you put.
I thought it was bending. I thought mass could bend it though.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is bending, but it's still a coordinate system, just four-dimensional. You have bending in the fourth dimension.
So mass can bend coordinate systems, right? Is that right?
Well, it can cause these effects that we can model mathematically using that coordinate system.
What's mass having an effect on?
He said mathematically. So what does it mathematically look like for like the city to be warped and bent by the mass of a sphere? Like, what does a spherical city look like compared to the one that you've ever seen or they showed you on a flat surface? Would you know the difference?
You would have to have a planet that is covered by entire city, throughout the entire surface.
What about a state or a country?
We don't have that yet.
You don't have a country all over this place, all over with buildings everywhere and cities and every single one of them. So we have that, right? Yes. Then we got an ISS thing that supposedly is filming all these cities live, only 100, 200 miles away. We can see 238,000 miles, a 50-mile crater on the moon. So now we can't see these warped, funny, odd-shaped cities that look like a fun house and countries. That's odd. Don't you think that'd be one of the things they'd show? It's funhouse mirror ball Earth. How come all of our images, when we tap that little Google Zoom, it brings us a flat, beautiful, flat mirrored image of a flat surface? It's never rounded. It's never spherical. There's no arc in anything. I just mathematically find this impossible to have the two be the same thing.
Well,
and for people to believe this or even think that mathematically even fits.
Are you talking about these images of reflections out of water surface, like in the salt flats?
Water, everything on a ball, brother. If I put stuff on a ball, it's not going to look. If I got a ball in my hand and I'm looking at it and I got a flat surface and a checkerboard on a ball and a checkerboard on a flat surface, they are not going to look the same at all. They're never going to look the same. So now when we go up above the Earth, it only resembles the flat checkerboard. It never resembles the round checkerboard. Yeah.
But when you have that checkerboard, you have some reference to actually compare the curve to. You would have these lines of the checkerboard that would trace that curve over distance.
That's where your math would come in. No, you'd have the math. You'd have.
Can I finish?
You'd have an earth curve stencil for us. Yeah, that's what we're saying. You don't have that mathematically or physically. You don't have a physical earth curve in your hand you can hand me, do you? You can't math it out then, right?
If you're looking
the math, brother, I'm saying the math and the formula. What is the point of us doing math and calculations and formulas if we can't make it into a material that matches the curving water?
Because
why is it so hard?
Because when you have formulas, then based on these formulas, you can actually compute the predictions of the theories you want to test and actually
so
be
I want to make a horse
of what you.
Out of cement. Yeah, the artist makes me a perfect horse out of cement that looks exactly like my horse. I don't see I don't see what you're saying. How you're making any sense? You're saying we can't trace an earth curve, brother. We can't have a section of it. We can have any section of a horse's butt we want, or the mane, or the head, or an elephant, or anything the artist renders in his rendering machine, or with his hands, or out of a printing machine. We can have all kinds of stuff, brother. You're saying we can't make an earth curve material piece of stencil?
I think it's the point at which Demok goes full Caesar mode, like in the old good years. So I'm really confused and I don't really know how to answer that. Maybe
a tracing. You know how you go to the hardware store and you get a horizontal flat earth, flat water measuring thing called a water level, or a horizontal level, or a horizontal ruler, or a horizontal meter stick. These are the things you get. Those are all flat earth things. None of them are an earth curve thing. So now if we lived on a ball, why would we be using all this flat shit to measure everything? Why wouldn't we use arc things? We have no arc thing to show us the curve of the earth. So the kids can say, yes, I have this material in my hand. Yes, the water conforms to this material that's the earth curve. You get what I'm saying now?
It reminds me of this unfunny memes where you had like, if the Earth is flat, then why? No, if the Earth is a globe, then why aren't why isn't the bottom of my shoes curved?
I mean, I don't know what that's got to do with being able to trace a car and give me a little piece of the thing so I can match it up and make sure it's that kind of car. We do this every day, all day. That's how they make new cars and mold new pieces of carring and stuff like that. And what you're telling me is we have no machine that can make a curved material. I mean, that's what you're telling us. Are you okay?
You can create a curved material, but I don't know how that's related to the Earth, because the Earth isn't created, it's observed, it's already there.
So what's your math for if it's not following the curve or the calculated curve of the earth? And how would we know that your math is correct if we don't have a material that follows the mathematical formula?
You would have to test the math, I guess.
No, you make a material with the math. You plug it into a printing machine. We have these. They're called 3D printers. The 3D printer don't have to fucking trust you. You put the math in and it prints out a curve. This is so simple. You don't need any trust and you don't need any opinions, brother.
When did builders, contractors, construction workers, right? They're building the foundation for a new building, right? And the foreman comes along and looks at the surface, gets out his tools and square and all that, and he's walking around on the surface of the foundation and he's like, no, this is too flat. Sorry, do it again.
Okay. So to sum it up, the Earth is too flat to build things curved. Is this what I understood? I mean, did I properly understand that?
It relates to what Demok was saying, man. It relates to what Demok was saying. No supervisors are coming over to the construction site and saying, "No, this foundation's too flat, man. You're gonna have to start again. It's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Sorry, it's too flat."
Go to that's where they are making the train tracks, and you will find that they make those train tracks with curved curved iron train tracks. They are accounting when they are making those things. They are accounting for the curve. They are not making them flat, straight.
They're accounting for the curve when making train tracks? Are you sure?
Yeah, in the industry, those metallic things
I've seen people building train tracks.
They are
and they come
making
like-
them curve. And in the industry, they are accounting for that 8 inches per mile square.
Yeah, I am also very skeptical of that because when you place a train track, you don't just take the one piece of metal that is like kilometer long. You place it from small segments that then you connect with each
Those
other.
train tracks are really straight. They get the iron melting inside the molds, and they push it inside it, and they get a long straight line of iron, and they throw it in the machine, and they cut it pieces after piece after piece after piece, and it was really a straight line. Yeah,
Who made sure it's curving? Who made sure it's curving at the correct rate?
Yeah. They are not accounting for any curvature. I was just joking. You believe me? Those are straight iron bars. Let's just get from the furnace, and the machine is cutting them into pieces. Nothing as a curvature is accounted on those on those 180-degree line, metallic line.
And if you get a cup of water in an earth curve stencil, you just hold it diagonally and the water will just sit on it. It's just awesome, dude. I love earth curve stencils. They just hold water so great. Yeah, you just find out where that 8-inch drop is, right? And just trace that section right there where that 8-inch drop is, and then bring back your earth curve section and just put it on the ground diagonally and pour water on it and let it sit there, just like it does on the earth curve.
Yeah, the globe doesn't need walls. It doesn't need shorelines.
No, that's what I've been telling them. Why do they got dirt holding their water?
Like also something like I found like very weird because yesterday someone was talking about the map and it's like
Why the water is not going toward the more mass? Because more mass is where the dry land is. You got more mass. You got more mass in a place where you got mountains and hills. That's more mass. So I should see the water going there. Instead of falling into the sea floor where there is less mass.
But let me just ask you guys a question. So you believe like if you're in Russia and you go north, you will go to the United States? Because like if that was the case, it seems like the Cold War. I mean, that's one of the most unbelievable things about the globe for me.
What
Because
now?
it's like,
Are you imagining a map in your head?
no, I'm looking at the globe map.
Tell me, you were asking about going from Russia to USA.
Yeah, like you can just go to the United States from Russia if you go north.
Okay. And what?
Like, isn't that weird? Like historically.
Okay, and what? What's weird in that?
What's
Just tell
weird
me
in that?
the whole story, that the whole scenario that you have in your head. I feel that you have a scenario in your head, that you're imagining something. You're imagining a map. Who knows if you're imagining an edge in Russia, or I don't know, something blocking you from going to USA. Tell me, what's the point?
No, my point is, it makes little sense that you like in the globe map, it suggests that, like, for example, Russia could just fly airplanes north and
Okay.
enter the United States from Canada.
Okay.
And I think that's like unbelievable. Like,
Then what are you imagining now?
I'm not imagining anything.
Okay, so you can go from Russia to USA, passing Canada. Okay, good, nice.
I'm saying that you don't need to cross the Atlantic, like in a globe map. It wouldn't be necessary to cross the Atlantic. Like you can just fly through like the North Pole, essentially.
Okay. Who said that it's necessary to go to cross it?
Who said it's necessary to cross?
To cross the Atlantic.
I don't know. Like the entire 20th century history, the Pacific Theater, the Cold War, the English Navy controlling the Atlantic historically, like, but especially in the 20th century, right? Because, like, if Russia could enter the United States from north, then the World War would be about the North Pole. That would be like the most. It's like the biggest hotspot, because like whoever controls the North Pole in the globe map can go anywhere super fast.
You're talking about it being a strategic point of operations, right?
Of course. Of course, like, because in a globe map, like I'm in Moscow.
Exclusive to the globe now.
Sorry?
He didn't say anything exclusive to the globe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
he
but,
has good ideas. Go
but like,
traveling using the north as a starting point. It will be faster. Yeah, good, nice, okay. What does it have to do with the globe?
what does it have
I think
to
he's
do?
he's scrutinizing it. He's scrutinizing it, saying that, like, what, you know, if the Earth is a globe and the continents are positioned as such, then like like from a military viewpoint, strategically, like that would be like that should be exploited and used.
Nice.
It doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, it will be also the same thing if the north is a center point in a plane. Not different. So that's why I told him it's not exclusive to the globe.
But like, what other
Right,
what
yes,
other map do
okay,
you have?
right.
Do you have a map that is not a globe?
Do you have a map that is globe?
Yes, we do. It's called an atlas. It's in a book. Take a look
All the
in a
maps,
book, Reading Rainbow.
all the maps are flat.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
how Atlas started out. How did you have a round map without a camera? How did you have a round map without a camera? Or
Let him go. Let him go cook with that. All the maps are flat. Let's go with this. Take
no,
them to
sir.
flat.
Like
Should I
the
put
map.
on mute?
you can't take a 360 map. There is no. You can't make a 360 map, dude. That doesn't make no sense. Okay, if you're standing somewhere on Earth, how do you make a 360 map from your block? Tell me. I need to know this. You can't. You can't even see the right side. Supposedly, it's hidden by a curve. Left's hidden by a curve. Front's hidden by a curve. Back's hidden by a curve. All you got your little rounded section. And what do you put that on? A flat surface. Isn't that weird? Now, how come you don't make your rounded section look round on the flat surface? How come it matches a flat surface also? The material's on the surface that's conveying the rounded thing on a flat phone image to me. So if you're telling me that's a round city right there and the buildings are tilting away and it looks like it's on a ball, you'd have to show me the same flat picture that would have that displayed on it, brother. Not pictures that are all where all the buildings are just exactly perfect like plumb bobs on flat Earth. That only proves flat Earth. All your flat pictures and your maps prove flat Earth because none of them are rounded. You don't see any tilt in any buildings. You don't see another building fall that way and go horizontal.
Yeah, all the maps are flat.
Okay, but it's like it cannot be the case that you like if you're looking at those like flat Earth maps that show the North Pole as the center. Like I don't think that's possible. I'm sorry because if the land was like that, then World War II would have been fought in the North Pole. Why are the Germans and the English and the Americans trying to control the Atlantic and the Pacific? You just have to control the North Pole airspace, and you can go from Moscow to New York super fast. You know, you don't have to cross the Atlantic.
Yeah, you can tell them.
So that like in a way kind of like shows me that.
Yeah, you can tell them that. Also, you can tell them about the South Pole.
Maybe because that area is not very hospitable, you know.
And the Atlantic is hospitable, so you can fly over the Atlantic, but you cannot fly over a smaller ocean, which is the North Pole. You cannot fly over the ice, but you can fly over like a super big Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, you got to take into consideration like conditions, you know, environmental conditions. Yeah. So I don't know, and also whether that has an effect on, you know, your any instruments you're using, like compasses and things. I don't know, but you know.
I mean,
might have been just more viable to, you know, to make your base of operations in a more friendly climate.
I'm skeptic about the North Pole, Todd. I don't know what is it in reality. If it's the same shit that they told us, or it's just they're trying to hide something. Because I'm skeptical about that since I'm more skeptical about that since the moment that I found that bug or something in every map, Google Map, Google Earth, Apple Map, every map that you will try to find. When you go to North Greenland, you will never be able to zoom in it and see what is there. It will just see in every map, you will just see pixelized pictures that can't be resolved at all at any moment. And that part, all the north, is just an image, a blue sea, that which is not the real image of the sea at all. In the whole map, you will just see a blue screen with some topography drawn in it. So it's not a real image at all. It's just completely CGI. The ocean, you will be able to see the ocean at least 10 kilometers far from any shoreline in the whole map. And the north is not what they show us.
Yeah, but like like Google Earth or Apple Maps or like whatever app you're using, that doesn't show you anything. It only shows you Western cities and some cities of non-Western country. But if you zoom in, if you zoom in Africa,
in the whole map, in every piece of country, in every part of the countries, in every shoreline, you will be able to zoom in
no.
and to see the real image. Yeah.
No, no. I can show you in my own country buildings and locations that do not show on Google Maps. I can go to Africa and show you stuff that you zoom in on Google Maps and you see the desert and you see like rendered trees.
Shut up. I'm not talking about Street View. You're not understanding
I'm not
me.
talking about Street View either. I'm talking about satellite images. That it's like, do you think they're showing you Africa? You think they are showing you Africa? The entirety of Africa?
Don't tell me where you live in. Tell me a place that when I try to zoom in, I won't be able to see it.
I'll tell you the Sahara Desert.
Like what happens?
Do you think?
I'll tell you. I will show you.
Show me the Sahara Desert. Show me. Do you know what the Sahara Desert is? Do you think you can see satellite images of what is in the Sahara?
We can't talk together. I'm not listening to you because I'm talking. And obviously, you are not listening to me because you are trying to talk also. So now, we're just trying to make that shit clear. I will show you how Greenland is shown in the maps, and try to show me something like that in another region. Like you told me in your country, if I zoom in it like this, I want to be able to see any shit.
Yeah, you'll see trees. You're going to see trees. You're going to see...
You can see trees, but not this. Can you see what I'm talking about before just talking from ignorance and arguing from ignorance? You don't see any tree here. You want to be
I'm just saying you're using an app. You're using an app to explore.
You will not be able to see any tree in the north of Greenland like this. This is not a tree. This is not a land. This is not a picture from a plane or a satellite. Those are a bunch of pixels in that place. So I have to zoom in it, and can you see the level there? It's wait, I will go to.
Can I tell you something or no?
1 mile. Just 1 mile.
So you're using an app to explore, and this app shows you around 5% of the globe. Okay, like the satellite images do not show what's on the ground.
Part of the earth. Keep your excuses for yourself. I'm not listening to excuses. So now I want you to show me somewhere where I will be able to see the same shit that is in Greenland. Here is
I'll show you.
Picture in other places. Here another one. I can zoom in any other place except Greenland.
Zoom in the Sahara Desert.
Pole, except the region that is attached to the North Pole. You can't see that. You can't see that part. They faked it. They put some bunch of pixels to just not be able to see that part, which is just attached to the North Pole, which is not just sea, like you see there, not just water. No, the North Pole
Chris, I have
is
a
not.
question. Can I ask you a question or no?
Here, the south
Yes, not.
of Greenland, it's completely different. You can see things. You can zoom and you can see mountains. You can see rivers. You can see lakes. You can see anything. When you zoom in Greenland, you didn't even try to do the test and zoom the north of Greenland and see if you can see any shit. Compare it to the rest of the world, which is normal, and you can zoom in things. Here, another place.
You can't see
Where
anything on that app. You cannot see anything.
If the
You can only
ISS was real footage, you should be able to take a magnifying glass of any of the live shit or tap your. You know how you can just tap the image and blow it up on your own on your phone, like from like you watch YouTube, you tap the image, you blow it up like in the back chat. Well, if the Google if the live ISS was true, you'd be able to tap your own screen and zoom into the cities and stuff down there. They'd become real to you on your own phone, not another program that's added for Google. Do you understand that? It would be a live thing. When you zoomed in, you would see live cities, planes, trains, airplanes. It's only 250 miles, brother. You guys are acting like the ISS is like 9 billion miles away or something. Don't be fucking absurd. If you think your telescopes can see through clear air for 93 million miles, it definitely can see down at the Earth for 250. And if everything's happening on the Earth, but the ISS just can't see it because it's retarded, and then we tap the image and we zoom in, we should be able to see planes, trains, automobiles, people doing stuff. We should be able to zoom in on real stuff, but we can't.
Brother, if you think Google Maps is showing you, for example, Africa,
ISS.
you are dreaming.
ISS live. Brother. The ISS that flies around the world live supposedly every 90 minutes. Supposed to be live feed. Now, any live feed I'd ever looked at, I can tap the screen and zoom in on everything in the background and everything, right? It's real stuff. There's real stuff there. It stays itself. And I can zoom into it and see it clearer. Now, on live ISS, when I tap my screen, I don't see no little roads. I don't see no bridges. I don't see no buses, no trains, no rockets, no planes. I don't see anything, brother. Where'd all the shit go? Where'd all the reality go?
What is
It's
this?
live, brother.
Look, Demok, look in the side chat. So in every piece of shoreline that you will find that the sea, the real image of the sea, is just maximum 10 kilometers away from the shoreline. And the rest is just that blue image that you see there, surrounding the sea, hiding what's really underneath that image. Like in some places, like here, I will show you this line here. And if you go to Google Map or Google Earth and you zoom in it, you will find that what's below that blue picture or blue CGI they put it there, it's not the ocean. There is ice, there is rocks there is dry land there, and they hide it with that blue image of the sea. Yeah.
Okay, bro, like that app is so
And
incomplete
it's not
anyways.
just this
Like,
one. There is so many.
why are you trying to zoom
Yeah,
in?
why would we have fake apps? Why would we have apps that never show reality? Why do we have Google Maps that's supposed to be live stuff being recorded, not show anything live? It's all a cartoon. Why is that? Why do you got cartoon streets that look like GTA 5? Why are you running around on GTA 5 on your Google fucking map? If technology has done you guys any good, surely it should bring you real streets and stuff, right? When you tap Google, it just shows a cartoon image like when you're on GTA. It's got the little white streets and the purple car and the little dot. It's not showing you a real highway of anything. Who told you guys that was real stuff?
And look at this. So here you have the dry land, you have the cities there, the buildings, and you have the beach. You can see the beach. That's the real photograph of the beach. You can see the ocean starting there, but the rest, the blue page, the image there, which is covering the ocean, it's not real. Definitely not real. So they can put the map as on a sphere, on a square, or cube, pyramid. They can project it on any shape they want, because it's not the reality. They can't put the ocean like whatever they want, because it's not the real ocean. It's just a blue CGI.
Like
Greenland
90% of that app is CGI, bro. It's not just Greenland. It's like everywhere. Like Africa on Google Maps is CGI. Is not. So you mean to tell me zoom in the Sahara Desert, very 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 big, and you mean to tell me there's not a single human, not a single building, not a single airport, not a single runway, nothing in the Sahara? Isn't that crazy? Like.
Well, where's all the military?
Where's all the military? Yeah.
Yeah, if it's the best spot.
Where's anything on the app?
Where's the military at in the South Pole? You don't think the South Pole would be the same thing? South Pole would be just as good to be in as the North Pole if nobody's going there, right?
Well, except for the fact the North Pole's on ice and the South Pole's on land, so there is a difference there.
So which one's harder to fly over? Neither one.
Oh, the
Okay.
South Pole is a little harder because it's farther away from locations that people actually travel from.
Yeah, the South Pole's farther than the North Pole.
Versus the North Pole is actually between, like, for example, New York and Germany and kind of stuff like that. It's like going to be closer to areas that people would actually want to travel over. So, like, if you're flying from San Francisco to Germany, you're going to get a lot closer to the North Pole.
And
A strategic place everybody should want to travel from. Every military would want to be there, buddy.
And just to respond to the guy who said that we can't zoom on Sahara, we can zoom
North and South Pole.
things in Sahara, and it's not pixelized like what you see in Greenland. Can you just
show me?
move your hands instead of your lips and try to talk and try to argue from ignorance? Can you move your hands and go to the maps and zoom in Greenland and see the difference between zooming in something and you never be able to see anything? It's not just CGI. Greenland, I showed you in the pictures that I just sent earlier. It's not just CGI. You see bunch of squares that not composing any type of real image there. You don't
Bro,
see
have you ever been to Africa?
But
Have you ever been
when
to
you
Africa?
zoom in the other places, you will be able to resolve
I've
an
blessed
image.
the range down in
You will
Africa.
be able to see something, some topography there. You will be able to see roads. You will be able to see trees, some things there. But in north of Greenland, the thing that you never checked and you don't want to verify it now, it's nothing. There is nothing there. It's not even an image from a satellite or from a plane or from anything. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of pixels that are not composing an image.
Because Google Maps is not an Earth exploration. It is for roads. It's for cities. It's for you to drive in your car in a road. Okay.
You don't see those.
Show you the Greenland because are you going with your car to
They are
Greenland? Like
telling me that's the only part that they have to not render and not show to us and not show us the topography in that place, the mountains in that place. If I want to explore that place, so I can explore the whole world, and
No,
even the Sahara, even the Sahara, even
Yeah,
the
he
desert.
said there's no streets. There's no streets.
And I can see
He
everything.
said there's no streets.
But I can't see the north of Greenland. That's the only part of the whole world that I can't see.
He said if some people don't go there, there shouldn't be any streets. They shouldn't show you streets. So they should take all the maps, all the streets off Google Maps because some people don't drive there sometimes ever. Isn't that weird? I don't go to Africa, so they shouldn't show any Africa streets on Google to anybody because lots of people just don't go there. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that
they shouldn't show any America to anybody. America maps and roads and cities shouldn't be on there because some people never come to America. So what you're saying is since some people don't ever go to that spot, they shouldn't exist of any of the stuff there that they're telling you that exists? No, you're wrong all the way 100%. What should be there is roadways, something that exists if people go there at all. If the military goes there, there should be some stuff. That's all. I mean, it's simple, right?
My only point is this app shows you around maybe 30% of the Earth's surface, maybe 20% of the surface. It does not show you Russia. It does not show you Africa. It does not show you Greenland. It does not show you.
And what does that mean?
Show me in the map.
That means that you can't.
No. I want to see that part that you are talking about in Russia. And if I zoom in it, I won't be able to resolve an image of the surface of that place. Show me. Just pinpoint the place. I will go to it and I will try to zoom in. Show me any place you want. Except north of Greenland. This is the only place that you can't ever resolve. Because it's not just a north part of land that is not attached to something. That part, it's attached to another land, which is the North Pole. They don't want the bullshitters to understand that. The North Pole is not just water.
What is it? What is it?
You go and tell me. So
I don't know. What is it?
Now we are talking about Greenland. So show me if you just claim that we can see the same thing in Russia and can't zoom in Russia. Show me in any place in Russia.
Okay, so yeah, you can zoom in Russia and see trees. You can see
any place.
You have no idea what's on the ground. Okay, like
zoom any place in Russia. I will go now. Here, Russia. Okay. Here.
Damn, you don't understand. You really don't understand.
You want to specific?
Well, does Russia have the right, like other country governments and stuff, who say, "Look, we don't want this particular place to be shown because it's
Tell me where
a threat to security or something like that"?
Show me. Just show me a place.
Okay, so you believe everything, every single image you see?
Here is just a random place in Russia, a random one. I will pinpoint the place.
Okay, and you think there's trees in there? You think that there's a? I'm just saying, like you think
having
showing you the world.
It can be resolved. Unlike this one, look at this one. Compare them. Unlike the bottom one here, I just sent it.
This is the most stupidest shit I've
are
ever heard.
not
By
same.
far.
And it's far. Look, it's farther from the one in the top, the one from in Russia. It's farther
bro, so
distance, and you
listen.
can't even resolve
Minecraft.
Minecraft, yeah, just Minecraft. Minecraft in bad resolution.
That
So
doesn't
that-
debug anything, bro.
Minecraft Earth. Not convincing.
An excuse. So that shit that you see there, you won't find it anywhere else except north of Greenland, because it's not a piece of land that it's not attached to nothing. They don't want to show what's there, except in the rest of the world. You can try that instead of just trying to talk and argue from ignorance. Try to pinpoint a place and zoom in it by yourself. Compare it to Greenland and tell me.
Bro,
there is
just
the
because
place
it doesn't have
like
pixels.
Greenland, you can't resolve an image because I checked the whole map. The time those maps took me to just check every part of the maps, it's more than the time that you will be able to resolve to just understand any one of them. But I checked them all.
Can I ask
They
you a question?
have all the same error, the same problem in north of Greenland, same error. Why it's not random? Why
Can I ask
it's
you a
the
question?
same? North of Greenland, you won't be able to see what's there. If it's real, if it's not, it's just a bunch of
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Like you don't have to repeat yourself 50 times. Like I got it. But can I ask you a question? My question for you is, do you think Google Maps is showing you every square kilometer of Africa?
If you think it's not, and
Yes
it's
or no
doing
question,
the same
bro.
thing
It's
that I
yes or,
can
it's
find
yes or no.
in North.
Are they
Listen,
showing you? Are they showing you Africa?
listen
Yes
to
or no?
me. You can't understand what I'm saying if you are talking through me. So you can go and tell me any place where I can find the same thing that I'm seeing in the north of Greenland. Yeah, I know that you won't find that. So
He's
that's
saying
because
go to
I told
Africa.
you, and you're just trying to make me repeat the same thing that I said earlier. I checked
You
the
just
whole
say the
map.
same thing 50 times
So
just
you
because there are
won't
no
find
pixels.
that thing that you are seeing in Greenland in another place.
No, but I can show you places that does not like where there are buildings.
Not listen to his point. You have to understand his point. What he's saying is go to China, go to America, go to Africa, zoom in. You're gonna see actual looking shit. It's gonna look like real stuff. Now, he's saying if you go to the 60th degree or whatever, past that, too far to the south, and you're trying to zoom in on anything, you get Minecraft. Now, do you have any evidence that suggests he's lying?
Oh, me?
That's yeah, you.
Listen, just because.
No, do you have any evidence that he's lying, that he's wrong? He's proving a point to you. And how you prove your point to him is prove he's wrong with his point. And if you can only prove him right, then here we go. We're back at square one and we're correct. Now, what's your next thing you want to
Of
talk about?
Africa, I can even see the sand pattern in the desert. Here, what they call as the ruins of Atlantis in the desert of Africa. You want somewhere else in Africa? Or you want just to claim and try to find an excuse?
So you tell me you can see the sand?
No, I'm not
It
telling
changes
you.
every day. You know the desert changes every day.
There is a big difference between telling you, I'm showing you. So, you want another place? Here, another one. Wait. This
Okay, my
one
point is
in the
if I
middle
may.
of the desert. Do you want Nigeria?
Oh,
South
show me Nigeria.
Algeria?
Show me
You want
the
South Algeria?
countryside of
Nigeria?
Nigeria. Show me the countryside.
I will tell you.
Show me the people. Show me the cultures. Show me the black people hanging out in the small town. Show me Nigeria,
Are you
please.
stupid or dumb? Are you stupid or dumb? Because I
I'm
think
not
that they are
insulting you.
similar.
I'm not
Because they
insulting
are
you,
similar.
sir.
I'm talking to you, for example, here I can resolve an image and see what's the topography in that fucking place. I see the
No, you can't.
topography in every place in Africa. I'm not talking to you about seeing
You can
people.
see every place in Africa, right? Okay. That's all I needed to hear.
Shut up, fuck up. I'm not telling you that you can see, you can't see just people in North of Greenland. You can't see the north of Greenland at all. You can't see it. The north of Greenland is not there. The Greenland, I'm telling you, that see that place, you can see any topography in that place compared to Africa. Try to not be just like a brick. Try to open Google Map, zoom in the north of Greenland and compare it to any place and just try to check the amount of zoom that you will do to see the north of Greenland and compare it to any other place like in Africa, here and here. Do you want a video of me zooming in Africa, showing you places in Africa, and you can zoom in it and you can see the topography, if it's a hill, if it's a mountain, if it's shit. But
Right.
that's
Right.
not
Have you
happening.
been in Africa? Have you ever been in the Sahara? Have you ever been there? Have you ever
I live
compared?
there. I live in Morocco. It's the north of Africa.
You
So
live
I
in
know.
Morocco. Okay, go to the Atlas.
I'm talking.
Look,
So I know Africa. I know how the desert looks like. I go to desert very often. So you won't talk to me and tell me about
Well, I
my
mean,
my
this
land.
this. Do you think that these places that they're smudging out, that there's
Yeah.
actual, just
No,
regular citizens have
we-
taken pictures in those exact locations that we could find on Google, or is it just a conspiracy that
not
Google's?
place. No, it's not. It's not the same. I'm not talking about what you're talking. No,
it's
I'm
like
talking
bro
about
thinks they
an
photographed every single square inch of the earth.
image of a place in the desert, in the Sahara, in Africa, in any part of the world, but not being able to resolve any image like this. In Greenland, do you see those three last images I just sent now at this moment? That part is north of Greenland. You can't see anything.
Now, is there any other company besides Google? Like, does NOAA? What is that? The
It's the same
NOAA have a
bullshit.
map?
It's the same bullshit in Google Map, in Google Earth, in the map that they use in Apple.
I mean, but who else uses the
Same
satellite imagery? Does anybody other
It's the same
company
shit. They
get?
have a problem. They don't want to show what's
Can you
in
hear
the
me?
north of Greenland. That's the point.
I can
No.
hear you.
You won't be
Yes, we
able
can
to
hear you. He's
resolve
just gonna keep
any
talking. He's just gonna keep going.
image for the north of Greenland from satellite from any place. Show me.
Show me
okay,
a
let's
town
just.
in Africa with the black people hanging on the streets. Show me a fireplace. Show
But what's
me.
your point,
Yeah, just
dude? What's
great.
your point? You keep
My
saying
point
"show me,"
is,
but no, not
I-
you. The guy who keeps saying "show me." What's the point to all this? What? Why do you think they're not doing it? They're not showing it. What's?
There is too many points. It's not my point. It's not me who is hiding that shit from you. Don't
But
blame
what?
me.
Why do you think they are? Is there
Don't
like?
blame me. Oh, ask them. They are doing that. It's not. It's not something that it will be done in the future. They are doing that. Ask them what they are doing. That
Well, who are
bullshit.
them? Who are
Trying.
they?
Oh, who knows who is
Who is this? You call them?
the one? You are asking me who are they? Can you do a simple research and try to find who made those false maps and go ask them instead of asking stupid
What's the big deal, though? What's the big deal with them not showing
in
it?
a
I
Discord,
don't
and you ask
understand
a
either.
stupid question to a
What's
person who's just talking, conversing to with you and showing you what they are doing in the
But what
maps
does it
that
matter,
you
though?
blindly believe in.
What does it matter to you that they're not showing it? I don't get it.
It doesn't matter to me.
But who cares? What I mean is,
Doesn't matter to
who?
me. It's just for the people who believes on those maps, and they think that they are correct, and they think that they are using spherical maps. No bullshit.
Oh, that's why you're.
Bullshit,
So
because
this is some type of evidence that
because the
that
lady
it's
earlier,
not a
I don't
sphere.
remember if it was a guy or lady, he was saying that they are using spherical maps. And he was
So this
asking for a
is.
flat map, and he know that every map is flat.
Well, I
It's not
thought it's it.
spherical.
I thought it's ribbons of imagery that they stitch together on a ball.
Doesn't matter. It's not even a ribbons of imagery.
Well, shouldn't it be? I mean, I
There.
just got. Listen. I
The
just got
ribbons
done.
of imagery there.
Hear me
So
out.
just
I just got.
squares of imagery
Ah, man.
attached together, and they don't even show you
You're not gonna be
all
able
the
to stop him. He's just gonna
imagery
keep
part.
going.
They
Hey,
show you
why?
they
Hey, can
show
I
you.
say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just got done doing a big photo shoot for a company from New York. They just came here, and I just spent hours of videoing, right? And I can only shoot ribbons as we drive sections, right? And then I can put it all together. but I can only do certain areas according to, because of my lens will only capture so much. So if they got a plane, it wouldn't it also be if they have a plane, even if it's over a flat Earth, if they have a plane pointing down, wouldn't they be capturing ribbons of imagery so then they can stitch it all together, even on a flat Earth?
I was talking about that thing, and you just wanted to stop me because I was talking about they don't use ribbon of images; they use squared images. Can you go check? And the system how they use the images is squared images attached together. And you can just the simplest method, just the simplest method to check that. Just go zoom fast and zoom out and zoom in fast, and you will be able to see those squares of image loading one by one.
It's probably so many frame rates per second, right? I shoot.
Probably
go
it's
ahead.
what they do, and they don't show the whole images.
Because
the whole data
because
that
the
they
image is
have.
stored in
They don't
S cells
show-
of different
they don't show-
magnifications. They actually go from S1 to S10. So you
So
can
they
actually
don't
pick the
show
cell.
the
You don't
whole
have to do it.
data
You don't have to do it using your URL. You can actually just call the various frames directly yourself if you want. The API is pretty straightforward.
Right. Yeah.
So they don't show the whole data.
I'm.
that they
I'm.
have.
I'm.
We
By
know
the way,
that
I'm
they
a. They're very
squared
much in the
images
world is not flat
together,
category. So just I think it's hilarious when they use this.
It's not real. And also the oceans are not real. It's not even an image, not squared image.
Wait. What do you mean by the ocean is not real? Wait. Let's go over that statement. There's no such thing as an ocean, because that I've seen.
The ocean in Google Map and Google Earth and
No. I'm asking you. When you say the ocean is not real, what do you mean by the ocean is not real?
I'm telling you what I mean. If you don't
What do you
shut
mean?
up, you won't have the answer. Because if I am talking, you can't get the
You're
answer.
saying it's not blue?
They are not.
Are you saying like it's
real.
not
They are
blue?
showing you, listen, can you see? Because when I'm talking, you want to talk at the same time. Can you see the photo in?
What's a square of ocean supposed to look like?
No. The photo in the image in the side chat. So the whole map that you will see, the Google Map or Google Earth, the ocean, the real ocean, it will be all just maximum 11 miles far from the shoreline, and the rest is just that blue image. Is just a calc. It's not even a real image. It's just a blue sheet.
What do you mean it's not a real image?
But put it on the surface. It's not the real ocean. Here, for another example, you can see that line. In this line here, because I studied those maps really deep.
Yes, I know you zoomed in and out very fast. Are you saying it's worth flying a plane to get meter accuracy of flat ocean, or of like basically just an endless ocean? That's worth getting.
Can you shut up? I'm talking.
Come on, dude.
So
you understand what he's saying there, right? That's
that last image I just sent. You will be able to see a line. You can go to those coordinates and see that place and zoom in it if you want to check it. That line is the real place. It is what really there. And that blue thing that is covering that line, that's covering the surface, the whole surface, is just.
What would you like them to do? What would you like them to do? What do you want them to do for that? Did you want them to take the picture so that they show the wave heights on the day from 3 years ago? Like, what were you wanting? What did you want? What were you expecting? What did you actually think they should do? You're saying you're using it as a critique, which means if it's a critique, which means you actually expect it to be something different, to be not dishonest according to you. So what would you want it to be?
Imagining them that they are putting for you a real image of the ocean.
What do you want it to be?
Those last seconds, it's are the moment where you understood.
What do you want it to be? What do you want it to be?
You were arguing from ignorance.
What do you want it to be? What would it be different if it were then what do you want it to be?
So now.
So you don't want it to be anything. You don't. Do you think there's an ocean there?
So it's.
Do you think there's an ocean there? Do you think there's an ocean there?
I'm sorry.
Do you think there's an ocean there?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you want on that picture of the empty ocean?
What picture are you talking about? The one I sent, the last one with that line? No, it's not ocean there.
There's no ocean there. So if you go out 12 miles offshore, there's not an ocean. You don't get an ocean if you go 12 miles offshore.
No, it's
You don't
not
see ocean.
No, it's not.
There's
I
no
don't
ocean there.
I
You don't think
see
there's ocean there.
I
You
don't
don't see ocean 12
when I
miles offshore.
Zoom in that line, and it's not ocean. Zoom
I'm
in
just
that
trying to
line.
make sure if
It's
in
not
real
ocean.
life, you go 12 miles offshore,
real-
you don't have ocean?
The real image is there. Just zoom
What
in
do
that
you
line.
have?
Ocean.
What do you have if you go out 12 miles offshore with a boat? What do you see?
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you that
It does matter. What do you think is there?
Not showing you the reality.
What is there?
So it doesn't matter for me what you believe. If you believe in that,
That's not what I believe. I'm asking you, what do you think is 12 miles offshore? Do you believe there's no ocean?
So I'm not buying that.
It's not a gish galloping. I'm asking him the same question that he's not answering. That's not gish galloping.
I'm not gish galloping. What's the question again?
No, I am being gish. He's saying I am gish galloping. I'm asking you, 12 miles offshore, is it ocean? Yes or no?
Yeah, ocean, but not. It's not the pattern that they are showing you. That's the
What
point.
pattern? What pattern would be there?
The Earth is not flat. The Earth is not a sphere.
What pattern would be there?
That ocean that they are drawing to you there, it's not looking like the same thing that you.
What would it
see
look
in
like?
the image. So they are
What
not
would it look
showing
like?
the real ocean. They are not showing the real North Pole.
What
They are
would
not
it look
showing
like?
anything real there. Like in that
What-
image, I'm not talking about I'm not talking now about 11 miles.
What
I'm
would
talking
it
about
look like?
in the middle of the ocean. You can see in that line that in the bottom, in the real image, if you zoom in that line, it's not ocean.
You're right, man. You're right. It's not a real picture of an ocean. Why would they make it a real picture?
I'm trying to, yeah. What are you trying to say that they're hiding? Is it a big thing of ocean or not? Is it a big open ocean?
It's not a globe. It can't happen. It will be just
What can't
this
happen?
block.
I'm sorry, what can't happen? There can't be ocean there?
No, I'm talking about that. Your question is.
What are you
too stupid.
talking about?
I'm not talking about that. What they are showing you, like the oceans that they are showing, how they put them and the patterns and what they and all the places that they are hiding. That's not the reality. I'm not telling you.
Wait,
that
are you
there
telling me
is
if you
no-
go off, if you
It's
go
not
offshore
because-
12 miles,
No,
you
no,
don't
no,
have
no,
ocean?
no. Shut up. It's not because I'm telling you that they are hiding things. That means that they are. I'm telling you that they are hiding the ocean. No, you're just dumb to understand that. I'm not surprised because you're a glober. So if you don't understand, how can you understand simple things? I'm talking about the things that they are hiding, no matter what. Just places, for example, pattern of distances between the countries and between the.
Yeah, I'm actually calling for moderation. Like I'm calling for moderation. So like this guy, every time someone says anything, it's just insults.
North
Like
of Greenland, for example,
I call for moderation.
Who knows? They are hiding so many things there. It's not just the ocean or what's underneath that blue image. I want to see what's underneath that blue
Do you
image.
think it's all the governments are doing it? Do you think it's
I'm
all the
sorry?
governments are? Do you think all the governments are working together to hide the shape of the Earth, or do you think it's just United States that has Google based there?
I don't know. You can go do the test and tell me who is lying and who is just dumb and following. Like you, for example, I have, for example, you. I can't tell that you are just lying. I will just obviously guess that you're just stupid enough and to be just blindly believing people and following them and trying to defend the.
Look, why do I mean? But yet, on the other hand, I'm supposed to believe you.
You to be a liar.
Wait, am I supposed to believe? Should I believe what you're saying to me?
No.
Would that be dumb? Would that be dumb if I believe that what you saying is true and the Earth is flat? Would I be dumb?
No, it will.
Then what are
be
you talking
dumb.
about, man? Then why are you saying that?
Because we don't believe. We don't hold beliefs. We know that the Earth is not a globe. We know that the Earth, the Earth is not curving, and we know that the Earth is not in motion.
Can another flat earther step in and be a mediator and help us out with this?
I will
I'm
have
so
to
dumb.
now because it's too late for me. I will leave it for now. Maybe we will keep talking for tomorrow if you want. You're there.
I do kind of wish they were hiding stuff to make those long ocean flights just so much more interesting.
I think it'd be killer. Yeah, if the Earth was flat, man, that would be so cool.
Oh, that'd be great. Then you can explore the edge. Like, think of all the great explorations you could do on, like, what is on this edge. Maybe we keep going. Maybe there's entire new worlds. We should just go over there. Like, what is on, like, just keep going west. That'd be great. Or dig? Like, how far down can you dig at that point? Like, that's just tempting. Could you cut it in half? If it's a flat Earth, could you, like, split it down the middle? Would it drift apart? What does it drift into?
So maybe if the Earth's flat, our experience is a monopolar experience. So that would mean there's one pole. We're living in the northern, or it could be in reality, we're living in the southern actual electromagnetic, whatever you call it, electromagnetic pole of Earth.
Yeah.
And the other parts underneath this, like we're on a giant magnet or speaker magnet that's covered up by a bowl, and we're just a bunch of ants on top of the speaker magnet. And
Maybe we should ask Gizmo. Maybe Gizmo knows.
It makes sense because the toroidal field, if we're living perpendicular to the axis of this pole, then we are in a monopolar reality. And the sky would be the positively charged, and the Earth would be the ground, pulling us down.
There you go.
No need for gravity.
Yes. Just need for everything to be oppositely charged.
Huh.
Then we have this problem of they would repel each other. That's a problem. But aside from that, never mind that for now. By the way, I did stump them this morning, and they continue to be stumped on why is a scuba tank heavier when it is full than when it is empty. That one they've had some real difficulty with.
Wait a second. So you mean when you actually compress the atmosphere into a container, the container itself becomes heavier?
Yes. Isn't that wild? You put more matter into the container then is heavier.
But you can't do that with a helium, of course, because helium, no way.
Oh, helium should float, but yes. Amazingly, yes, that also works with helium and even with hydrogen.
Huh.
I know, it's strange. You put more helium into one place and it gets heavier. It's just odd. The buoyancy doesn't seem to matter. Oh yeah. That's gases have no weight was their story. Until you trap them, then apparently they start having weight. Then they don't have weight, but then they do have weight. But kind of, sort of, no, but yes, but no, but yes. Yeah, so it's a fun one. Because basically it shows that gas molecules can be affected by gravity. And if gas molecules can be affected by gravity, then you don't need a container to contain them to the Earth. And then they have a problem. So they want to say gas can't be affected by gravity.
Containers and density, that's just voodoo. That's what he's saying earlier. Got a container. Drove me nuts. Earth is the container. Is it underwater, above water, fish tank? What are you talking about containers? Under pressure? What's the density? Density! That was too much. At that point, I was leader of a new scientific conspiracy about gaseous density. Right, buddy? Oh, there goes Rab Scuttle. Because he's done jerking off and he's embarrassed I caught him jerking off. He's such a cunt. He's one of those people who actually think they're cool, but they're just a greasy, geeky kind of person.
Well, I've never understood why back when I got my dive certification, why the first 15 feet underwater is 2 atmospheric pressures. Just one every other 15 feet. You know what I mean? Like, why is it that the first 15 feet is 2 atmospheric pressures? I don't know.
Well, it must be because of such a change, right? Dramatic change from the top. So you're going from underwater the first 2 feet, because at the very top it might be really close to atmospheric pressure. So the primal, you could say the threshold could be the boundary is the word I'm looking for. The boundary could be under more severe changes than as you continue into the medium.
Now it kind of reminds me
But I
of
don't
the.
know.
It reminds
I don't
me.
know.
Of,
I would think that it would be proportional. Like at the top of the water, be certain the first meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, you'd be able to get some kind of a pattern out of that every meter. I would think that it wouldn't be a weird, kind of a electrical response. You know how you get a pulse and then it settles as the response settles,
Well,
unless it's, chaotic.
You ever watch the I think it's National Geographics they did on the blue holes in Florida, and they showed like when they go down, I don't know if it's 15 feet or 30 feet, there's this like real thick fog that just hovers right there of poisonous
Yeah,
gas or
I've seen some
something.
weird shit like that. Yeah,
Yeah, and they have to like swim through it real quick. I wonder if that's 15 feet and what's up with that. You know what I mean? Like if it's kind of
I don't know.
like it's an equilibrium. It's stuck there. It can't. You know what I mean? Like it's at a something's
Go
going on
go
there.
ask ChatGPT and see if it has a beat on that. I find it works good for general knowledge, for programming and stuff. If you don't have it keyed right into what you're doing, it's going to be giving you 50 different versions of shit. You got to really wade through stuff. You got to know what you're doing. Use ChatGPT for technical questions, but for more science-based questions, I imagine it's pretty good because science doesn't change as much as software versions.
Well, do you think I could ask ChatGPT what's the best way to use ChatGPT?
No, you could ask ChatGPT how to understand the depth calculations of pressure and if there's anything special about the first 2 meters. You could ask it that. In fact, I could do it for you, but I'm
Man, that'd be
busy.
awesome. I'm in Safari looking for. I saved the page, but I got to dig through. I got my
Just
login
type
page.
in OpenAI, I think, in your browser. OpenAI.com. I think.
Is the app as good as the website? Like just go into it by Safari or Google. Their little app. Have you ever used their app?
Update. Introducing, learn more, accept all. What the fuck's going on? Okay, I tell you what. Okay, go to chatgpt.com. That's where you want to go.
Yeah, I'm there. I just got to log in real quick.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Mine logs in automatically now, I guess. think I just use a Google login for it. OpenAI takes you to a whole bigger context.
Okay. So it says, I guess, the first 15 feet is affected by the atmosphere itself. So you have one atmospheric pressure pressing down on the top surface of the water. So they add that, you add that so it's actually not two atmospheric pressures due to water. So they add in the atmosphere itself pressing down as one atmospheric pressures, the amount of pressure, and then the first 15 feet, they add another one. So you have two. I guess that's what they say. Yeah. Oh man, I really ruined that. Let's see. It says the water adds pressure at a rate of about 0.445 psi per foot of depth. And then,
right.
Oh, where did I just read that? So the pressure at 15 feet underwater is roughly 2 atmospheres because you're experiencing the original 1 atmosphere of surface pressure due to the atmosphere itself, and then plus the pressure of the water above you of 15 feet. So yeah, it's every 15 feet is 1 atmosphere. Whatever. It is weird that they do that though. I don't know. It says at sea level, the pressure is approximately 14.7 pounds per square inch, or 1 atmosphere at sea level. When you're just standing there at the shore. That's weird. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up.
Right. 1 atmosphere. And that's based on the the gaseous side. It's the 0 point for the highest density atmosphere. I assume. Because gravity would make it the highest density. As you go up, it gets less dense. As you go down, it gets almost exponential, isn't it? Like every.
So if
it's like it gets severely crushing.
So let's say
it's amazing.
If you had a giant tube, a steel tube at sea level that they stuck in the water that went all the way down, I don't know, a mile with this big tube, and it sucked the water out.
Yeah.
As you went down in this tube in the elevator, you'd be experiencing even more atmospheric pressure, right? Since you're going further down, all that atmosphere would be.
Correct.
Yeah. Let me think about this.
Yes,
you
the
could
atmosphere is more pressure at the bottom of, for example, the Death Valley than it is at the top of the mountain. So yes, deeper you go, the higher the pressure.
It still wouldn't be anything compared to the water pressure though at that depth.
Yeah.
Right, because it's a weight of a column of air on top of you instead of a weight of a column of water.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, imagine if it only takes 15 feet of water to have one atmospheric pressure. Man, that's miles and miles of air. You know what I mean? To make that one atmospheric pressure on you. Yeah, you'd have to to get one more
Yeah, when
atmospheric
they're talking
pressures,
about that,
you'd have to dig
that
so deep.
submarine, they get into a lot of that details when they're talking about this submarine that imploded when they were looking at the Titanic. What was it? Freedom or something? I can't remember what they called it. Anyway, that was quite a disaster. But yeah, as they go down, I don't know, is it just the weight of the column on top of you, or is it actually exponential as you go down? I just think it's just so much. It just gets so much as you get let me see if I can find the picture that I'm thinking of.
You're saying, is the pressure equal all around you, not just from the top, but from the side, underneath, an equal amount per square inch?
Well, I think it's the column above you. It is.
Ah, gotcha. Those poor people, man.
Pulling down on you like gravity is. You can think of all that water falling on you. Great big column. But it's already fallen, and now it's crushing you. Maybe it'll find it, maybe it won't. Oh, wait.
I don't know what would be worse, being hung to death or being tied to a giant stone and thrown into the ocean and being drowned so fast that before you die, you're just crushed to death.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you'd be crushed. I think when you come back up, that's when you explode if you come up too fast.
It's equal in all directions, by the way.
Is it in all? Yeah.
It's equal in all directions, yeah. At any point within a fluid at rest.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the same in all directions.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's at rest. Makes sense. Because the water that's not over you, that's 10 feet away from you in a column, is coming down and pushing down on the stuff, and that's going to push sideways against you. Just like Play-Doh, man. Just like
And
Play-Doh.
up too.
Squish.
Up as well. Yeah, it's going to push up on that point. Same
So
pressure.
back in the day, they used to make people walk the plank. You think they like tied stuff to them to make them sink? The capital punishment, you know, people are just like, look, you got to
Probably.
walk the
Or
plank.
just let them
That'd be
swim with the sharks.
horrible.
Can you take
Man, it
the
freaks me
atmosphere
out.
away? Take the atmosphere away, and then show that there's a difference in the liquid. Oh, okay. What about the demonstrate the triple point without a container? Shit, can't do that either. Okay then. I was really hoping we had something there. Anyway. I'm gonna have some soup.
Don't forget to add cheese. Oh, has the flat Earth Discord always been on this? I've only just noticed it in like the last 2 days, maybe. Well, since no one's talking, I'm out. Y'all have a good evening.
Hey guys, we talking about Donut Earth? Or Pancake Earth? Or Blueberry Earth? I mean, there's a lot of options. Unfortunate. Good luck.
Alright, let's get this over with. Can you deliver a formally valid argument which establishes the proposition that the Earth is flat or not, you brain-dead fucking retard, right? Now, it seems as though nobody has sort of attempted to reply to the question, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask the question again, right? So the question is, can you deliver a formally valid argument which establishes the proposition that the Earth is flat or not? Are you just such an evasive dumb fuck that that's something that you're fundamentally axiomatically incapable of doing? Yeah, that's what the fuck I thought. Sit the fuck down, you pieces of shit, scumbag. Gonna try one more time. Can you deliver a formally valid argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat or not, you brain-dead fucking idiots? Yeah. Dodge the question. I asked the question and it's getting dodged. Evil Destiny here. You've been officially selected to win a prize. The The prize today is I ask the question and you deliver a clear and succinct answer. Now, are you willing to do so, or are you just gonna dodge again, you fuck? And we're golden.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope all's well with you guys. What's up, man?
Hey, what's this all about?
They got
What's
another guest room over here, and they have one on the politics server as well. And I just figured I would send some invites out. Kind of quiet up there.
bro? There's so many people in the one above. What is that?
Oh, the one just above this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Another debate room. Hey, what's up, Gizmo?
Hey now. Now I have a complaint. Why is it that on all these like movies, the FBI catches you if you leave your battery in your phone? But these telemarketers call me all day and nobody can trace the call.
You're true. That's fair.
Like, why doesn't the head of the FCC just send an agent to my house and just wait 10 minutes? Like, we'll find them, I assure you.
Must have to do with jurisdiction. They get a call and it's from out of their jurisdiction, so they can't touch it.
It does not have to do with jurisdiction. It has to do with the head of the FCC is always bought. They're always bought and paid for by the industry.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm talking some crap. Like, oh, that's not our problem because it's over there, kind of thing. Hey, I hope all's well with you guys. And what's up, Lo-Fi? I hope all's well with you, man. I'm just chilling. I figured I actually just woke up recently. I've had a bad day today, so I'm trying to turn that around.
Well, on the bright side, anybody who can live 10 years is about to step into like a golden age in universal history.
Yeah, well, I can agree that it's about to get weird. Like in the terms of like when I say weird, I mean having the power to control destiny. It's about to get weird. I can agree with that.
Man, 5 years ago, everybody was like, where are my flying cars? And today people are like, I hope the whole civilization's still here and everything is kind of normal like 3 months from now.
Yeah. What is after COVID-19 though? What is normal? Like, well, oh, damn, I can't even. I don't want to go into detail like that, but after 9/11, what's normal? After every other event that's ever happened, what's normal? Thinking about it.
Well, 10 years from now, I think the new normal is going to be humanoid robots walking everywhere you go, like iRobot.
Yep. And that's fair too. We're going to robots. I think robots will be normal. Everybody, even pets, like the the Boston Dynamics, they don't want to have dogs with guns. like robot dogs with a gun for the face. Like that's going to be kind of weird.
Right. Well, you know, there's no such thing as an unarmed humanoid robot as long as it's, you know, more than 3 feet tall. It's a pretty serious creature.
Yeah, and then it gets even weirder when you get into the larger structured things and the war machine. It's all
Yeah, I mean, I think that I don't think it's reasonable to be like stop all the robots and AI. So if it's gonna progress, you know, you can opt for slow if you have a way to slow it. That could be a thing. But assuming it's gonna go forward, I think you got to put the robots in the hands of many people, not just one group. That sounds like
my
why.
problem is this, bro. The laws of robotics aren't going to be applied properly, and you're going to end up having people who focus on the money and filling contracts over the. There was a premise for the laws of robotics. Anybody who knows. And if they don't apply that so that these things can't hurt people, they are going to hurt people.
Right. Well, you know, the optimistic view of the battlefield is that, you know, the robots stop fighting whenever they encounter humans.
Yeah.
You know, then they go back to fighting when it's just them. I mean, robots could be a pretty amazing peacekeeping force potentially. They don't get impatient and just start shooting.
Yeah. Well, that and there's a lot to be said for the systems of a particular country too. I mean, it's kind of hard for somebody who speaks English to fathom a Chinese digital system. Like, good luck. The coding could be completely different. You're not even going to understand it. The same thing goes for something made in Russia or whatever. I think that there's going to be a lot of issues with that. And
Well,
that's the main fear of people is it's kind of like the boogeyman of some other country. It's
Mhm.
usually nonsense.
I mean, I think some of the dynamics are going to be like, we've seen what it's like for people to have access to unlimited labor before. It was like, you know, the aristocracy. And, you know, people having a washing machine is like a taste of some of that.
Or a bed. Dude, honestly, 100 years ago, to have a bed like we have now, you had to have the wealth of a king to be able to have something like that because everybody's sleeping on freaking stuffed mattresses made out of grass and crap. It was, you know, like hay stuffed into a freaking bag. And now we have beds with springs and everybody sleep like a king. That didn't exist 100 years ago.
Exactly. So, you know, the aristocracy that went together with some depravity, but there were also people who used the leisure time that freed up to do some good things too. You saw the Enlightenment and whatnot, and science. So, you know, on balance, I'm pretty optimistic about that because, you know, what are these wars really about when you go? Not like you look at the day-to-day fighting and the orders of battle. That's like putting out fires, but like what started it all the time? You know, in Syria, they're like all these buildings had water and plumbing and electricity and infrastructure, and now all that infrastructure is gutted from machine gun nests. But a lot of it started with just like general sense of unemployment and crop failure type thing. Here we had a bad harvest, food prices are high, and we're unemployed.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then here, look, Russia is essentially a big gas company with an army. Like, maybe we could solve the energy thing.
It effectively is. And China's pretty much a product company with an army. They can mass produce little products. And America, in the same way, is pretty much a merchant nation with an army.
Right. So, there's a lot of technological change to be optimistic about in food systems, in energy, in transportation, in robots. Those things actually all feed off each other. So, this is like the best time to be alive.
I just noticed old dirty atheist must have gotten bored. We weren't talking about God or flat Earth, so he probably got bored and left.
No, she just, yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been very active on this server for a while, so I'm gonna have to, I guess, figure out, learn a bit, find out who's who again.
Right. Well, she is, she has it out for me, I'd say.
It's common on Discord. It just happens.
No,
People
she-
choose their enemies.
Where does this 24/7 live stream go? How do I click on this?
Honestly, not sure. Maybe I'll click the bot itself and see if there's a link on it. I'll have to ask one of the bros. I'll ask Helio and see. But the link's probably over on the actual official 24/7 Discord server. I've been kind of deactive lately, dude. I haven't been feeling so good, so I try and avoid bigger conversations when I'm grumpy. Grumpy's a soft way of putting it. I've been sick, and so it just makes me kind of an ass sometimes. So I prefer to not be that way and just stay away until I'm tolerable. If I can't tolerate myself, there's something wrong.
Well, I'm gonna float around here.
Yeah. Well, we'll be around. I was hopping in to see if Kembo and Flatman were active, and they seem to be passed out or something. So
Well, I'm sure they're researching gravitational redshift or something.
we'll be around, man.
I'm starting to develop a theory that anyone who can learn what gravitational redshift is cannot then ever believe in flat Earth. So that should be like minimum educational requirements. Like, make sure that people don't turn into flat earthers.
I consider this to be more about anti-globalism. So I openly will identify as being a flat earther, and I have no problem being called that. But I personally identify as being an anti-globalist, and I'm here to destroy the globe because you can't have globalism without a globe.
Well, it'll take a lot of energy to flatten the globe.
My worldview is just a bit different from most of the bros who get involved in these debates and discussions, dude. To me, it's about something else entirely. But that's just me personally.
Well, it's quite a flag to raise.
To me, it has to do with all of the mind control that's being perpetuated upon the entire population of the world. And it's much bigger than just space or debating about the ground. It has a lot to do with how they're actually basically manipulating people for monetary gain, kind of thing, like the materialism system. That I hate it.
The materialism system. So you are a strong believer in the Bible.
It's more about this. I don't believe in chasing a dollar into the grave. That doesn't make any sense to me. Life is about much more than that. And a lot of people have been stuck in that rat race, and their lives will be wasted chasing a dollar.
You know, in my experience, when some believer talks about materialism a lot. What's happening? And they may shop at Amazon as much or more than anyone else. What they're really talking about is they don't want to hear a bunch of like real causes of problems and actual solutions on Earth, because they're focused on the next life. And to me,
that's not what I mean, man. That's not what I mean at all. What I mean is a lot of people, they'll put value on things that don't actually have value. They'll put value on that which will decay while ignoring that which can last much longer and acting like that's not of any value. Like the higher thinking type stuff. They'll be chasing like something to look cool. Like, oh yeah, I got to have this, this, and this so that people will judge me in a way where I feel like I'm good or cool. When in reality, it's all useless stuff, man. Like that.
Okay. What's an example? What's an example of something?
Like having things doesn't make you a good person. That's all. Like the
What's
type
an
of shoes
example?
you wear doesn't make you cool. Like that's all I mean.
What's an example of
People get
something? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just answered your question. Like shoes, for example, like somebody will think the shoes they wear makes them cool or makes them better than somebody else. That materialism level thinking is all I'm talking about. That is very low level thinking. But there's something more to reality than just that.
Something that'll last much longer. What's an example of something that'll last much longer?
Love.
That's it. Life.
Love.
Love.
Real love, though, not just lust. Like actual love, caring, compassion. Kind of like making plans for the children of your children's children, people you'd never meet. You already know that you can't live long enough to see them in all likelihood, but still to plan and prepare in a way. Like most dudes aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about tomorrow or the weekend. A lot of folks think it's lights out after this, man. So they live their lives by that premise where they don't really care what happens after they're gone. And I've met people like that. My grandfather is one of them. He doesn't really care at all. And it's just weird.
Well, it's been the case for the vast majority of people that they're going to end up saddled with some task their whole life that doesn't, it gets them money or something, but it may not have that kind of permanent value.
And I'm not even, to be clear, I'm not hating on anybody who's got money either. Like people who have money, somebody wealthy is not a bad person either. That doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. That's ridiculous that people think that way. It's not about that. It's about what people do with what they have and where their heart is and stuff, which we can just see blatantly like in their behavior and their actions. It's pretty obvious. And a lot of folks, they'll be trying to keep up with the rich people, right? And these are poor people who literally can't afford to do this silly stuff. And then they end up ruining their own lives chasing materialism when they could have been more wise with their money. They wanted to live in the moment instead of planning ahead. It's weird, man. And that's tied into the culture is all I'm saying. And you got all the adverts and stuff and shows trying to push certain things, and people focus more on the material than on something actually real.
Well, you find that you can focus on a lot of. Some people may not choose not to, but you at least, if you can handle the material, look, if you're day to day putting out fires, like your house is on fire and the plumbing's broken and you've got dozens of material problems in your life.
That's not the issue. I mean, I just mean the culture of materialism, like the kind of mindless consumerism type thing where people are just buying things to make themselves feel better and they don't even know why. Usually people grow out of that eventually, or they're supposed to.
Well, it doesn't. After college, I don't see that we built institutions other than like the workplace. You'll go out with work friends or something. There doesn't seem to be like institutions. Everyone's going to carve apart the sailing ship to make little lifeboats.
Everybody's got to make their own way in this world, kind of thing. That's fair. And then people like see the world life hurts, so a lot of it ends up being people trying to distract themselves from how life just kind of sucks. So they'll find something that they do enjoy and fixate on it a bit.
Well, I think the next 10 years are going to be amazing because I don't know when it's going to be 20 years from now, 30 years from now. I could imagine, like, in the very optimistic scenario, you actually get a weird problem, which is like I can't imagine people looking around and thinking I could meaningfully contribute useful work to the world 30 years from now. People are going to be like, wow, this is way too complex. I could never contribute usefully to the material world, to the material well-being of everybody. That's like very few people are going to meaningfully contribute to that 30 years from now.
Like in competition with robotics and AI, you mean? Like it'll be very difficult for the average person to find their way to feel like they can influence anything.
Right. And I'm not sure people are going to care very much about material possessions. They may be stuck in the virtual reality all day. They're going to be buying stuff that doesn't even exist.
I consider that virtual part to be parts of this materialism mindset. So
No,
it
no,
has to do with
I get that.
self-
But wouldn't that be the irony if people spent all their money on things that didn't exist?
They really already are kind of look at like the Minecraft and Fortnite culture, or all these like little gift box things where you basically gambling for children. Or loot boxes.
I used to joke that if the government wanted to balance the budget, what they should do is develop the world's biggest, best game, and everybody gets to play it for a few hours a day, but like you have to contribute half your income to play it for a third hour.
There is already talk of kind of a digital dollar, like a crypto US dollar type of currency.
Well,
That's all you need for a video game. Like a government level video game is a digital currency.
There's a lot of talk about replacing the dollar, but it's mostly talk.
They'd have to replace it the same way they did last time through like a transition, like a subtle type thing. And as they transitioned out of the gold standard type thing and got rid of silver, like the dollar certificates.
Why would you,
something like that?
Why would you want a
people
gold?
Why
would you want a gold or silver backed currency?
No, like as they transition out of that, like it'll have to be that kind of transition where it's this just kind of casual thing, and people won't bat an eye. They won't care. But like, yeah, as long as the money works and I can buy stuff.
Yeah, there hasn't been a gold standard for a long time. There is none on Earth anymore. It's not,
Yeah, I just meant it's the same way they transitioned out of that because it was very slow, casual. The dollars are what changed.
Yeah, the dollar will be whatever the government collects taxes in.
But you know how like they changed the lettering on it and the wording used on these official certificates, and it went from being like a silver certificate type dollar to this fiat currency version that we have now. It's debt backed.
Well, what would a non-debt backed currency look like?
A piece of elemental material that can be traded, which is pretty much just gold standard with any element.
It's a trash idea. It's been done before.
I can agree with that because we don't actually know how much of any given element is there aside from what we've been told. So to attribute value to something that we can't determine the amount of is a bit silly.
Right. If you're either going to have trust in accounting or you're not, and the gold is irrelevant.
But we do know about application and what things can be used for, and that's kind of where the literal material aspects come in here. It's
No, not
just the
for money.
materialism, but where it can be applied. But then again, we don't know how much of the elements exist. No, I'm just talking about the usage of stuff. So I look at money as being more of a representation of time and energy.
Yeah, look, gold is just some commodity. Connecting it to money is pointless endeavor.
It's used for things much beyond, like far beyond money at this point, given the way it's used in tech.
Yet another reason it shouldn't be used as money. You've got something you tell me is useful, and your plan for a currency is to take the useful thing and put it in a vault?
Or make statues out of it, or a throne, or something that, that's silly.
Right. None of that is a good idea. People who want a store of value, go ahead and buy gold.
Really, though, there's a heavy connection here with the Rockefeller system, the way people work, the way that they apply the value of their own time based off of their lack of knowledge of how much time they have left. It's a bit weird. How do you know how much your time's worth? How much you are worth an hour if you don't know how many hours you have left in your life?
Well, everybody's got to operate under uncertainty.
Yeah, it's just a weird thought that most people don't think about. And they don't actually attribute real value to themselves. They just take whatever's given to them per hour.
I'm going to go ask around why it is that these telemarketers keep calling me, and I can never arrange with the FBI to sit waiting by the phone and trace the call.
Hey, buddy, I'm calling from the IRS. You're about to go be arrested, sir. We're coming to arrest you unless you get some iTunes cards for us.
Right, something like that. Yeah, they already worked for the government. That's right. So they already know where they are. All right, I'm gonna float around.
Yeah, about
He's out.
well, I guess he jumped off here.
But he said he's gonna float around. So he does that.
Just because he
He's a
broached the
pretty chill
topic.
black guy, but he's a glober.
Yeah. Well, that's all right.
He doesn't seem as antagonistic as a stereotypical anti-flat earther, though. But he's a staunch glober who wants to hang out with flat earthers for some reason.
Yeah, because he knows we got it going on. Yeah, so since he brought up kind of talking about the telemarketing scams, a few years ago, I got the call from the IRS telling me they were going to arrest me, and the guy told me to go to Walmart and get some iTunes cards. And so my wife and I were going to a few places, and he insisted on staying on the phone with me while I went to Walmart. So I kept him on the phone with me for like an hour and a half as we went to doing all these different errands. And the whole time I was talking to him in my Wilson Tarbuckle's voice. We got to stop at the drugstore we got to go see the druggist first. And then she would go in and I'd stay out in the car. And I'd be like, we need 2 pounds of marijuana. oh, for it's not legal for other pharmacists, he give it to me. And then eventually, so I had this guy like all really excited, like he was getting ready to get this big payday. Because when he told me he's from the IRS, I told him, I said, I'm so happy you called because you were here yesterday. For you say it'd be 18 months before I hear final disposition. For you here called one day for a record time. For I ready to pay. Put this behind me. And so I get to Walmart, and then I wasn't actually at Walmart, obviously, but then I act like the greeter's stopping me to talk, and then I start explaining to the greeter what the IRS is after me, and I'm here to send the money. And then, of course, the greeter then has to talk. Well, hello there. I just want to help my friend out. You say you're from the IRS. And then, put him through the ringer for another 10 minutes or so. And then eventually he hung up on me. And I called him back. And after they realized that it was me, they hung up on me. And I called them about 10 times that day, and they finally blocked my number. I just don't have time to do that anymore, but I do miss doing that.
That's wasting their time. I've always thought that wasting their time is the best thing that we can actually do, because as long as their time's being wasted with us, they can't be scamming somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Their abilities, which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's fun because they it's fun because they do get really excited, like, oh boy, there's a payday coming, and then bam, there's like I'll get them worked up about. I get them worked up about the like something's getting ready to, like I'm getting ready to make the big payment and everything, and then like the credit card will decline or whatever. Flatman B, I think that's who just joined us, wasn't it?
No, I think Ryan just joined in.
Oh, I guess I missed it. Yeah, hello, Ryan.
Welcome to the chat, man. And Flatman have been chilling here for a little while. They were here when I got in.
Oh, cool.
And then Carr joined recently as well.
Yeah, I don't have anything useful to add. I've been listening on the politics server, and there's some real globetards in there trying to give it to Gregory, and he always holds up really well. And they're trying to get him to repeat himself 3 and 4 times, which he won't do. And then they're just like, oh, so you can't answer us.
Even more sophistry. Gregory
Yeah.
is combating sophistry as you. It's the same, different thing.
Oh, yeah. I just like to tell him. And I guess that's Tom. Welcome, Tom.
Hello.
Hey, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
That's an awesome screen name. Great screen name. Hanging out, chilling. You can feel free to bring up any subject that you want to. Well, then he left. I guess he got bored pretty quickly. 8-second
Yeah.
attention span.
Yeah, or who knows? Could have been a glitch in the Matrix. Who knows?
I think a lot of it's like just hop from room to room here and see what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I find it really interesting because, I do wonder how many anti-flat earthers have, that are not ill-intentioned. Because sometimes I wonder, like, are they all just sophists having fun? Or was there some intention and then they started listening to sophists and then they've lost sight of actual equitable discussion?
I think some of them don't even know they're sophists. That's their worldview, and they think that that's how things really are, or things are so unknown that they can't be known.
Yeah.
They're in such denial of reality. But there's a lot of folks that are like that. That just, I think that that's their actual worldview, dude. And kind of sad, in my opinion. But
Yeah. No doubt. Really,
it's one thing to admit that you don't know what you don't know, but it's just something like to act like nothing can be known is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, like yesterday in the politics server, this Scott or whatever his name is was in there giving a long presentation, and then the flat earth people just kind of shut up and let him present, and then there was the warning on there that it was being recorded, and then they were all congratulating each other. The anti-flat earthers were all just congratulating each other and high-fiving each other, and I'm like, are you that stupid? Are you that obtuse that you don't get what's actually happening here? They're like, oh, see, that was the flat earth killer. And, the guy was just making the same argument that's been made 1,000 times about celestial navigation. And eventually they just kind of let the guy talk, and just all the flat earth people went away. And, they were all still in the channel, but they just stopped responding. And and they were just entirely oblivious as to what was going on. If I were in a room like that, and in some discussion that I was trying to debate, and all the other side just kind of stopped responding, I'd be like, okay, what's going on here? Why is there an alert on here that is being recorded now? But I'm just guessing that they're oblivious.
I think it has to do with kind of the diverse culture of.
Hang on, I didn't catch that. It kind of cut out, I think. There, say that again, boss.
I was just saying, I think it's tied into the kind of debate bros culture of Discord.
Oh, yeah.
I think people to say something means they won.
Yeah. You know, the one thing that I'm not sure if disadvantage is the right word, but it is a disadvantage, is that I was never a gamer. I was never on Discord other than Dr. Law inviting me to come talk in 24/7. Outside of that, I wonder how many. I wonder how many literally are just gamers, because I was never a gamer, and so this is just extension of that gaming culture to them of just, you know, aha, we beat them on this game here. You know, like it's a game. Like maybe now we'll go talk with flat earthers, and maybe tomorrow we'll go debate anti-abortion people, and then tomorrow maybe we'll go debate pro-abortion people, and we'll just go from topic to topic and flood into the. We'll get 10 of us and go flood in, or 5 of us, or 4 of us, or 3 of us, and go flood in and make asses of ourselves, and we'll win, not because of the actual debate, but because of behavior.
Yeah, part of the debate culture has to do with them being able to argue either side they can win, because that's what it's about to them, is winning, not understanding. And I know that's not everybody, but in debate and discussion online.
Yeah, I think it was Monday morning. I was on the. I don't remember if it was this one or politics, but one of them. And then we got Sith Lord Walter White. There you go, Walter White. Where's Jesse?
No idea. I think Jedi Master Jesse is currently somewhere.
No, I was meaning Jesse Pinkman.
I know.
Yeah.
I think Super Mario Galaxy 2 is kind of proof of globe Earth.
There you go. Hey, why not?
I mean, have you ever played it? They have like planets with gravity and their globes in the game, so.
You got there you go. Irrefutable proof, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to shut down the flat Earth servers. We got irrefutable proof.
I mean, if I could stream, I would. It's pretty like mind-boggling. The game is pretty, yeah. I don't know if you guys have ever played Super Mario Galaxy 2, but I don't really see an argument for flat Earth after that game.
There you go. Well, I was thinking what's really would be a death knell for us is Spaceballs. You know, with them going to the Ford Galaxy, that would be. I just don't know how you ever go back from planet Druidia and the Ford Galaxy to thinking that somehow there's non-stationary. I'm sorry, there's a stationary, non-rotating level plane. There we go. Well, anyway, guys, I'm going to back out of here. I'm going to get in and play around with the kiddos. So have a good evening. And I'll wrap with you soon.
Well, I hope you stay blessed, man.
flat Earth arguments have started spreading to the other channels now.
Spreading is, and people are talking about flat Earth and other channels now.
Allah.